Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally, the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swinging with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just thought that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Oh, coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake. Hello everyone and welcome to CFWL, of course. Today is the second day of the third week for our first part of the season. Of course, I'll be your host, Seki, by my side, Penguin himself. How are you doing, Penguin?
I'm good, What about you?
Having fun. I'm waiting to watch our today's games, of course. We have our trivia for tonight and it's gonna be showing up. Only 2 of 9 series during week 2 went the distance to actually, yeah, that was Vitality and Nemesis yesterday, 2-1 and 2-1 on the of course on the broadcast yesterday, so that's a lot
Yeah.
of action that we had. And of course, at the same time, I would love to mention that our standing and our place that you see the players, it's still the same like last week, so nothing have actually changed yesterday.
Yeah,
But, like
true.
some teams got extra points.
I believe, yeah. I remember yesterday in the standings, nothing changed, even though we've seen teams losing, teams winning, but that doesn't affect the standings at all. We still see unKnights on the 7th place. We still have Swamp Gaming on the 8th place. The rest are just fighting for the places. 3BL didn't play yesterday, so they didn't move. Also, Nemesis, after the loss, also they didn't move since TSC was one win away from them. Vitality, of course, winning, going to the 7-0. We're not going to be seeing Vitality again on the phase 1. I mean, the phase 1 just had a lot of action, but in my opinion, the action is in the middle of the table, not on the bottom of the table, because Swamp Gaming already securing the relegation spot at least for phase 1, and of course Vitality getting the 7-0.
Of course, yeah, 7-0 is pretty impressive for Vitality after what happened in the early season. Vitality, TSC, and Emerge victories, and yesterday's match, blah 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 blah, victory thought. Alright, anyways, those are the MVPs for you. That the players that did really good yesterday, and of course, we have some really good games for tonight, starting with TEC versus Nemesis, which is like death, or like you live or you die for a TEC. You whether make it to elite group or you stay in contenders group, you need to win this game 100%, and you need to grab a 2-0 to try and make Nemesis trouble. I'm not sure if that's gonna secure you the elite league, but still it's something to have chat about. Of course, that's the standing. Nothing have changed. Vitality, 3BL on the top, and Swamp Gaming and Knights are the bottom two teams, and you have the rest in the middle. All of them are fighting for the elite group position.
Yeah, exactly. And TEC having 2 wins and Nemesis having 3 wins. I just remember Snake yesterday when we had him on the interview, and he said Nemesis have hard games on the next few days. If they can't get their 2 wins, they probably will drop from the elite group, or at least they're going to be maybe 4th, and they're going to be having a hard time during phase 1. And this is one of the hard matches, we would say, for Nemesis and TSC. Of course, not only Nemesis and TSC, but unKnights and Anubis. That's the main action as well, because unKnights, if they can't get the win today over Anubis, I believe that they might be still having a bit close to being relegated from phase 2. Swamp Gaming and IMPERIUM, that's a redemption for IMPERIUM. If they get the win, these guys are just maybe putting one leg and go to the playoffs.
Yeah, actually, IMPERIUM are collecting some points here. They got a win, and of course, we will love to see them actually finding some missing pieces of the puzzle. Of course, they have found a really good form through the course of this season, and they're looking pretty good, more than the previous one. And for us, I believe we are going to watch a game that it's in a mid-card, yes, but it depends who's going to the elite, who's dropping back to the contenders group. TEC, we had, of course, interview yesterday, and the guys just told us, like, sometimes you have bad weeks, sometimes you have really bad season. Like, it's just like that. You can't be consistent for all of those years, and that's how Titan Esports are coming to right now.
Well, exactly. It was Lanklo. He's talking about basically that if you're playing for a long time, one of these seasons should be, he didn't want to say that it's a downfall, but maybe it's going to be inconsistent performance coming out from them. Maybe they're going to be struggling, maybe they're going to be facing some issues, and what differentiates between the mid-tier teams and the top-tier teams is how you're going to be fixing these problems, what tools you can give to yourself, and till what extent you would be kind of, I want to say that you're holding yourself because you're not getting the wins, you're having hard times. Some people will just, maybe one of them will quit, maybe other teams might be reshuffling, trying to do some coach change. So we don't know what TC going to be doing, but I'm pretty sure that these guys are professional enough to just secure their spot on the elite group and also to be on the playoffs.
I'm not sure about the elite group, but the playoffs, I'm pretty sure that they should be part of the playoffs. But here is the big brain part, I believe, that he just went to say that to remove the pressure out of the fans, that they are pressuring them to trying to improve, trying to do better, trying to speak up and be part of the elite group or contest or play in the top 3. And boom, once there is no pressure, they rise again, their stocks goes high, and I believe they might be in the top 3. Like, you can't just sleep on Titan Esports, and that's something we've always seen and witnessed through the years. They're playing versus a not easy challenge here, as they're playing versus Nemesis, and for our head-to-head today, you have the amazing snipers. We have here Alucard versus Boxy. Both of them been doing that for years, I would say. Boxy been here for, I don't know, since 2022, something like that, so 4 years. And when we speak about Alucard, he's one of the founding members of CFWL.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, Alucard, when it comes to sniping skills, especially when you put Alucard versus, for example, Foxy, when you put Alucard versus any other sniper, Alucard has his unique play style that makes him consistent across all the games that he's been playing. Maybe 90% of the games you will see him consistent because he always knows what he's doing. He's not the guy that's 100% going for risk-taking actions for your team. So because risk is, in the end, it's a risk. Sometimes it works, sometimes it fails. So you will see inconsistency with the snipers that they are taking a lot of risks, such as Nair, such as Spoxy. However, Alucard is the guy that's always calculating his move, he's always checking for his teammates, and he's always the guy who's trading for them, and he's the guy who's also forcing the trade for them. So that's why I like, that's what I like about him, and what I like also about his playstyle.
Of course, that's about the playstyle, and I believe that we have all the votes on TNC, but I believe me and you, Penguin, were going for Nemesis, correct?
No, I was going for TC. Probably you were going for
TC?
Nemesis. Yeah, I believe.
Anyways,
Not sure, but
anyway,
yeah.
let's have a
It's,
quick
I'll
flip
tell you,
of the game.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, because I'm not sure if they're gonna be playing with their main 5 or no, because they said that Rafim might not be able to play this week. I don't know the consequences of that. I don't know also if he has an emergency or no. So if they're playing with a substitute, I would go for TC. If Nemesis, they confirm that they're playing with full roster, we might think about it and change it.
We might think about it, but for me, I will just coin flip a toss and go with the team that wins the coin flip. But otherwise, I believe that we all went for TEC, and yeah, like high hopes for TEC. We need to see them back in the elite group. Of course, they are a really big team, and speaking of big things that we should be looking at, it's basically their playstyle. It's been always dependent on playing on the sniper rifle. They have flex, they have also Spoxy, both are really flexible with the sniper. So we would love to see Eagle Eye, would love to see the maps that needs to be having those double sniper setups. And of course for that we will head to the map V2. I was just speaking about Eagle Eye, and boom, it's gonna be the decider. I thought that it got banned. Port Ankara will be part of the equation, and for Ankara it's like, yeah, you need to have like some double sniper setup, so
yeah,
it's still relative.
All 3 maps is just favoring the double sniper setup, except on port, maybe only on global side. The blacklist side, you can just go 5 rifles. It's like Neo Mexico, in my opinion. 5 rifles is enough on port. Also, sub base, sometimes you go 5 rifles as well on the blacklist side. Yes, the sniper is very important, but if you have 5 rifles on sub base, you wouldn't have a problem. Same for port on the blacklist side. However, for the map V2, I like actually the maps that has been picked. Finally, we are seeing TC picking something else than Eagle Eye, because the Eagle Eye pick from them is not working out correctly lately, because every time they pick it, they lose it. Every time they pick it, they lose it. But now they're gonna be putting it on the decider, and we've seen it when they are having Eagle Eye on
Big
the decider
Comics is
versus
here.
unKnights. Okay, yeah.
Big
Yeah,
Comics.
yeah, I knew that Raffin is not gonna be playing. That's why I picked Titan Esports. That's one of the main problems Nemesis is gonna have now, because they suffer on the blacklist side. They usually suffer on the blacklist side with big comics. It's not because big comics is not keen on, or not maybe don't have that much experience on the rifle maybe positions. It's because he's not an entry. Still, he's a sniper. You can't just put a sniper and ask him to just an entry with a rifle. That's huge for him. So that's why I said Titan Esports might have the edge, and they need to work on it, because that's their chances of if they want to beat Nemesis now.
I mean, yeah, the chances for TEC to win is pretty high. The stakes are high for them, but
We are here.
hi. Oh, we're back. Never mind. So we're back on the camera again. Elfish Les, like I love those guys. I was about to just like try to toss it to them, but it looks like they are ready. They're getting ready for the game, and of course,
They're still
our
getting ready.
players are, yeah, they're still in that department. Like, thank God none of them was just standing or doing something on. Yeah, I have bad dreams about that. I'm not gonna get into details, but like I had one of those before.
Yeah, especially that when you have these kind of things and suddenly, hey, I'm here, I'm not here. Yeah, and going back to the
Especially
game.
when you wear a suit. Especially when you wear
Yeah,
a suit.
no,
trust
no,
me.
no, 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 please, I don't want to.
It's always a suit
hot.
from the top. And,
It's fairly hot now, so no need for suits. Let's
yeah.
keep the suits for the finals. I believe for the guys who's being on final, because I'm not gonna be on final, so you guys need to wear suits. I need to watch you guys wearing suits. Otherwise, I don't need it.
Yeah, alright, let's skip the suit stock and get back to the game. I believe that TEC and Nemesis are almost partially ready to get into the game. Probably the players are just like hanging around, so what should we do? Like just trying to think about strats. And for you, Bingo, like as a team like Nemesis with their current setup, how would they go when they actually need a guy to be the front line for them?
Well, they have nothing to risk big comics in, because you can't just risk, for example, Dipsy. You can't risk comics them changing their positions and changing their playstyle just because of one person, and still big comics might not be able to perform very well if you give him the role that he needs. So you'll just big comics is a full risk. He's a substitute. The guy's filling Raffin's shoes, and it's not easy in my opinion, because Raffin, as I mentioned, he's a rifle and he's an entry. That's a sniper, and he's not an entry at all. So they would just risk being, try to get him in, try to communicate with him, but they need communication, because last time we have seen a lot of questions come out from them. At least these guys need to communicate, and they will be able to do good. So big comics, he can do it. He can just try to push. He can try to force his teammates into controls, and he can try forcing some risks, because he has no pressure at all. The guy's just failing instead of Raffin, so he has everything he can do to make his team win.
Well said about Raffin, about Nemesis, and about the current situation with big comics. That's on this side. On the other side, for Team TEC, they have their main roster. They have Spoxy, they have Flex, and man, like Flex, I mean, he was feeling himself back in week number 1. It felt like, yeah, he was popping off a little bit, but after that, it felt like he's coming short. Like not the best performance that you would be expecting out of Flex or TEC, and I'm not seeing him doing all of those flexy stuff with the sniper anymore. I hope that we get to see that. Spoxy yesterday was missing shots that if I bring my small nephew will hit them. It felt a bit weird. I'm not trying to like badmouth them, but like it felt like there is a huge problem in this roster and it needs to be solved. Can they do it in one day? You never know. Anything can happen in esports.
Maybe it's just a bad day for him. Yesterday when we were talking about Swoxy missing some shots, it's just quite normal for a Crossfire player to have a bad day. So it wasn't a big deal in my opinion, but I was just explaining why maybe TC just lost the Ankara game for versus unKnights. It was because missing the shots basically, and we've seen also such such miss from the other players. Flex as well, him not flexing the sniper and trying to do what he did. It's all around what Lion said. He said we are playing here for a while. We've been here since, I believe that they are here since 2018. So you're talking about 6-7 years of playing in the competitive league. So definitely, some teams will know what are you doing. They will expect you on some places. They're going aggressive. So that's why maybe Flex is not the Flex that we used to know, because teams are now kind of knowing what they can counter versus Flex. So I believe that Flex will have more to show on the next days and next games.
Yeah, we'll see about Flex and we'll see about TEC versus Nemesis. Game number 1 of today. We'll hit to Laz and Elfish to break it down to us.
Break it down, Laz.
We gotta break it down.
Break it down. Come on, man. Get up
Break
and
it
dance. Like that's.
Oh.
Do you guys not call that breaking it down? Like, do you not break it down over there in Canada? Or is that not a thing?
That's not a saying anymore, man. That's that's real old anymore. But
just-
I do like where your head's at, though. I do like where your head's at.
You're just not hipping down with the kids. You know what I mean? Like that's actually
That's
just
true.
a you issue. I
I'm an
feel
unk,
like.
bro. I'm an unk now, bro. Like I ain't with the kids anymore.
We're all unks, really, when it comes to Crossfire. Let's be real. But listen, you weren't here yesterday night. We had a fairly sizable day yesterday. Now we're going to get stuck into another one, and I think this match to start things off could again be another one of those games that ends up being a pretty long one. We've obviously all gone for TEC as our prediction, but they did really struggle yesterday against unKnights, and I feel like Nemesis, to me, has been maybe looking a little bit more impressive than unKnights so far this season. So, despite the fact that we've all four gone the way of TEC, I would be remiss to mention the fact that it is at least possible, or remiss to not mention the fact that it is at least possible that Nemesis walks away with a win here. And so we'll see how this one does end up shaking out, but I think this could be a big series for sure.
No, I definitely agree. I definitely feel like, you know, we all went to EC, but I still kind of feel like Nemesis have themselves a really good position here to cause a bit of a win, because I do agree. I think they actually have been playing quite well this season. I think they've been getting better. It's been the conversation about TEC where we're like, okay, what's going on? Like, these guys are normally on the top. Now they're kind of fighting to be in the middle. So it's been a little lackluster here for this group, which is a little bit uncalled for, or a little bit unpredictable from them. So we'll have to see. But Nemesis, again, it's a big challenge and a lot of history between these two teams and rosters playing against each other. But nonetheless, it's Port, Jordan. So that's always fun. That's usually, I feel like it's always the last map of the series. But in this one, we get to see it as the opener.
Yeah, that's right. I'm pretty used to seeing it as a decider map, but in this instance, TEC have opted to pick into it. Hasn't started so well for them. I think obviously the issue with picking into this is you're going to be starting on the BL side, and BL side typically tends to be pretty tough. And so far 3-on-4 for them is, as expected, probably going to be relatively tough to negotiate, but still got a minute on the clock, see if they can make anything happen here. The interesting asset to it at the moment, obviously, is Comics is kind of on the move. If he gets picked off, this comes back to 3-on-3, but he's going to get his timing right.
So nice.
He catches both Kiko and Dezane in the back, so that will certainly open things back up again for Nemesis. And yeah, like I said, I mean, I feel like this is definitely a very winnable series for Nemesis, and it's certainly a very winnable map if they start well here on the GR side, which they have done in at least the first round.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to your point originally too, right? Where you're saying, like, even for yesterday for TEC, like, not really looking that great. And that's kind of been my biggest comment so far about this team, is that, look, like, despite their firepower and despite who's on the team, like Spoxy, it's like, I don't know, man. There's just something, again, just not clicking and not really connecting the right way. But it's good to see the opposite end, though, for a team like Nemesis. As you get to see, they win the opening round. They've been doing a lot of progress, a lot of movement. They're putting themselves in a decent position so far. And the fact that Dipsy, I feel like arguably has really stepped up on this roster, you know, from even last year, even to now. It's such an incredible, feat, just because, we always knew he could be really good, but it really has become very, like, obvious now that he is a top contender in this league. Like, he is definitely one of those guys that can be a playmaker.
I mean, I think across the board, a lot of these Nemesis guys can very much do that. I thought week 1 and 2, Beck was probably the standout. Alec Hubbard's in the past, certainly. Comics has had his very solid moments as well. I suppose, yeah, again, a lot of the reservations around this matchup were based on the fact that Raffen's not here today for Nemesis. I wonder if Raffen was here, would there have been any more predictions going in the direction of Nemesis? I don't know, but certainly think it would be a nice asset for them. Spoxy, of course, having picked up the opening pick in this round is going to make things already start to look a little bit more recoverable for TEC, but they're happy to just sort of take it a little bit slower here to kick things off. And, you know, this could be a big recovery week for TEC, who, you know, as was highlighted on the desk, have had a bit of a rougher time. They did have an interview yesterday. They said, yeah, we're not every season going to have a banger season, but this could still be a decent season for them. They just have to find their feet this week, and they can get themselves back to kind of where they need to be with a good run of form.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, it looks like it's going to be the A exec now, so they're going to try to swing through long. They actually do find themselves some great kills, and even Spoxy gets the TRG activated, so takes down Alucard. So this is a really easy site control that they've been able to find. Now you just leave it down to Beck, like you talked about. Big comics as he's filling in right now for Raffin. So a lot required from these two players to go against the 4 here of TEC, but Flex is low on the HP. But this is where, again, for Nemesis, they just need to be able to find a duel quickly if they can. But no, it's actually going to go the other way. And TEC, they actually mop this up very nicely. Clean up pretty quick. And a nice little bit of a simple execute, and Nemesis weren't really prepared for it, right? I mean, TEC just went with a bit of a basic strategy on this one and run with it, and they get themselves right back into this game, which is a good thing to see.
Yep, nice and swift back into the conversation. Probably not a whole lot to happen at the start of this round, though, just based on the positioning of the GR players, although Dipsy's going to go fishing again, and Spoxy's waiting for it. We've been commenting on Spoxy a little bit. Yesterday, he didn't really have the best of days, but so far today, he's been landing a couple of nice shots, and there's a good kill for Landclaw as well. That's going to give TEC the 3-on-5 advantage.
Yeah, that's crazy though too. Like the fact that we, you know, like you said, Spoxy's going fishing like twice in a row now. We've seen him getting these opening duels. So look at how easily they just picked this up. Like all 5 players are still alive. I mean, yeah, granted the HP is very low right now, but they're just winning all these duels. Like Nemesis don't seem to really have any sort of firepower behind their backs right now. So this is a little bit worrying, but I know it's early on. It's the first map, couple rounds in, but look, like if TEC are going to be hitting shots like this and winning duels, like, I mean, it kind of begs the question. This could be a quick port maybe, but Nemesis are going to have to figure it out because TEC are looking like they've hit the, you know, the DMs. They look like they're actually a little bit warm and ready to go.
Yeah, I think my concern would obviously be, and again, as was highlighted on the desk, that Nemesis are on the GR side right now, and if they don't put anything together, going on to BL side with a stand-in is not necessarily going to be so easy to put together. See what Big Comics can do. I thought individually he was okay yesterday, but it definitely disrupts some of the plans and some of the executions that this team can do. And his tendencies might be a little different to Raffin. He's going to push forward into Warehouse this time alongside Dipsy. A bit more of a forward hold this time from Nemesis. They're not happy to give TEC such a run of things. No success necessarily in the opening picks just yet, and Flex has actually pushed Comics back away, so he's already starting to bully a little bit.
Yeah, this round's actually really taking a different approach, right? I mean, this isn't where Spoxy's now finding another opening duel. Things have kind of really halted a bit, and there's just a little bit of spamming back and forth. Everybody just kind of taking things a lot more slow in this one, which is not a bad thing. But now TC are actually going to try to re-fight for this control. Alucard is on the top tower, but does keep his life intact for now. He hasn't been able to find a kill yet in this game. So like I said, it's been very quiet here for the Nemesis players. Like, again, you have 2 players with 1 kill each, and then you have Comics is the only one that's putting up, you know, any sort of numbers right now. But TEC kind of just manipulating the map a little bit. They're just kind of going back and forth. They're kind of figuring things out, trying to get Nemesis on the rotating game a little bit. Don't really think they bit too hard on this, but I mean, they're not even going to use utility. They're just going to go right in. They're just going to go for gunfights like I talked about. Okay, so now they're going to bring the guns all out into the firefights. Now Kiko will be able to find himself that triple kill, and my goodness, again, Jordan get to see another big execute here from TEC. Probably going to be able to find this other one, and Deck goes down. This is looking problematic. I mean, TEC are looking polished, but for Nemesis, my goodness, this is not looking good.
Yeah, and I think they're already kind of recognizing that that's going to be a bit of a problem for themselves, as you can see timeout is going to be called early on in the piece here. I mean, there's a lot of investment, obviously, for this Nemesis lineup. They've got themselves this this house setup. They have actually brought Beck into that as well. He was, you know, away from the setup for a little while, so they're all sort of there, ready to kind of go and try and, you know, presumably qualify for something like an EWC. They did quite well last season, but this season hasn't necessarily come together in quite the same way. So we'll be wanting to improve upon that. At this stage, though, it seems to be a little bit wishful thinking. We'll have to see, obviously, how the rest of this game does end up panning on out. But I think for Nemesis at this point, you know, it's kind of still about finding their feet in this season. It's not been terrible necessarily. I mean, they're 3-1 and they've kind of been doing okay for themselves, but I don't know if we've necessarily seen like super decisive games in some of the matches that they've played. Particularly the one that kind of goes back in my mind is the game that they played against Anubis last week, and I would have liked to have seen them sort of clean that one up a little bit more comfortably. They did drop a map in that, but I think by and large you can kind of look at it and say, well, they've done their job in a sense, but have we yet to see like that peak level where, you know, they might be a team that can contest like Vitality in the playoffs, for example? I would have to sort of argue against that for the moment.
Yeah, and that's fair too. I mean, I know we talked about, you know, last season where we were able to see Vitality getting pushed a little bit, and we saw that, you know, Nemesis were doing quite well for themselves, and the fact that they were able to make it to a, you know, pretty decent affair in the best of 5. But yeah, like right now it just feels like every team is kind of slugging behind a little bit, where Vitality's obviously kind of, you know, taken off a bit more, and that's kind of what everybody expects. But yeah, like it's been such an interesting, you know, 2 seasons that we've had, essentially, because we've seen a couple little dips from Vitality here and there, nothing too drastic, but we have seen those dips. We've seen some good performances from Nemesis, but now we're starting to see some of these big name teams are kind of going back down the hill, not really going up the hill. So this is where, again, I agree with you. Like, I'm not overly convinced of Nemesis's performance yet. Like, I know the record's decent, but still need to see a little bit more out of them, right? And still lots of matches to go, but this is where the nitty gritty gets into it, right? This is where all the pressure lines up. We talk about points, qualifications for events. Like, this is where everything really starts to add that extra little bit of an oomph. So. But nonetheless, back into the game we go. Timeout is done, and that was Nemesis calling their tactical. They wanted to have a conversation, like you said, makes complete sense considering of how this game's been going. This 3-1 has definitely been dominant here from TEC. They've been just winning every single gunfight. They've been taking control of the game so far, and Nemesis haven't really given us too much except for that first round, where we saw them pushing through B main and, you know, getting some map control. Otherwise, it's just been kind of, you know, sitting back and not really relaxing.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, you know, if we keep going at the same trajectory, you kind of end yourself with a 6-3 or 7-2 half favoring TEC, who are on the blacklist side, and that is just certainly not acceptable for Nemesis, given the bias of the map. So they need to have that conversation. They need to figure things out pretty quick, smart here, and obviously see whether or not that actually ends up being of any value. So far, there's an approach to the round on either side, but TEC starting to make their push down long. A missed shot from Spoxy, but a connected one by Alucard will mean the end of Kiko. And yeah, I mean, TEC not really putting enough pressure on that A site there at all. I think if Alucard gets the opportunity to just pop his head up and down like that, then he's going to hit a couple of shots. Would have liked to have seen a few more util toss over the top if they're just going to try a long push like that, but a very dry take for TEC is not going to work out.
Yeah, and that's what's kind of been funny, right? Like, TEC has not really been showing a lot of strategy. It's been really just like, okay, let's run and gun it. Let's just, you know, take it as a unit. They're not doing anything too crazy. Like, the fact that they're just swinging long A, hoping to win those duels, like, yes, it can work, but that can't be your only strat, right? So that's where, like you said, if Alucard gets away with kind of peeking and everything. Oh man, I was gonna say, like, hopefully they know something's on the 6, but no, Comics is there. But nonetheless, I mean, if, you know, someone like Alucard's going to be able to pop off like that, being able to find 2 kills, and then allowing the space again for Nemesis to run around like that, That's what we want to see, right? That's what you want to see from the GR side, where they kind of explore, fight some map control. Perfectly done from Nemesis this time around. But this is where now TEC, they have to, you know, get the playbook out a little bit here. We have to figure out, like, what are we going to do differently? We can't just kind of do these, you know, gunfights only. We have to have some strategy and util placed into this map.
Once again, Flex and Comics might run into one another. It's a favorite position of Flex's. Rest of the team working their way around near the warehouse.
Oh, Spoxy again,
That's a
man.
good
He's
shot.
able to win another one. That's a great shot. It's just the fact that he's winning this over and over again, right? Like, I mean, that's what's so impressive.
Hasn't necessarily helped out in the round overall, though, as the kills are coming through, and that's a very isolated peak for Lionclaw. Fan of this from TEC once again. It comes down to individual prowess. Spoxy's hitting his shots, but like TEC are just kind of running around doing their own thing. You know, Flex obviously goes down on the other side of the map. You can't necessarily always control that, but even the entry there just looked a little bit discombobulated from TEC, and Nemesis are right back to 3-3.
Yeah, and this is what like has always been my biggest criticism, right? Like the TEC guys, like it feels like, you know, if Spoxy's on one, obviously really fun to watch, great, but he can't be the only one fragging. Like he can't be the only one just, you know, showing off his like individual performances, right? So that's where, again, we need to see some other TEC players coming up. Now Flex has a bit of an inkling that someone's close on by, spamming away with the M14, but Nemesis doing a great job just playing some mind games for the time being. Double stack into this A site and leaving Spoxy in the top little bit of the wall here in mid, just looking for that bridge cross if he can. And Nemesis are actively moving, right? Like now we're seeing two of these players kind of getting a bit of a rotate. So these guys are definitely exploring. They're keeping their options open. They're leaving just the Soul Anchor or Big Comics right now for that B site. Nemesis have a very good idea of what is going on. And Spoxy, oh my goodness, I was going to say misses a shot, but then, you know, recollects his thoughts and gets it done. So finding another opening duel, like this is 4 to 5 times we've seen this now. Like this is absolute madness. And now Comics does get a little bit of a spot here on the player and draw, but it's all a little bit of a ruse because this is going to be a B exec. They get this kill, and now for TEC, they cannot wait any longer. Lionclaw going to be able to find the opener. Beck needs to do something big, but unfortunately, it's just the one kill, and now leaves Nemesis down to 2. You have Comics and Alucard. They're now going to regroup here, Jordan, and they might even try to go for the big flank potentially on this, but they got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, that was a bit more coordinated from TEC. At the very least, they get their entries nicely this time. Alucard and Comics, 2 players that are good enough to win this. Comics is 5-0 since the reset as well, so he's been fragging, but he's not being given much there. That angle is not going to provide a whole lot. He will get some space, obviously, into Warehouse, but this is taking some real time for Nemesis now. 20 seconds on the clock. Comics does find his opener, and Alucard in with a chance as well. It is going to be a freebie for Nemesis. Another round. A TEC just capitulate. That is 4 on the board. And Comics goes up to 7-0 since the TAC timeout. Whatever was said there has clearly worked.
Oh, man, it's clearly worked. Yeah, like whatever the words of wisdom was from Kevin. I mean, he's done a great job to get these guys right back into this game and now back into a lead. So something clearly, you know, the coach wisdom was there because it's definitely made a huge impact for these guys. We're talking 3-1, and now they've been able to just string all these rounds back in a row for themselves. And the fact that TEC even lost that post plant is absolutely insane. Like you were actually making a good point. Like 2 players that can absolutely clutch, but really should never happen. And look at that. Beck's even pushed down mid, takes down Flex, and Flex is now, you know, calming. Like, look, they're playing aggressive. TEC now have to refight for control. Beck does go down, though, unfortunately, goes for the swing. And now they're starting to feed Spoxy again. This is what you cannot do. And now Spoxy's been able to find 2 kills for the cost of his teammate's life. So this thing is still wide open. Lionclaw critically low on the HP department. But you have Dipsy just on the edge of the smoke. Should be able to find a kill. And there it is. He takes down Kiko. Might have enough time to get out of here, but he's kind of waiting his timing. This is not great, and now it's a free open site.
Certainly seems that way. Comics coming across. Can't do a whole lot. They're spamming through the books. Following up on the initial damage for Lionclaw. Gets that job done. Plant down. TEC. They would have hoped to have gotten to 4 or 5 rounds by this point, but it's been anything but easy. Finally, they get themselves up to 4. I mean, they are doing well by rights, actually, on this BL side by getting those 4 rounds, but I still think it almost feels like a disappointing half for TEC given the start. Whether they get to 5 here or not, they could have, I think, really pushed the issue a little further than they have. So if they can end up grabbing that 5th, it's a push down A long. He goes straight forward, gets that clean headshot onto Comics. But of course, the swing comes through from Beck. So 1 for 1 there. Not the end of the world for TEC. Flex is able to move into position pretty quickly and may catch them in transition. Beck will be taken down early. Big Comics, the last defender over here towards A, hoping for some rotators.
Coming in from TEC though, right? Being able to find these trades right away. So only just losing Kiko. Not too bad at all. They've been able to take down multiple players. Big Comics with an instant trade, but it might be a little too late at this point. You still have Alucard alive, full HP. You got Big Comics here, still very low on the HP department. And now it's a big question, you know, from one of the Nemesis players. They have to be able to find a duel here and now, but they're going to double up in this B site. And TEC are kind of banking, and they look like their eyes are kind of treading towards this way, and the eyesight seems to be here. But Big Comics goes for a swing for some reason. Now Alucard has to pop off, and he finds himself this first. He's got lots of time, but again, now he's tasked here with a 1-on-2. He's got some utility in his pocket as well, but with this C4 going down, this is going to be problematic. TEC, if one of these players swings this and gives a 1-on-1, this thing is going to be wide open. It's a 50-50 coin toss, and now Alucard gets away with another timing. My goodness, I cannot believe this. If it's anybody, it's going to be Alucard, and now Lion Claw should be able to finish the meal. And my God, he does. It's a 5-4 half, but man, that was a back and forth affair somehow in some way.
Yeah, 5-4. Obviously, you know, look at it on the surface and say that's a pretty even half, but given the circumstances, obviously Titan being on the BL side, give them the real benefit of the doubt. It's a solid enough performance from them on their map pick. Well, let's wait and see how the second half does go. Nemesis showed a little bit of this and that.
Yeah, I really did like Nemesis GR side. Considering they didn't win the half, I do like that they were, you know, triple player down long A. They were fighting for control, some aggressive plays. They really mixed it up. I think there was obviously that little bit of a blip at one point in the middle or the very beginning, but it felt like, you know, after their timeout, they were able to string what 3-4 rounds in a row for them. So absolutely huge, right? So I do think that was an impressive GR side considering how the game was going, but it kind of goes right back to your point too, where, you know, if you're on the BL side for TEC, like that's actually, you know, with a 5-4 lead is really nothing to be too upset about, considering like how that game went. Yes, you probably hope you had maybe one more round in your favor, considering the lead you had initially with the 3-1 start, but look, not bad, all things considered. But now we get to switch things over. Nemesis back on the BL side now. We get to see what they're going to be able to showcase on this map for us. And TEC, a big question mark about their GR side, about what they're going to be able to do and hold things down.
Yeah, first round I think will be a pretty big tell. If this goes the way of Nemesis, we're in for a pretty close game. If not, TEC, good chance they just run away with things. They've got that double sniper set up. They're going to be comfortable on the GR side. Get them that, you know, extra round advantage. And who knows where this one ends up going. Still got my reservations around whether or not TEC will be able to close this series out comfortably. But at least this map, I think, should be pretty doable. Dezane and Kiko have no problems with that attempt in through Warehouse. But my point really is that, you know, we go to Ankara next, and TEC did not look great on Ankara yesterday. In fact, they look quite poor. So even if they do win this map, I think there's a avenue back in for Nemesis. Lineclaw should be grabbing the kill onto Alucard here. A bit of a freebie for him to get the kill with Alucard rounding the corner. Double kill. 6-4 for TEC, and now it's about putting the pieces in place to close this map out comfortably so they can have a bit of an easier time going into Ankara.
Yeah, it's a really good point you bring up, right? It's just talking about these first maps are, you know, always so critical, especially for the BO3s. And yeah, I agree. TEC is not really the best showcasing team on a map like Ankara, so we'll have to see if they can be able to find their pick of poor here and now, but still have to wait things out a little bit. Still plenty of action to go through. And Nemesis do lose that opening round. So we'll see what they're going to be able to bring back into this. TEC, a double player A stack, and then you have the double player underpass. And the single player, I think that's Flex. Yeah, Flex is actually sitting towards B main here, so he's actually the one that's going to get a little bit of a poke here. And now Zane is going to be joined with his comrade. And look at that, they just absolutely annihilate everybody in their path. What a perfect way just to squash this B main control. And look at how fast that Nemesis go down. This is really nice coordination here from TEC. And I mean, again, they lose only one player. I mean, Kiko gets critically low, but that's an impressive hold. That is a really simple yet very effective strategy.
Yeah, 7-4. It's a good spot to be in for TEC. If they can keep this up, it's going to be a pretty swift map. But like I said, I will be intrigued to see whether or not this kind of coordination remains on Ankara. Spoxy, well, Flex actually is the one to get that kill through the smoke. I just sort of saw the TRG and assumed it was Spoxy. But he's over towards A. And he might actually have to hit a couple of shots of his own in this round as well. You've got Beck and Comics that have already committed to the site. Util getting dumped over the top. Flash is there. And Spoxy now aware that maybe, despite getting that opening kill, he's not going to be surviving on the site. So a 3-on-3 retake will be required. Dezane gets a freebie onto Beck, who's just kind of jumping around in no man's land. And the fast flank from Flex. This round is donezo for Nemesis. Have not been helping themselves out too much, and once again, just a couple of awkward mid-round decisions that get the better of them. TEC happy to walk away with that round, but they are looking pretty sharp today, I will say. TEC a bit more switched on than yesterday.
Yeah, this is really impressive. Like, I was making the comment originally where I was like, look, I'm getting a little nervous at one point, you know, for teams like Nemesis where they're not shooting back, then they started firing back, and TEC was kind of letting it slip, but now it just looks like it's a whole different monster, right? This whole second half, it just seems like it's theirs. They're winning a lot of engagements, or at least getting a one-on-one trade, which would be better to find more than the one, but they're putting up some really good coordination as a group now. This seems to be the most, you know, polished, I would say, they've looked in a little while. Maybe not this round, as Beck's really becoming a bit of a problem child for them, but so far it's been decent. I mean, you got a 4-round lead, you can kind of experiment a little bit. You do have Spoxy alive, let's not forget that, but I mean, you're being asked here for a 1-on-4, making it a 1-on-3. Now the card here from the skies will be able to find that 5th at least, but TEC still a very comfortable lead. They mix things up, it doesn't really work out for them, gets squashed like a pancake. Now they can reconvene and go back to the different game.
TEC maybe not going to get it done quite as easily as they'd hoped. Lineclaw starting to work his way down long. I like this setup, but obviously a lot of it really relies on Spoxy hitting a shot if there's a swing from long. If he misses a shot, Lineclaw is just dead. You do put a lot of faith in your sniper. Util's getting dumped over the top. He must be aware that there's some kind of setup here of Nemesis players on the BL side. Kiko watching for that transition back over to B through middle. Has got the backup of Lionclaw. Sorry, rather, Dezane. Nemesis taking their time.
Kind of waiting it out a little bit, hey? So now with a minute and 20 remaining, TC are gonna kind of reconvene their game plan a little bit. Triple A set up on this one now too, so just actually leaving it for the double B, but Nemesis actually seem to have their sights once again back at this B site. So this is where Kiko is gonna have to lock things down closely here with his teammate. Now the execute's coming through. Dezane trying to hit these shots. He's doing some damage, but he can't seem to find the kill. And now TEC saw their players alive, and now everybody's been able to get their reinforcements have made it. There's Spoxy. Man, that does not need to make any introduction. And look at that. The fact that he's able to find these kills. Lionclaw for the swing in the back lines. Absolutely beautiful. Nemesis just taking way too long in the execute.
He just takes enough time away from Nemesis that flank can come through. So that's great work from Spoxy. A big round from him that puts TEC up to 9. So map point available for them nice and quickly here to start the day off. It's the exact same setup as well from TEC on the defense. They felt that worked well, and so they're going to give it another crack. The long hold wasn't really spotted either. couple of times in a row, but Flex overstays his welcome, and Comics just spams him away through that smoke. So opening pick this time will be going the way of Nemesis. It's going to be a bit more of a spanner in the works for TEC.
Yeah, let's not forget too. That was where for the BL side, where this is where TEC, when they had Spoxy getting these opening duels, that was actually panning out very well for them. So the fact that Nemesis can get this, a little bit of an opening start, like you said, could be a little bit of the kickstart that they need. But still with a minute 15 left, lots to go through, and now Zane hunting to see if he might be able to find this double kill, and he will. He actually seems to be hungry for 3, and there it is. Maybe even looking for 4, but finally goes down, and Spoxy just finishes the deal, and now leaving it down to the 2-on-1. Big Comics right now, the filling, the subbing player now needs to put up something big for them to stay alive in this first map. Otherwise, this thing is going to move on over to Ankara here for the second map, and now the Comics making tons of noise. He knows now his opponents know exactly where his presence is, but he still has time to work with, but it's kind of dwindling here, and now you can see that TEC, they're getting ready for this. They have the full read on it. Seems a bit obvious at this point. Big Comics has a lot of crazy shots. Foxy, the fact that he actually goes wide like this, oh man, it looked gross, but they get it done. TEC, 10 rounds are going to be in their favor, and it's going to be all done here for the opening map of their pick.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a world where he could have won that 1v2. If he had have hit a couple of clean opening shots onto Spoxy, then maybe he had the time to recover for that second fight. Obviously not the case in this particular instance. And TEC, pretty good result for them. They get themselves a clean win on map 1. Again, I think the bulk of the conversation here is really going to have to be how are they going to handle Ankara. It was a map that they didn't play very well on yesterday. They're looking a little bit better today, though. So if maybe some of the shots that were missed yesterday on Ankara, particularly in the hands of Spoxy, are now connected on map 2, we could set ourselves up for a 2-0 here for TEC. But we'll have to find out in a minute or two. It's time for us to take a break and hand it back over to the desk to see what they have to say about map 1.
Yeah, actually, map 1 was pretty... I wouldn't say it was pretty close. It was not close. It was not decent. It felt like TEC, they had the best out of Nemesis, and yeah, at some point it was give or take one-sided, but other than this, it was one-sided map.
Well, exactly. It was kind of one-sided map, especially from the first half when when Nemesis are playing on the global side. There's setup coming out from them, Big Comics, and also Alucard, and then they lose the half 5-4 when they were down 3-1, and then they come back 3-3, which I said, okay, Nemesis now have the chances of have 6-3 and just maybe signs of redemption for them, but this didn't happen, and we've seen TC going forward, moving forward, and getting the rounds. Honestly, I loved how TC played the past rounds that we are used to see from them and starting to get impact. We've seen 5-man A-long pushes, not push but a peak from them. Yes, it was shut down by Alucard, but we've seen the old SHs that we used to win. We've seen the 5-man pushes into the side 2 times or 3 times. It's not always at the beginning of the round, but it worked most of the times from them. Nemesis, they had some answers for some rounds. Comics had some aggressive rounds. We've seen him pushing from AC, going back to their base, going behind TC, getting double kills, opening rounds for them, for his teammates. That's how Nemesis should win, especially if you're playing with a substitute. You would need some risks, you would need to take some aggressive actions, because if you play the passive basic game versus a team like TC, they will definitely read you and get the better the rest of the game. A pick by TC, dominant win by them. Now, I don't want to be saying that TC have the upper hand today, because we've seen yesterday a dominant performance come out from TC on the first map, and then suddenly when they went to unKnights, we've seen a weaker performance from them, and unKnights get the better of them on Ankara as well, which is going to be the second map. So it's a good map, good first start for them. If they're looking for the 2-0, that's the start that they need. However, we cannot assure 100% that TC can close the series 2-0.
Anything can happen, to be honest, with Nemesis here, but the first game, it felt like only Comics trying to do something in the game. Other than that, the rest is just barely existing in the map. On the other side, you're facing, I don't know, the destruction squad. Like, all 5 guys are just making everything look decent versus Nemesis, and also closing the game pretty fast here. You'd see that the first half closed, as you have mentioned, 5-4, but on the second half it was just going to Titans side. 5-1 on the scoreboard, and yeah, that one, it felt like it slipped out of their hands.
Definitely did, because that's the globalist side, right? You're talking about the globalist side on port. You usually lose a lot of rounds, and imagine if you're losing rounds and you don't have the backup rounds that you should take when you were globalist. Talking about Nemesis, of course, when you were globalist, you already lost the half. So if you lose a couple of rounds on the globalist side and then you switch to blacklist side, it's very, very hard for you to get any, let's say, not any rounds, but to get any sort in such rounds, because the enemy team will just have a high confidence, and the momentum will be very high for them, because one round costs you a lot, and that's what happened. And finally, we've seen Spoxy alive. We've seen him hitting crazy quick scoops, by the way, on the retakes on the global side, especially when he was retaking, also on the blacklist side when he was post planting. He did very good. He's the Spoxy that we used to see right now. Yes, I mentioned maybe yesterday he was missing some shots, but it was maybe an off day for him. Today, at least for now, until now, we're talking about only this map. He's playing good, he's doing good, and he's ready also to get TSC on the 2-0.
You warmed up before the game, and it's all paying out for them. And of course, for TSC playing with their setup, and especially if you're gonna speak about their attacking strategy, they had some really strict movement that they were following. Of course, playing on the split execution, we have seen multiple times trying to go through A, and some other time I believe like they had 1 or 2 times where they went for late executions. They shifted things around and found a way to just crack Nemesis and make them fall apart, and that was part of the plan. And of course, trying to have like the upper hand based on their not having their full roster was something that they managed to complete. But before we hit to any conclusions, anything can happen, and Nemesis can also shift things around. So we'll hit to game 2 with Laz and Elfish.
Yes, map 2 getting ready to get stuck in here. Laz, what are your thoughts? Obviously, map 1 looks pretty good for TEC. I think there's no argument really against that, but in regards to the rest of this series, I still have my doubts. I still have my reservations, as I've said a couple of times, particularly because of what we saw yesterday from TEC on Ankara. It looked very, very messy. So I'm hoping to see them with a bit of a resurgence on this map today, but I can't necessarily put money on it at this point.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, truthfully. Like I don't feel like Nemesis are kind of really in the right form, but I do think that they have a good opportunity here for the second map. I do think that TEC have kind of looked a little bit iffy, little shaky on this map. I don't think they've been the greatest on this map, so I'm kind of putting this to be honest, I feel like this could go 3 maps. I just feel like that Nemesis have a pretty good game plan. They have a pretty good, little bit of an execution. They want to get on a map like Ankara, so I do think that could pan out. I don't think Big Comics is like a problem for them. I think he's actually been a really good substitute, to be honest. I know Raffin would be different, but I think Big Comics is still fine. I do think Nemesis have a lot of work cut out for them, but I think that they could easily bring this back to a 3-map series.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Obviously, Big Comics on an individual basis has been more than acceptable, but we'll see whether or not that ends up being enough in a game like this one against TEC, who are typically held in pretty high regard. Again, yesterday we did sort of have our concerns about whether or not they were maybe at 100% this season, but they are just kind of pulling together the wins that they need to. Opening pick of this game, it's going to go the way of Nemesis, so it already sort of starts to look maybe a little bit shakier for TEC straight out of the gates. It is, of course, that double sniper setup for Nemesis as well, but we'll see whether or not that comes into play too much, as TEC have got their own double sniper setup. So I think we'll see some much slower rounds out here from both teams, frankly speaking, as they both kind of just try to work the picks.
Yeah, Spoxy looks like he's trying so hard to be able to find duel. And man, he does. He actually out-aims Dipsy in that position too. You can see Dipsy was waiting for him, completely ready for it, but Spoxy just a little bit more ahead here in the sniper duel. So now things are back to a 4. Oh, actually, just going to say they actually only have 3. So this is where TEC are still down the numbers. So this is a little bit problematic. And it looks like Spoxy's just kind of going for a little bit of a off the leash. They're like, you know what, Spoxy, go kill, do what you can, create some openings if you can for us, please, so that we can figure it out. And now Flex is going to be able to find himself a bit of an opening duel. So Nemesis are kind of giving up some bodies here, which is a little interesting. Beck does find a good timing, though, against Flex. And now Dezane, maybe to find this trade back, he will. This is a really back and forth round. This is very, very awkward. I don't know how we got into this position, especially when Nemesis had such a big advantage. But now TEC, they should be able to get this bomb down, but they got to get going quick because look at Nemesis. They're quick on the heels. They're right behind this. And they might be able to find the timing if they're not too careful. And now it's all about the timing of the player of Spoxy, but my goodness. Comics will be able to save the day, but I don't even know I don't even understand how this round unfolded, to be honest. It felt like
don't know.
It's just so wild. It felt like Nemesis were good, and then TEC just brought it back, and then TEC were just kind of like stuck in the mud.
Was it Kiko that disconnected there?
I think so, yeah, because Lion Claw went down early, and then I think Kiko was alive and then disconnected, and then all of a sudden I saw they had 3, so I was like, oh, this is a problem.
Yeah, it looks like he's still disconnected as well, so maybe the internet's out, which is not exactly going to be a fantastic turn of events, you would suggest. We'll see.
Yeah, if he wouldn't have DC'd, I feel like, I don't know. I mean, again, hard to say, but it could have been a very different round. But funny demonstration to see someone like Spoxy just running around getting kills, but just wasn't enough.
Not necessarily sure exactly what the issue is or how long this is going to be. Dipsy's getting pretty vocal here for Nemesis. Okay, looks like it's resolved nice and quick. That's good. Maybe just a little PC crash or something like that. Get ourselves back into the game in just a second.
Let's go. It's pretty cool to see. I think we say this every time, but I think I'm always just happy to see Nemesis like landing together. I think that's actually such a cool opportunity for them, right? Like, just get those comms like a second or two a little bit better and build the teamwork a bit more. Love to see it. Getting them ready for the big internationals, you know?
Yeah, and I think they need to do everything they can to get ready for those because they're not exactly the easiest of competitions, to be fair.
Yeah, there's a few good teams in there.
Yeah.
1 or 2.
Let's see how things shape up.
Yeah, TEC actually, it's interesting because they're going to get ready for this 8 pop, but again, they have 3 players from Nemesis that are here. Flex is actually going to swing ahead by himself, and actually, surprisingly, I didn't know if this was going to be the cleanest thing, but it looks like it starts off to be, but oh no, but back! Oh, he just sprays him down, a mow down indeed, and oh, it was looking decent for TEC, but then again, they just kind of, they get stuck in this weird like orbit where they just kind of sit there, and then all of a sudden this Nemesis come right back into this game, and I think Spoxy, I mean, again, this is not an easy position to be in because he has to go for a swing, and Beck's going to be able to find himself a 4-piece this round. Absolutely massive from the IGL here of Nemesis.
Yeah, starting to get the same kind of energy that we did yesterday from TEC, where they did have a pretty good start, or at least in a few rounds it felt like they had a pretty good start, but they just couldn't really get anything done. The A hits in particular were quite problematic for them. They defaulted back to like a number of A executes on their BL side, and they barely had any success with it. So 2 rounds in. Okay, first round obviously comes down to a bit of a clutch, bit of a disconnection issue, sure. But second round, that's very reminiscent of what we saw yesterday, which I don't think necessarily a great sign.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like TEC definitely have a little bit of work cut off for them on this map, and they're going to have to do some big review on this, right? Because it definitely seems to be a very popular map in our rotation for the CFWL, but we'll see. Still plenty of action. I'm not going to totally count them out yet, but there is improvements needed, and I would agree with you there, Jordan. But Lion Claw should be able to find this opening duel. He does. A little bit of redemption here from the previous Now they find themselves that opening duel, which is going to be nice because that B site is actually wide open. Now they're going to try to cut this rotation right in half. And that's going to be the 1, maybe make it the 2 from Flex. I'm not sure. It looks a little bit labored. Doesn't get the kill, but it's an instant trade back here from Spoxy. Now just leaves it down to Big Comics. TEC should be able to have this on a silver platter for their first round in this second map. It's just a matter of time, unless Big Comics can do the impossible here. But he gets overwhelmed by the numbers. Right back into this game we go. Only down by 1, but TEC show a very impressive round and such an improvement from what we saw for the first 2.
Yeah, every round like that is going to be gold for them as well. They be loving these BL rounds, as many as they can potentially grab. So obviously still a ways to go in this first half, but nice to put one on the board early on in the piece rather than having to continue to try to chip away at a massive deficit. Slower start again to this round. TEC are typically going to be that kind of slow-paced team. Not getting up to anything too outrageous too early on in most of the rounds. They're not a very rush-heavy lineup.
Yeah, that's true. I'm curious if, you know, for Nemesis, just like for the GR side, like, because the one thing that was really cool on Port, even though it didn't go their way, is like, again, they were being quite aggressive and like fighting for the control. So it would be kind of see if they actually do go for those spontaneous A pushes or maybe even down mid. But this time they're just going to stay down to the 3 and 2 setup. And TEC are actually, again, just going to allow Kiko to kind of go for a little bit of a jaunt here, maybe up mid stairs, but he's still kind of hesitant on this play too. TEC are really pulling this back. Like, they have no sort of qualms right now that they want to make much of a play at the moment. They're really thinking that Nemesis are going to make a big swing. But now they have to kind of get moving. This hotel control is actually up for free. There's no one here at all, so this is going to be free real estate for them. But look at Nemesis, already full rotate. They got the triple player back into the speed site. And TEC might be running into a bear trap again. But let's not forget, doesn't mean that they can't break it down. They've been able to prove that they have the firepower for this.
Good hold so far from him. Dipsy can swing off of that contact. This is a nice 1-2 punch on the side. We need that fight to come in from Kiko, and I mean, his position noted obviously with that kill from Alucard is going to mean it's not resulting in a whole lot. 3 now on this GR side. Work being put in by Nemesis is certainly paying off on this map, and I feel as though that conversation that I was bringing up is very much starting to look true, that Kara is a real problem for TEC, and they can have a couple of moments on it, but by and large they don't really seem entirely comfortable on this map.
Yeah, they definitely don't. It definitely feels like they're kind of just, you know, playing super slow defaults and just like hoping to get a pick, and then they can do something with it on the BL side, which, yes, it can work at times, but when you're playing a team like Nemesis or even high caliber teams, like it's just not going to pan out for you, right? Like it's going to be the saving grace. You see Flex tries to get a little bit angry with this util, but it's actually Big Comics is able to take it out. Kiko with a good trade back at least, but Nemesis are just loading this kill feed right now, so they've been able to win a lot of duels in their favor. And TEC kind of do a little bit of a mixture on this play, like kind of a little bit of a free-for-all on this one, where they just kind of go one by one and go for these fights, which I don't know if I'm really a big fan of. So now again, Spoxy in a tough position where he has to be able to find an opening duel again, bring things back to an equalize. But Alucard should be able to have a strong position here. Just misses the timing for the information. But now Spoxy's not going to mess around. He's going to make his move. He's going to try to start to creep up and get some information if needed. And now Nemesis actually, they vacated the site. So they're going to actually play full retake on this. They actually had a different idea. They thought that this might have been an A hit, but instead, Jordan, they're all here for the B site. And now Nemesis, got to get going, but they might be able to do a full-on sandwich. Look at that. Dipsy with a 1-2-3. Yes, please. Oh my goodness, TEC, these post plans are looking abysmal.
Yeah, it's not exactly the kind of post plan that you want, is it? Really, you can't have 3 players stuck in the same position. They just don't get the time to get off of the site. But then it seems like nobody even really paying attention to what's coming from behind. Dipsy getting away with 3 there feels a little bit illegal. TEC losing their heads a little bit here on Ankara once again. So the question, of course, would be whether or not there's going to be any sort of recovery, but I think based on what we saw yesterday, we can't really rely upon that. Just going to keep plugging away and seeing what they can do. A lot of, not so much basic errors occurring here, but things being kind of overlooked, I suppose, by TEC. Maybe that familiarity and comfort on the map isn't necessarily there in the same way that card this time will go down pretty early on in the piece, and Dipsy gets dropped as well. That's brilliant from Dezane. A 2k on the edge. You think that should be enough to win the round here for TEC, but Lionclaw's just kind of floating around on his own, gives up at least one of the player advantages.
Yeah, which seems kind of concerning too, because again, Dezane is very low, despite getting that double entry. Like, his HP is not great. Go, man, he's been able to find himself a 2-piece as well. So that is definitely going to save the day here, because again, if Kiko would have went down, that could have created a lot more opening here for Nemesis, because again, that was 3 players that were fighting for that hotel control. But now it's down to 12 seconds remaining. Big comics, you have to go against 3 players. It kind of feels like your fate is already sealed. And yeah, there we go. Now we get to see, you know, the cylinders firing a little bit here from TEC. Things are starting to look a little bit better, but again, you got to give the credit to Dezane. Like you said, it was a brilliant opening duel, double kill, I should say. Yeah, right. That just created so much space for these guys, and that's what they need, right? They have to kind of, you know, again, showcase their firepower a little bit more, and maybe that could be the vote of confidence for them.
Still need to recover quite a number of rounds, though, before this half actually becomes something worth speaking to. Low HP on Alucard. That's another avenue into B, potentially, but he has called for the rotate across. Beck and Dipsy are going to be here to drop down and try to resist that C4 as well. It's going to be an all-out brawl, 2 for 2 thus far, but Alucard low, like I said, freebie and flex. Raw Comics on the rotate, so much better timed entry in this instance from TEC, and I think also more importantly, they actually just kind of hit their shots too.
Yeah, absolutely. It just feels like TEC have kind of just, you know, gone into, like, you know, from 3rd gear to 4th gear. Like, it just seems like way better driving that's happening now. They've been able to find 2 rounds in a row for them. They're picking up a lot of good duels. They're starting to get that firepower activated like I talked about. So this is already a massive move, because it felt like they were kind of in their own heads. Like, these positions that they were doing and these post plants, it just felt like nothing made sense. Like, everything was just like so slow, and they were just dragging out, and it just wasn't the same TEC that we're used to. But now we're starting to see, you know, everyone's like, okay, hang on, enough's enough. We're going to start to play. We're going to fire back a little bit. Dezane getting himself a little bit hot with the rifle. We're starting to see Flex do a little bit of things. Spoxy still just running around rampant here with the TRG. So that's where now, you know, Nemesis calling the timeout makes a lot of sense. They've lost some control of this game. Probably good for them just to have a conversation. And remember what we saw in Port? There's a lot of, you know, words of wisdom that happened, you know, amongst the team and Kevin, where they became a whole different group after this timeout. So that's where I'm kind of wondering as well.
Yep. Yeah, the winds of change starting to come through here for Nemesis a little bit, and they're feeling it. So a similar kind of vibe maybe to what we had on map 1. Early attack timeout for Nemesis. TEC kind of starting to get on top, and that's concerning them a little bit. So see if they can make any changes early on in the piece here. But it is still early days to be calling attack timeout. I mean, there's a lot of legs in this map. You'd like to have it a little bit later on in the piece. That's not going to be an option for them anymore.
Well, definitely not. And I think this is where, like you said, it's a big question if Nemesis are going to be able to have a good conversation to be able to get themselves a little bit back in this game, because it was a really strong beginning of this, and then it kind of again feels like TEC out of nowhere. They're just like, no, we still want to play. We're still here, and we want to make this really close. And then that's where Nemesis start to get a little bit more shaken in the boots a little bit. But now we're ready to go back in. It seems like all the teams are ready. Everybody's getting excited. And we are back. So 4-3. Like we said, Nemesis still in the lead, but TEC have been able to find themselves to 2 rounds in a row now, making this a 1-round affair. So we'll see what TEC want to do with this. Again, they're kind of simplifying their ideas a little bit on the BL side. Seems to be working some magic. And then Nate just missing the timing, unfortunately, here from Big Comics. It was the right idea. Unfortunately, the execution just a little bit too overzealous. But now they're just going to go for a swing. TEC, they're not even going to mess around. They're just actually going to go for the full exec, wait things through. Look at Lionfall being an opener. It's a 1-2 combination. Nemesis do not have an answer at all. Look at how fast they crumble. Dipsy is still alive. Beck here with critical HP into this one. Flex needs to be able to win this duel, and he does. And now for the IGL of Nemesis, for a 1-on-3 with low HP, does have his opponents critically low as well, but he's going to have to be flawless. He's going to have to be picture perfect on these shots, and that is asking a whole lot here, Jordan.
Yeah, I can't see it happening. I mean, the rotate that he has to make and the setup that he's going to walk into as well, like there's just, I don't think there's really an avenue where he can get the multi-kill that he needs. Okay, he's going to get Flex for free, sure, but with 20 seconds left, he's still got to find both the Zane and Lionclaw, not only find them, but also kill them and do it without taking a single bullet. It's just not going to happen. Quick trade from Lionclaw. He got it close. Credit to Beck, but it was really quite an unwinnable position to be in. It would have had to have been a massive mistake from TEC to allow it to happen. So they get themselves to 4-4, and again, a good recovery coming through here, and again, a chance at a 5-4 lead at the end of the half, which was the scoreline that we did see on Port. So, you know, I'm kind of appreciating the tenacity that we're seeing from TEC today. I think that's been a little bit lacking in some of the earlier matches from them. But this is starting to impress.
Yeah, this is definitely feeling a little bit more back to like kind of their old selves, right? Like they're just, you know, they know what they can bring to the table, they know what they can do, and they're giving them respect for the fact they just run through smoke like that and just kind of pop flash through. Look at this. Like great execution onto this. They kind of realized, okay, look, like Nemesis want us to play slow. They want us to be this very like typical style. Let's just, you know, be unpredictable and be aggressive. And it's panning them out very well here. And like I said, now it's to the brink of them being able to find themselves a fifth. And it's all just down to Beck again for a clutch scenario for a 1-on-4. This time everybody's got a lot of HP, but he's only got 20 seconds that he has to work with, and everybody knows exactly where he is. He's going to try to go for this pop flash. He's just going to go for the Hail Mary. He has to do something big, but he's still stuck in fence. So this might be done. This might be done already. Beck's going to have to be lights out, but unfortunately, lights out will be closing behind the door with him, and there we go. TEC actually do put themselves in a lead position, being down in the deficits. It looked like Nemesis were going to just run over this map, but somehow they come right back into this and show us some life.
Yeah, I mean, it's a better approach from TEC so far. We've obviously still have to have a look at what they have on their GR side, but I think that was a much better look than what they showed us yesterday, particularly on the attack of Ankara. It's sometimes a map that at least they had struggled on historically. And so to see a little bit of a resurgence like that, I think 5 rounds more than acceptable. Nemesis, I mean, obviously there's the big comics factor. But what are they going to do to turn this back around? Has been really neither here nor there from Nemesis today. And considering they were a top 2 team last season, they're trying to push for that again this season. They do need to be kind of winning series like this one, right? Like the expectations do go up, and maybe they've gone up a little bit too high for Nemesis. We'll see whether or not they can recover this.
Yeah, it's the biggest question, isn't it? And yeah, like it always kind of makes you beg the question too, like you said, like bringing like the sub and like how much that can change things a little bit. But I mean, thankfully we've seen, like I said, Big Comics do well in this team, but obviously it's always going to be different when you don't have your full 5. So it's a little bit of an unfortunate situation, especially in this part of the season where points and the placements and everything is going to matter the most. Like this is where it starts to get really down to the nitty gritty. And talking about nitty gritty, TEC tried to do something a little bit calculated this time. They actually try to go for a little bit of a spontaneous fight in mid. Doesn't look good at first, but then Dezane being able to activate the rifle again does seem to pan out very well. And look at that, Spoxy is going to be patient, is going to be able to find the tee up, now giving them the man advantage and putting themselves in a great position right now where Nemesis are down to 2 players only. But again, you got full utility. You have Dipsy, you have Beck, probably, you know, some of the stronger players on this team that can bring a lot to this. They're going to have a free A site, but this post plan is going to be the utmost importance.
Yeah, very retakeable though. Just the 2 players here, Beck and Dipsy. Beck's been pretty sharp. I have appreciated what Beck's been able to put together this season so far on an individual level. So think he's quite liable to grab a couple here, especially from the position that he's in. If he gets that opening kill clean, and his timing looks great. Spoxy dealt with 15 seconds, and that's going to have TEC kind of scrambling. They have to worry about Beck behind. Kiko doesn't even find the trade, and this is what I'm talking about. Beck is doing well on an individual basis, but he's kind of been let down by Dipsy. The site has been taken. It won't matter, though. Beck, a beautiful hold. Gets all three, and recovers around for Nemesis.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, the fact that Beck was able to put up huge numbers like that, being able to put up the clutch, like you said, he's been very, very efficient, and he's been able to just put up a lot of matters into his own hands, and a job well done to him. The fact that he gets the ace, the fact that he's able to just find 4 or 5 players is actually just kind of insane when you think about it. So not bad at all here for the IGL. I like the idea from Kiko. It was a good attempt. I mean, there wasn't really a lot of options. Time was dwindling. He had to make a choice, and he knew that Beck was deep in main, so the flash was the right idea to go for it. It was just, Beck with the perfect timing to turn away from it. So yeah. Big round from Nemesis, back into this game, an even score of a 5-5. And that might be enough here to, get the tires on the road here for Nemesis to feel a lot better about this, because it felt like TEC were just starting to get themselves in momentum. But now that momentum has kind of hit a little bit of a halter.
Yeah, I think both parties played that one well, to be quite honest. It has slowed things down a little bit for Nemesis here. Lion Claw having a look in towards middle. Won't see much. Nemesis are not exploring that avenue just yet, though. They push into hotels. The contact play, they've not also seen much. It's a really reserved hold for TEC. They've gone for the 3-1-1 split, and if TEC do make the call to go B, it's going to be a good one. This is where Spoxy really has to connect his shots, and it's a position yesterday where he was struggling in as well. He goes down for free and pretty much just loses the round straight up for TEC, because they lose all control of that B side, and they're going to have to try to put together a retake with 3-on-5 deficit.
Yeah, with the 3-on-5 deficit too, it is nice that Flux is able to find a little bit of kill too. And actually, Flux tries to get a little bit cheeky. He was thinking he can maybe get the timing of this through the smoke. He might be able to find something. Nice shot from Zane though. Nice little bit of a one-tap. But again, a 2-on-3. You have HP very low here for Nemesis, so this is not great. Alucard's the only one that's full HP right now. And Dezane, his position's been compromised. You know exactly where he is. He spotted the one player, but now Dezane, he gets another kill for free. This is becoming a problem. Kiko needs to find this kill, and there it is. TEC, they have now started to figure things out, but Alucard has to do something big. Rig around the Rosie. He picks up the rifle now. Dezane, very, very low. It just takes one shot. That's all they need, and it should be done. And Nemesis, by the skin of their teeth, are going to be able to pull through a round, but man, it felt like TEC were kind of pulling the rug under them at one point, but thankfully for Alucard, he was able to counter that.
Yeah, I mean, that is honestly a little bit too close for comfort for Nemesis, given how that round was looking. But still, 2 on the board for Nemesis at the start of the BL side. They're starting to look a little bit better. Flex just out in no man's land. Tries to find a duel with Dipsy. Doesn't hit a single shot. Will go down as a result.
Yeah, that's where I struggle sometimes too, is like when watching Flex, it's like he kind of makes, like, again, he always likes to be the playmaker. He always likes to get information, but again, it feels like he always is the first player down. He's kind of down quickly, like almost where, I don't want to say it's predictable, but it kind of almost feels like it is. Like most teams kind of know that he's going to do something spontaneous, or he's going to try to do something a little bit cheeky, but his timings just seem to be a little bit off. Because remember a couple of years ago, like, it was so effective. Like, I feel like I remember he was just constantly a nuisance for people, but now it seems like people have kind of figured this out a little bit. And that might be the costly, part of this round, right? Like losing a player that quickly and that early on, it really does kind of shift your defense on the GR side, which makes it problematic.
Suspect TEC are going to want to have this would probably be the time to do it. 7-5 down. You've still got 3 rounds to play with. Certainly a recovery needed in this second half, though. They are not looking anywhere near as competitive in the second half as they were in the first half. Looks like the Zane's just trying to, pump the team up a little bit. A couple of claps, couple of let's go, guys. Like, you know. But what do you do? Some of these rounds have come down to clutches. That kind of happens. But GR side, you can't be losing players early on in these rounds in the way that they have been. So that has to be something that TEC work out. If both Flex and Spoxy are not getting work done with the TRG and they're not finding openings, they can't play the aggressive lines that they're playing.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good job from Nemesis, right? They've been able to kind of isolate these guys a little bit where they're not able to utilize them very well. So that's where you get to see TEC kind of crumble a bit here, right? This is where their problems start to arise really quickly. But I kind of would like to see them, you know, I like the idea they had where they did that mid crunch later in the, I think that was the second or first round, if I'm not mistaken, but where they kind of went for that. That's the GR side. I thought that was interesting. Wouldn't mind that again if they kind of don't just do it instantly, but maybe they kind of wait it out and then kind of go for the element of surprise. I don't mind that. I think that's something, again, like Nemesis do really well on their GR side, is they fight for a lot of control. I'd like to see that from TEC if they can go for it, but we'll have to wait and see if they want to do anything like that. And it's tough to do those kind of plays in a position like this when the score's this close and you're down now. This is not always easy, but you almost kind of have to make a bit of a, you have to almost make a bit of a statement and get in the heads of your opponents too, right? Because Nemesis are feeling good right now.
What's happening here?
I think Kiko, I mean, his screen was frozen, so I don't know if maybe again he had like an issue, but I'm hoping not. Speculation, but we'll see. Kevin always has this look on the camera where I feel like he always knows we're talking. He like looks right in our eyes. Oh, he's back. Okay, maybe it's not Kiko.
All right, back on in. It was a pretty extended time out there, but we'll see whether or not that's going to be what TEC needed. 7-5 the scoreline. Bit of recovering required on this GR side where they have not found themselves a round just yet. It seems like they might do so this time. Kiko and Spoxy starting it quite nicely. Good trade back from Alucard, but Flex is in an advanced position, ensuring there's nobody peeking his way down the middle. It's a good start up here for TEC to start round number 13.
Yeah, that's really nice. Again, that was kind of what I was saying. Like, it'd be nice for them to go for a bit of a element of surprise, you know, a little bit of hit, and that way I like it. Like, they threw some good utility. Kiko, you can see he was kind of waiting for things out in the perfect timing through Vent, being able to find that kill, and then just backs on off, right? I mean, the cost of Spoxy, sure, which is costly right now for TEC, but that's still really nice here to be able to take down Dipsy, been able to find big comics. So this is where now Nemesis have to kind of figure out a little bit of a different game plan here, being down the numbers by 2. So this is going to be more problematic. You already have Lion Claw posted deep into Hotel, a really heavy lean on mid and B right now from TEC. So they've actually given up A almost, I think, in its entirety. So this is a good gamble. Whereas right now you can see that Nemesis have not really a good idea what they want to do. It kind of seems like they're entertaining the idea of going through double door here to see if they can be able to grab some real estate. But if Lion Claw gets this 1 kill, gets out, but instead, Lion Claw's going to go for swing and find both. So it doesn't even matter. He doesn't even need just 1. He's going to do 2. So he's going to do double the expectation I had. Bomb's going to be dropped. Alucard, again, getting already tagged. This is already looking an issue. Should be done and dusted and immediately. Really nice round from TC, being able to find themselves a way back into this. Still down in the deficits, though, but not a bad way to make a statement here with, 4 alive.
Yeah, I mean, they much needed it, didn't they? It was not looking like a very good GR half. Now, though, that momentum back. Flex spots multiple members, can't connect onto any of them. Info, though, given that this is very much looking like it's going to be an A take, and that util getting dumped over the top. The take goes down early on in the piece, but Flex with a heroic hold alongside Kiko will get it done for TEC. Made it look so easy, and straight off the timeout, they're back to a 7-7 scoreline. So nice little recovery being put together here by TEC, and they're homing back in on a potential 2-0.
Yeah, I really like this, though. Again, they're just like going for these quick little peaks. They go for these duels if they can. Look at Foxy. Like, now he's going to play like through underpass. He's going to try to see what he can do. Flex is going to be a little bit of that bait for him because they think it's just Foxy, right? So now Flex should be able to find the straight back again. Unfortunately, he misses the first one, but does redeem himself here for the second. Now Beck might try to reconvene. He might try to go for this fight again, but he takes a ton of damage from that nade. So TEC already looking so much more composed here since that timeout. That little bit of an extra extension maybe gave them the breathing room they needed.
It just seems to have settled things down a little bit for TEC. Shots are connecting much better now as well. There's a lot working in the favor of TEC at this point. Lion Claw posted on a forward line. Beck, half HP, seems to be the one that might take the fight with him, so it should not be favorable for Beck, but he wins it anyway. Lion Claw missing a trick, allows this to go back to 4-on-4. Dezane wants to see if he can trade that down, and he will get the better of Beck, so we're back to numbers advantage for TEC. 1 minute left on the clock here into round number 15. The progression up in middle here from Dipsy. Not going to be enough to cut off the rotate. He'll just reset back over towards A, maybe rejoin the rest of his team. They've decided they want to go B. It's a very late point in the round to make that call, but TEC have fully rotated over to A. They are expecting an A hit.
Yeah, they got a bit of a read on their own that they're thinking, okay, it's going to be A, but unfortunately it's the little bit of a calculation here from Flex's IGL abilities, but now they kind of realize, okay, hang on, let's go through A main. They're going to be of interest, and now Flex is getting a ton of information. Everybody there is going to be in the site. Big Comics might be able to find himself an easy little bit of a duel. That's fine, but now it's a question about 17 seconds. You have to get moving, and there's spots for the big swing. To be able to find the double. He will not. And you can see that TEC actually just activate the rifles. Time is ticking away. This is where we see one of these players go for a runaway, but there we go. Kiko being able to find himself the kill. TEC now being able to find themselves a lead position by 1 round. Nemesis have not been able to find an answer back since this timeout. So this is now where things start to get a little bit nerve-wracking here. This is where TEC are mixing things up just enough. And now Flex is trying to see if he can put some little bit of work here with the TRG. Does he overextend it? He does. Oh my goodness. And he gets away with it. He doesn't even get traded out. That's a bit of a problem. Finally does now as Flex again reconvenes for the fight. I don't know why, but this is a little bit chaotic. But TEC are starting to get in the heads, I think, for Nemesis.
Yeah, 100%. You're spiraling a little bit here. If you're Nemesis and you lose this round, it goes up to 9 for TEC. You think, man, we were kind of on the cards to win this map, and now all of a sudden TEC are kind of putting us to the sword. There's a good shot from Dezane, but you kind of have to question what is Big Comics doing, just kind of floating around there on his own.
Yeah, some of these positions have been so awkward too. Like I think even we saw Lionclaw a couple times, like with some weird ones where he's just like out in the open. Now we're starting to see it from Nemesis a little bit. But we'll have to see. They have to get a big opening here. Lionclaw was talking about being wide open. This time he actually pulls back a little bit better. Him and Dezane now going to be able to lock this site. Everybody's joining this. So now for Nemesis, problems arise. Dezane goes for a massive swing with a double. And look at that. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, man, the back. Oh, my God. He almost got away with that.
Yeah, they lined up for him, didn't they? Certainly was doable. But, I mean, it doesn't matter how close you get at the scoreline here. Still going to read 9-7, favoring TEC. They've got a couple of rounds to try to close this one out. They do close it out here. I'm prepared to say it's been a much better performance from them today than it has been yesterday. Flex looking, hunting for a pick. He will get one onto Big Comics. That's the opener that TEC wants. Costs Flex a lot of his HP.
Nice kill for Lionclaw too. You can see even the little bit of hesitation from him. Look at Kiko. Oh, I don't even know what the idea was. I think he thought that a player was going to be able to go underneath him and like running through, but at least he could still get the 1-for-1 here. So that's not a bad situation. Flex is still alive, so there is 4 players remaining here for TEC, but Alucard and Comics remaining here for Nemesis. And now they still have to get this ball down. They are going to get it done now. TEC, it's been there's been a little bit of a shaky retake here and there that we've seen. But with the numbers, you would think that they might be able to find themselves the advantage in this situation. Nade's going to land. Alucard gets caught here with the pin. And TEC still waiting things out. They're just kind of baiting the smoke as much as possible for the timing, but they have to get moving. It's 19 seconds remaining on this thing. Now they're going to go for a swing, and look at that. Alucard finds 3 big kills. 12 seconds remaining. Comics just needs to play a little bit of cat and mouse on this. Should be able to have it done. Spoxy, I don't think he's going to have enough time for this for the kill plus defuse. And there we go. Nemesis going to be able to find themselves another round to stay alive in this game, but it is all down to Alucard. The fact that he can swing like that and get 3 is absolutely insane.
I mean, it's always going to be tough to trade him out when you're pushing out through a smoke, so TEC can't really blame them for that necessarily. It's just a nice play from Alucard, hits the shots that he needs to. So we're down to the final round of regulation. Seems to be quite the recurring trend this season. A lot of these matches going to OTs, going to 10-8s. It's very, very close. Alucard starts well against Spoxy, who goes for a bit of a miscellaneous swing in through middle. We haven't really seen that from him too much on this GR side, and it's been punished this time by Alucard, who's stepped up in these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, it really seems like Alucard has kind of picked things up a lot, right? I mean, this is where I think we've all talked about it throughout the season, is saying throughout the 26 years that Alucard really has improved. Like, it feels like he's really been able to reinvent his game plan and like the way he plays. It's been great to see, right? I mean, someone that's been around for a very long time, but the fact that, you know, he can make a big impact for his play style to change, and the impact he's able to still bring into the server, of course. And now, like you said, he's really picked up some slack here in the fragging department for Nemesis. But now they're going to need to find 4 more frags, and then that way we can push things over to overtime. And then otherwise, TEC, they could be done here with a 10-8, but being down Spoxy, not going to be easy. And this setup from their defense is interesting because you got the triple player B, you have the one just solo anchoring A, so that's Kiko, but
yep.
Nemesis, I'm still lots of time to work with.
It's a gamble stack from TEC. You kind of have to do that when you're in a 4-on-5. Either that or maybe try to push Extremity somewhere. They are hoping it's not going to be a hit towards A. Correct! Dezane, oh, he had a chance for 3 there. Frankly, had a bit of extra time maybe to recalibrate than he ought to have, but only able to get himself the couple. Still, Lionclaw cuts one off. Comics down. It's all on the shoulders of Kiko. He was that sole A player. Now he has to be the clutcher here for TEC. Plan's not going to go down on B. Kiko's waiting. No, he's disconnected.
I know. I was gonna say,
it
looked
like
he
was disconnected.
I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, no, he's just sitting there. I was like, there's no way. Poor guy.
Well,
like I think he's had a lot of tech issues today. It's so unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, I guess we're going OT. I mean, this has to be frustrating. Look, you're not likely to win that round anyway, but
It's
man,
still
that's just
sucks.
annoying.
It is, yeah. Like, especially when he had full HP, like he did have time to get there. So it's not like, you know, Nemesis were in like strong positions. Like they were still kind of running around in the site too. So like, yeah, anything could happen. You never know, obviously, but yeah, that's frustrating for TEC to be dropped like that. But either way, I mean, I guess now a little bit of time here for both teams to kind of, again, like you said, recalibrate themselves, get themselves ready for the overtime. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow for TEC, right? I mean, this is where they had a pretty decent lead, then they kind of let it slip between their fingers a bit. But now it's a big question where Nemesis, you can see, look at how passionate everybody is. They are just talking away here, but very animated group. But we'll see what both these teams are going to be able to bring through here for the first overtime of the day, Jordan. Has to be the first series.
Yeah, indeed. Big overtime coming up here. We'll see whether or not Nemesis can get it done. Dipsy looking quite animated, as you say. So maybe Nemesis can still push this through to a third. Me too, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It has obviously been a pretty long delay. There was some tech issues. There is always issues, but we're back in, and it seems as though Kiko's going to stick around. There was word about him potentially having to be subbed out, but looks like he's here for now and hopefully here for the rest of the OT. Otherwise, it will be a tough day at the office for TEC. Contributing is Kiko at the start of this round, so that is something. 5-on-4 for TEC, and I'm not going to lie, Laz. If I was TEC and I had Kiko disconnecting constantly, I wouldn't be playing slow anymore. I'd be thinking, we need to pick the pace up here because there's a possibility that at any point in any of these rounds, he just disconnects again.
But you literally read my mind. I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm like, okay, look, this whole slow playing, not a thing anymore. They got to just kind of go hightail a little bit more. They got to start to go in overdrive a little bit and get things moving so they don't have to worry about them disconnecting again. So completely agree with you. Seems like now they're starting to get some shots connecting. They're starting to win some duels. All 5 players are still alive from TEC too. So now Nemesis down to 3. Only, one of the players alive is Dipsy close on by, but he actually goes down quick and early here too. So TEC might be able to have themselves a bit of a field day with the opening round of overtime going their way, unless we see Nemesis pull up a 2-on-5 retake, which I feel like I haven't seen that in a little while.
Yeah, I think that's probably wishful thinking with 28 seconds on the clock here as well. They are still smoked out of the site, so pretty unlikely they're going to get much done. Flashes, still a bunch of Utah getting popped in their face. There is really nothing to be said there. It's double digits for TEC. They're up to 10, but they need to now get to 13 to secure this map.
TEC now going through mid inside or instead now, and this is where it's actually going to be Fluxus on the other side of the main here. Dipsy should be able to have him dead to rights, and he does. So that's the opening duel now. Beck Shine actually takes down the bomb carrier here, so that's a really nice kill. So TEC are actually losing 2 early on, and this is where Nemesis actually take a little bit of control of the game back and win. Seems like they're just going to win every single gunfight they get put into. TEC now being put in the position of a 2-on-5 requirement. You got Kiko alive. You still have Lion Claw. Not typically the duo you see alive in the last remaining parts of the rounds, but Kiko does find himself a nice little bit of a cheeky headshot in the comics, but they're going to need to find a lot more than that if they want to make this a conversation here for an 11th round grabbed up. But Nemesis looking primed and ready.
Now, let's not forget, this could still be a 1v4 actually for Lion Claw at any moment. Kiko looking okay for now. He's the one holding the C4 as well, so he's kind of a VIP at this point.
Yeah, he kind of is, isn't he?
1 minute on the clock, and Kiko and Lion Claw slowly working their way toward A. They probably do get an isolated 2v2 here if they put it in the end, they go through main, and so in the end, it's not looking too crash hot for them. Kiko will be getting nothing done That is 10 for Nemesis, so they are not going to let TEC run away with things here.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting it, right? I was definitely thinking this was still going to go back and forth a little bit, but Nemesis still showing that they got some life left in them. They got actually triple snipers right now, so this is very interesting. You have Dipsy, Alucard, and Big Comics actually with the TRG, so this is a very different setup here for the defensive side of Nemesis. I get to see that a whole lot too often. Now, Spoxy should be able to find the timing of Beck, but maybe he's going to step away. And oh, man, okay, Spoxy. Actually, flick of the wrist, gets it done. Takes a ton of health on it, though, but I can't believe Becky, unfortunately, is going to be slamming the desk. That's a tough one to lose. It felt like you had him easily 9 times out of 10. But a good trade back with the utility here from Nemesis, and now it's a 4-4. Nade's going to get thrown here. Nemesis now have to lock things down. Dipsy with 1. Dipsy does get himself the second. He does with the bomb carrier, and he is hunting for more, Jordan. And now they got to get this bomb down. The rotates are coming in, but it's a little bit slow in the draw. They're taking their time, and TEC don't seem to be rushing this plant either.
Folks gonna have to get it done himself. Yeah.
Oh, goodbye.
It's going to be another pause probably after this. Kiko being a real problem point for TEC. Plant does go down. See if Flex can put this together as an isolated individual. Not going to be the easiest of rounds, but certainly not the hardest. A 2v1, definitely doable. Needs to find a clean opening duel. I don't know if they've seen him on the cross there, but he's going to swing and might get Alucard on the timing. No, playing around the stairs. It's a pretty standard, pretty expected, you'd think, and so easily dealt with for Nemesis. I mean, this has to be frustrating. I've said it already. I mean, it's frustrating for me. I can only imagine how frustrating this is for TEC at this point. Like, this is getting a bit silly.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's really hard when you're a team and your teammates just lagging out, and there's nothing there's nothing you can do. It's just like tech issues, right? So it is frustrating. It's so infuriating, and for Nemesis, it's going to be a great position for them to feel in, right? Because now they're starting to get themselves this bit of an advantage in the situation. So any team would take opportunity of it, but we're gonna wait and see what's gonna happen here. This is, I think, the biggest question, so we're probably gonna take a few minutes here, figure out what's happening with Kiko, whether he stays in, whether he goes out. But as soon as we know, you're gonna know.
Okay, we are back. Appreciate your patience once again. And the news now is that Kiko has indeed been subbed out. One might argue that perhaps should have happened before we went into the initial OT, because he did DC and lose a round essentially for TEC, but that's fine. It's Freakies in the server now. Alucard has started well for Nemesis in this round, and TEC potentially in danger of dropping this map and allowing this to go through to Eli.
Yeah, this is a lot for TEC, right? I mean, like you said, the fact that, you know, unfortunately for Kiko, unintentionally, it cost them a round potentially. So now, you know, Freakies has to join, which that's really tough. We have someone coming in very cold, hasn't really played. So a lot of things against right now. All the cards are seeming to be against TEC at the given moment, but we'll see if Nemesis can actually capitalize, right? That's the biggest thing here too. And now I have to see the Lion Claw in Hotel. He's been able to escape with his life for the time being, but the cost of Spoxy has been done. So now he's removed from this round. This now begs the question from TEC, who is going to be able to step up? We've seen Dezane being able to get himself lighting up with the rifle, but can it be enough? You still have all 5 players alive here from Nemesis. Double player setup here from the defense and A. Sporting the 1-and-1. Dipsy being able to find this big kill into middle. So now it feels like TEC, slowly and surely, they're getting picked apart.
Yep. You'll have to try something. Maybe this setup can actually be something of value. We'll have to see how Freakies obviously goes, but, you know, 2 players here to defend it. It is defendable if they hit their shots cleanly. But Main gets that open up. Obviously concerned about that red position. Freakies needs to step up here. Can he find the double? Not quite. That brings it back to the 1v2. Lion Claw will spawn out with Comics and can't deal with him. So it is Nemesis onto map point.
Yeah, Nemesis now ready to go. This could be potentially, again, this is their map pick, but it has been tough for them to get this across the finish line. But if they win this, then like you can see on the corner of the screen here, it goes to Eagle Eye as the final decider. The first best of 3 here to date. Now Nemesis, they have to get it done, but this is where TEC again, I mean, I can't get past them. I mean, this is where they have been able to pull back into games and go to golden rounds, so this is not, you know, unfamiliar territory for them. But I'm curious what they want to do. They're going to play this very safe. The only person that's kind of being adventurous at the given moment is Lion Claw. He's the only one that, again, that's just playing on stairs, just outside a hotel, kind of being the bouncer for the time being. Nemesis have just really pulled back on this strategy. They're just going to play very defensive. They're going to wait things out a little bit. Trying to evaluate all their options right now. And a bit of an interesting setup between Lion Claw and now Flex, actually going to double up on this. But Flex has to stay alive. If he goes down, this is going to be problems arising here for TEC. Oh no, and that's just not what you need. And now Lion Claw needs to be able to find a multi-kill. If he does not, this could be all over.
It's too much to ask, really. When you got 3 players spaced like that, there's just no world really where he's going to get 3 unless they make a big mistake. And Nemesis are not doing that at the moment. So looks to be pretty unrecoverable here for TEC. I mean, they had their chance, right? They were up 9-7. They should have closed the series out there. At this point, it's inevitable, really. It feels that Nemesis are going to push this one through to a 3rd map. Obviously, the disconnections don't necessarily help. But TEC have fumbled. They fumbled this map. And there's a chance they could still fumble this series. Spoxy tagged down low. He is kind of trying to take that fight against Alucard in middle. I'll be a little bit surprised if Nemesis do opt to call the cancel here. And I think Dezane has spotted them. So this setup over towards B might need to be exploited. And I think largely it's going to have to be Spoxy that gets this one done for the team. It's not really a position where you can find 2, though. So Freakies substitute stand in. Clean shots on to beat the Comics. Might be able to still keep it alive. There's 14 seconds. He dumps a nade on site. Doesn't really slow Nemesis down all that much. Let's see what Dezane can do. You are the core player in this 2-on-2. You can step up. It can't just be Freakies. A 1v1 now for Dezane. He's trying to keep the game alive. Unable to do so. And so Nemesis will secure the map and take us through to a 3rd Eagle Eye. And TEC will be very disappointed with that because that should have been their map. But in the end, yeah, like I said, a bit of a fumble.
Yeah, it's a big fumble. It really, really is. And I feel like TEC really had themselves propped up, ready to go for the 2-0. But, you know, tech issues arising and then allowing Nemesis to just getting some breathing room. It was their map pick, let's not forget. But I feel like that was just a lot more room for them to get back into this game, taking the map. And now we get to go to Eagle Eye, which now splits the series 1-1. So it's all coming down to one map, and I don't even know how I feel about it, Elfish. I don't know if you have an opinion on this, but I feel like both these teams, I feel like I would give it to Nemesis, actually. I feel like they've been impressing me more on Eagle Eye more lately, but I don't know if you have any different thoughts before we take it to the desk.
I mean, at this point, I think it's kind of hard to benefit, to sort of barrack for TEC because they've got the stand-in situation going on here. I assume Kiko is not going to be back for map 3, but whatever. We'll see what happens. Let's hand it back to the desk and see what they have to say before we head over to Eagle Eye.
To be honest, I agree with you with that Eagle Eye point. It feels like Eagle Eye is definitely one of Nemesis' good points. I believe that Eagle Eye been lately for TEC so bad and they're not finding their way in it, or it feels like people have already knew how to counter TEC in Eagle Eye. But let's just move forward and get back to the game that we have just witnessed. It was kind of like a bit of a roller coaster. Sometimes you feel that Nemesis got the driving wheel, then it feels like they got kicked off, and yeah, you had to get your sub in, and then voila, boom, you saw Nemesis just bring it back home. Of course, there is a lot to break down, but we'll start with you, Penguin.
I mean, Nemesis, they started really strong, 4-1 I believe, in favor of them, and they had a very good progress path. TEC, they suffered on the blacklist side, and they usually suffer on the blacklist side. On current, we've seen this yesterday, however, they took, I mean, we took the chances of pushing B a lot. This time, they started ignoring each other, because I have seen that the pushes into a side is not that good, and that usually while they push. So they went into the side, and they had a very good round. They came back, and they made it a bit close, and they finished the half 5-4 in favor of TEC, which is not bad anymore, but actually it could have been better. Of course, 6-3 would be a better score on the blacklist side, because we know that on blacklist side is bad, but that was the case. And then we've seen Nemesis again. They started on the blacklist side. Finally, we've seen Nemesis playing very, very good on the blacklist side. The comics was activated on that side, and they took the benefit of having the pressure with the double sniper setup that they have. One round after round, and we've seen the tactical push on from TEC. And then everything went perfect for TEC. They won rounds, they won clutches, we've seen them doing retakes until the round where Alpha got the on CT, and he just, I mean, he changed everything, because it had been done from now, but then Alcott got that retake and made his team go to the unfortunate way, and that's otherwise.
Yeah, Lockhart been fighting so hard to bring this game back to his teammates, and yeah, it didn't pan out well at the end, or actually it paid off at the end. He got this 3K, went to overtime, and when we speak about overtime, it's another story. It's a new beginning for both teams, and for that one, it felt like Nemesis got it by their own hands, and after, of course, the 3K, they felt like the urge to win. They need to capitalize on their teammates' I would say adventure, making it happen, and of course that's something that doesn't happen a lot. And also, to go back to another point that I really would love to highlight, which is first of all, how the way that TEC were defending, it felt like a bit different than what we usually see. Normally they leave territory, they leave the land, and they go with a very, very, very late defense on the first third of the map, and they just rely on their own communication, reflexes, or at least some rotations that they might do. But what happened today, they were always trying to go a little bit aggressive, trying to take extra territory, trying to go for like I would say a lot of blaze, especially on the connector on B side. Like the other one that you always see some fights been going through there, and it feels like, yeah, we are forcing that place, and that's not how you usually play. So a little bit of a change. They felt that they have the man gun power better than Nemesis, and it ended so bad. Like, you lost once, you tried again, you lost twice, again, 3 times. Like, how many times does it take for TEC to understand that this is not the assignment? You need to chill a bit, to find a way, a different one, or like at least play with your normal stress, play with your normal play style, leave 2/3 of the map, play defensively, wait for the extra harsh rotations or the dry peaks, you can easily pick a 1 or 2 and play out of this advantage.
Well, yeah, I mean,
That's what I said.
TEC, yeah, TEC, they played aggressive, and we've seen also Spoxy in the last one because they had everything in their hands. I mean, and even they had the momentum. It was 9-7. Then Alucard just suddenly just kills 3 players, and it's 9-8. Then Spoxy had to risk one thing to do, which is he pushed underpass, tried to peek mid, but Alucard was ready and waiting for him. And I believe that Spoxy knows that Alucard loves to hold this position. Even me myself, I used to know that Alucard loves this position, and if Alucard is not there, he usually calls for someone to hold this position. I remember back of the days when I was playing with Alucard, and it was on CFS, and he just went to try to play aggressive, and he kept yelling to somebody, "You need to hold this position, you need to hold position." Close versus all gamers, I just hold this position and kill their sniper. And he was like, "Yes, I know everybody will, when they see me in another angle on, for example, on A side or on B side trying to peek, they will definitely swing from underpass." And then Spoxy just suddenly swings, and Alucard is waiting for him, gets a kill over him, and gives his teammates an advantage. And it was a risk for Spoxy, and this is what I talked about before starting the game, that Spoxy is usually the guy that's taking the risk. Alucard is not the same. He's not the guy who's taking the risk. He's the guy who's calculating everything before taking any action, and so he calculated that Spoxy might be pushing. He got the kill, and in the end, it is high risk, high reward, but in the first of all, it's high risk.
Yeah, of course, high risk, it pays. Like, it's either you take it home and yeah, you're the mad genie is the one that predicts everything, or you are the enter. It's one of both. You can be in the middle when you're trying to take high risk. You either win 90% of your chances, or like of your money, or lose 90% of it, which is a bit of a gamble. For me, I would never take it. Probably you know me better, so you know that I will take it. But anyways, in a competitive game, you won't try to gamble your game result in 1 or 2 swings. Yeah, sometimes we have seen teams trying to stack in A, trying to stack in B, trying to make something sketchy that you don't normally see in normal rounds, and it either ends up with a major win, a fast one, or it might end up with a disaster, like you've been running really good in the entire game and then boom, voila, you just lost everything in a blink of an eye. That's something you really wish not to be part of. That's for of course TEC. And also going back to TEC play style, at some point they had a little bit, I won't say the advantage, but the way to get back into the game. It felt like Nemesis, they had the best of the game early on the first half, later on the second half, and in the overtime when Freaky stepped in, it felt like this is their playground. And my question will be for Laz and Elfish, can Nemesis bring this one home, or TEC will find a way to close it out?
Yeah, I think it's the biggest question. Like, I don't even really know who I would take out of this whole series anymore, because there's this one part of me that thinks that TEC could be able to do it, and then there's this other part of me that thinks that Nemesis now are going to take full advantage of this situation with a substitute, and they have a sub too, but I think getting the win is going to feel pretty good for going into a match.
Yeah, I look, I don't know where this one's going to go. This could really go anywhere, but I would have to say, I think if you're Nemesis, this is the opportunity. You don't get the chance to beat a team like TEC all that often. So take it as best you can. The substitution factor is, like you say, there for both teams, but I think it's a bit more of an egregious substitution here for TEC, not one that they were prepared for, whereas for Nemesis, well, they've been playing with Big Comics this week. They were aware that they were going to be playing with him this week as well. So it's probably a little bit less of a factor in my mind for them than it is for TEC, who have essentially had to rush this in. But we'll see how it plays out. So we do get back underway with another map, and it is Eagle Eye. TEC are starting on the BL side. We know TEC do like this map, though. That's the one kind of saving grace for me with regards to them coming into this third map, and it was the same thing I said about them yesterday. They had Eagle Eye as a decider there as well. So if you're looking for them to get themselves the win, it's a map that they like, but hasn't necessarily been the cleanest of maps for them throughout this season.
Yeah, this is to be like a really prominent map for TEC too, right? I don't really feel confident on that right now, and not to say just because of Freaky's joining or anything, but I think even more recently, I think TEC's performance on this map has been very up and down a lot, whereas before I think it used to be on the upscale a little bit better. But you can see the Nemesis, you know, especially being on the GR side, this is where they're just going to farm rounds. Like, this is going to be the absolute field day for them. So really, my expectation for this, you know, it could be ridiculous, is that I'm thinking they're going to take a massive half here. Like, they have to be able to get a significant lead to go into that BL side. I'm still thinking the Nemesis have themselves in a great position. I know we all predicted TEC, but I think Nemesis have all the right pieces in place here to get themselves done here. And the fact of Alucard is going to be just getting shots like this and just beginning opening duels and out dueling Spoxy. Boy, oh boy, this is going to be a rough ride here for TEC on this third map.
Yeah. I mean, again, like I said, they've only got themselves really to blame. This was a 9-7 score on map 2. Close it out there, but now this is on the warpath looking to try to pull it back. And it seems as though they are going about it pretty nicely, doesn't it? I mean, 5-on-1 now for Freakies. This has been a comfortable round again. So what can you really do as TEC at this point if you're getting a good roll? They have to call a track timeout pretty soon, I'd say.
Yeah, probably be worth it, right? I mean, this is where I think we see Nemesis getting a 3 or 4. Like, you would imagine TEC are going to have to, you know, throw in the temporarily, you know, white flag on this one and kind of figure out what they want to do a little bit differently, because this is just not looking great. And all these rounds have been kind of a bit of a wash, and the fact that they're just kind of running into Alucard, he's just, again, just hard to practice and just hitting everything perfectly is huge. Now TEC are just going to run through this. They're not even going to wait anymore. They're going to try to play aggressive, try to showcase a little bit of aggression, but it seems to be backfiring. They find one kill. There's just even the jump shot here with the pistol, but is that really going to be enough? Because now the rotates are coming through. They have the sight. Bomb should go down momentarily. This is a lot relying here for Nemesis to get this retake done, and it is very doable.
It certainly is. Plant goes down here for Flex. You've got Spoxy and Dezane to cover at as well. It's a double sniper setup, so a bit of a risk here from Comics to be going up into tower, especially considering he's got a rifle. But doesn't see too much, and very quickly has to come back down to earth and try to put together this retake. 3 seconds. They haven't made a move just yet. Spoxy dispatches of Comics on the initial peak, and then he gets back as well, and this is Spoxy at his best. An easy clean up for him. Could have been a 1v3. Nemesis dropped their first round of Eagle Eye.
Wow, very surprising in a way, to be honest, but good for TEC to be able to get themselves back into this game and conversation. So being able to find that round, like you said, now puts things to a 1-round differential. But now Nemesis, again, what are they going to do a little bit differently? And this is where TEC actually, they're going to disobey everything. They're going to disobey all the rules. They're going to go right back. Crunch into this B site, or this A site, sorry, and look at how fast they load the kill feed, and very nicely done. They realize that Nemesis are not really like checking mid-door at all, and they take full advantage of it. So now this is going to be surely up to them to be able to find the 2 and 2. Because I mean, again, you're asking Comics for a 1-on-4, now making it a 1-on-3. That's a really, again, not an easy position to be in. And so now TEC prompt and ready for a tie game.
Yeah, very swift. Straight back in there from TEC. You'd think maybe that will incentivize them to play a little bit quicker. I think in a sense that those quick plays really take some of the nuance out of the round, which might not be the worst thing when you're playing with a stand-in. You just have to focus on trading out, hitting your shots, sort of death balling into a site. Obviously, you want to be hitting some util timings and stuff like that as well. So there is some aspects of it that can be a little bit complicated, but it maybe makes it a little bit easier on Freakies to kind of step in here and have some kind of positive impact in the server. Either way, it's not going to be what we see coming into the subsequent round, as TEC will slow it down once again.
Yeah, park the brakes a little bit on this one. Nemesis now, again, they're even kind of, again, just AAA in this one. Leaving the double for B. And Spoxy might be able to find this kill on the Dipsy, and Dipsy actually does hide away nicely. That smoke is still going to be a bit of a problematic, a little bit of an affair here for TEC and Spoxy's point of view, but It's only temporarily. Could actually try to go on the edge of that smoke if he wants, but I think that's what Dipsy planned for. But now TEC actually grouping up. They might just go back to the A hit again. I mean, they tried this before. And I don't think this was the round it worked, but oh, they're just gonna 4-man commit this. Oh, this is interesting. Double smokes though from Nemesis actually, so they are trying to buy some time right now. Minute remaining. Actually blocks. He's got the M14 that does get that one duel, and there it is. Nemesis actually do counteract this. Get a bit of a good strike against these guys, and now it's just down to Flex. Nemesis are going to get themselves back in the lead. Double kill, I think. Okay. I was going to say Flex is getting some kills, but all right. Nemesis find themselves back in the lead. Back onto the course of action here, but TEC do seem to have some life in them, Jordan. They still seem to have a little bit of that fire in the belly.
I mean, it's good to see, obviously, that they're going to try to make something happen. Like I said, I think this is the best opportunity that you're really going to get as the likes of Nemesis. Alucard, very tight pixel line here. Hasn't seen too much just yet. So forward hold over towards B long as well. Alucard and Comics just strike at the same time. Immediate answer out of Lion Claw, but that is just not going to be quite enough to really trouble Nemesis here. They've got the player advantage. They've still got a lot of map control. Dipsy, I think he might be overstaying his welcome a little bit here. He's on half HP. Hotel not yet cleared out, but he is a sole defender towards B and unable to do anything, so might have made a little bit too greedy of a decision by sticking around, and he's going to give up the B side.
Yeah, they're going to get this plant down, but again, you saw a player like Big Comics like this. I was going to say hot on the heels like that. That's going to be an issue because now Lion Claw has to, reinvestigate. He has to get this duel. Plus, there's two of them. Aggressive. So he actually might be gifted the one-on-one, and he is, but now back should be able to have the better timing of it, and he does. Dezane now, he's been very good this series. Like, he's been really efficient with this rifle, and shots like that are definitely going to help. 19 seconds remaining. Alucard does have the smoke, does have a flash. He's got the utility available, but he has to get moving. A little bit of a tease with a defuse. And Alucard misses the shots. And Dezane, monstrous performance again and again now, sitting at a 7-3. He seems to be the playmaker. I feel like he's kind of overstepping Spoxy a little bit with the fragging department.
We do need somebody to be stepping up in a moment like this when you're playing with a stand-in. Spoxy, not to be outdone, does open this round up with a kill onto Dipsy. So, again, the 4 core players of TEC got to be picking up the slack. Freakies isn't necessarily expected to do it. It has to be the other guys to get that work done. Flex goes down. Exchange. Beck also going to be picked up here. A nice 2K. Being stuck from Lion Claw. Alucard trying to rotate his way across, but tough to get this one done. Now, the smoke is going to obscure his vision.
Yeah, the needs are flying through, but again, that plant still has to get done here. So again, TEC are kind of waiting things out a little bit here with the timer. Not rushing the plant, though. Makes sense. They're kind of still keeping Nemesis a little bit antsy on this one. Oh, are they actually going to leave? Oh my goodness, they are. They're actually going to vacate the site. They're kind of expecting someone quick on the flank here. So with the time that they have, they're just trying to play this little bit of a mind game if they can. I don't hate this, but again, like they have to get a move on soon, right? I mean, we still have a minute. That's plenty of time, but Nemesis don't need to be like over aggressive, right? But this is where maybe they're hoping that TEC might be able to find a rotate in this. Just really solidify themselves in this round. Oh, and they've actually bid on this. So Nemesis repositioned. And it's a free site now. And Alucard is spotted. He has no idea. I thought he actually had a little bit of an inkling, but Spoxy, an easy duel. Something with a rifle we don't get to see very often. So now you just leave down a big Collins here with the 1-on-3. Takes down some big damage against Freakies, but that's just not going to be enough. And Spoxy now finds himself that double kill here to put this back into a lead for TEC. So not a bad round, and I like the mid-round decision. Very creative, and again, just good calculation and not being over antsy.
Yeah, 4-3. That's what to be in here for TEC. We'll see how much further they can push it. Maybe get themselves up to 6-3. great start for them. As Comics does take down Lionclaw, and Alucard has not been dealt with off the site either. Big Comics for the two-man spray down. Keeping Nemesis in this round and in turn, obviously, in this half and in this game and in this series as well.
Yeah, but with Spoxy, look at this, like, you know, 1-on-5, like, it's just a matter of time. Matter of time, Big Comics, there we go. Substitute in, gets it done. 4-4 now. So again, a little bit of a teeter-totter. And last round of the first half, we will go here for the third map. Obviously, I think this is the first series still, but we're still on this one, third map, and now both these teams fighting for some placement. Nemesis, again, trying to get themselves back into scoring. Whereas I think TEC are very desperate right now today to get themselves back into contention, because I mean, if I'm not mistaken, they're the ones that are sitting at like a 2-3 record from what, you know, yesterday. Nemesis are still putting themselves in an okay position for the time being, sitting at number 3 with a 3-2 record. So a lot riding for both these teams in obvious states, but I feel like that obvious state is a little bit more for TEC just to kind of get back into the top 4, top 3 conversation.
Slow and steady wins the race for the final round of the half. TEC hoping potentially that Spoxy or Flex can find them an opening duel. Not going to be given, but if they opt to go towards A, that is a massive A setup from Nemesis. So a big hit here would be well advised for Nemesis, and that kill on the Dipsy might actually incentivize it. So this could go all wrong for Nemesis.
Yeah, definitely could be, especially with Dipsy going down too, right? Time to get back. Yeah, I was gonna say Beck maybe was gonna be able to slip away from this, but no. Comics now. He's pulled some fake here with the HK. Nice little bit of a 1 kill, but it's only just the 1 piece. And now Dezane be a little bit more calculated with his approach on this duel as well. And now TEC are gonna just kind of pull back. They're gonna reconvene, change up their game plan a little bit. So I don't actually mind this. Again, TEC are doing a great job mid-rounds, but they have to get moving. This is the 27 seconds. You can see they're starting to hightail a little bit into this B-side, but you do have Alucard here sitting on the edge of the smoke. He has to be able to find a kill, but no, he makes a shot. He has to pull on back. Ball needs to be able to get down. Good flash, but again, Dezane expects it. And a good trade back here from Dezane. So this is now, this plan has come through with 7 seconds remaining. Now Comics here for the flank. Not going to happen. 5-4 half. TEC will scrape through this one as we switch on over here for the different sides.
Another 5-4 half. It's been 5-4s all day long so far. And, typically resulting in some pretty close scorelines in the maps as well. 13-10 obviously in that map too, the big sticking point for me, but see if Nemesis can recover again from the 5-4 deficit. It's been 5-4 to TEC every single time. Moving over to the attacking side of Eagle Eye. And not showing us a whole lot in this opening round just yet, but it looks like they're setting up a bit of util over towards A. Good nade stack. It does tag Freakies up a little bit, but not able to finish him off. So it's a nice idea, but the execution doesn't really prompt a whole lot.
Triple player set up here from TEC, which again on this A site, not the most unexpected thing in the world, but kind of begs the question a little bit for Flex, right? Because again, he's already taken a lot of damage. He's got the TRG. He's actually trying to see if he can find a little bit of a cheeky peek on this one, but no. It's actually going to be Nemesis going right through mid, and actually Flex has the right idea, but he just can't hit the shots now. That's 2 in a row. That's 2 strikes. So now he finally gets a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a deal, but there's Big Comics together. The Comics brothers now finding themselves duel after duel, and now it seems that Nemesis being able to make a bit more of a statement here. You can see the lurk of Beck has been able to find the skill on A, and now that rotate from Swoxy. It's a gross little bit of a duel, but once again, Big and Little Comics find themselves in a great position here for this this last round that we just had.
Yeah, 5-5, good response from Nemesis. Was looking awkward for a second. Nice recovery. Flex is tagged down early on in this round. Once again, Nemesis just defaulting back to that mid-hold. Some fancy grenade lineups. A little bit more of a chip onto Flex, but no kill to come of it. They are giving themselves quite a bit of help in a lot of these rounds in terms of softening the targets, which is quite useful inevitably.
Yeah, Nemesis are taking this a very interesting approach, right? I mean, they're really just sitting in the tower and just waiting things out. They're not really making a move. Like, you can see they're not even really going down banana. They're not really trying anything yet. They kind of just waiting things out. Like, they've already burned through a minute essentially, and they're only just starting to make a bit of an idea of what they want to do. So you can already see it's kind of having Alucard in mid here, and then you're gonna have the rest kind of going through banana. They're gonna take this very slowly, so they're actually gonna miss Lion Claw. They actually might get a timing on Dezane. He looks like he's prompt and ready, but if they throw a pop flash here, I mean, Dezane could be dead. Like, this could be a really cool. Gonna go for a swing. Only gets the one, surprisingly. I thought he had that one pretty much in the bag, but no. It's actually Nemesis now that seemed to have, you know, kind of picked up the bag and ran with it a little bit, but they still got 50 seconds. They're not overcommitted to this plant yet. You can see that TEC is still kind of, again, their idea that this could be an A-hit, but that duel on the Flex, again, costing his life in that space, that plant is going to come through, and now TEC, way more work cut out for them here.
Yeah, second half starting to go a little bit the way of start here from Nemesis. TEC going to be looking for the recovery. I don't imagine it's going to start here in this round. It should be a 6-5 lead. At what point does TEC kind of switch back on in this? Because they did have a little flurry of rounds after a timeout in Ankara, but again, you know, needing the same thing here. A bit of a shift. Lion Claw's going to try to get aggressive. There's lots of players for him to choose from, and he elects to get rid of both Dipsy and Beck. There'll be one group from the rest of Nemesis, but so too from TEC. They are just swarming. And it has worked out for the most part this time around. We'll see if Comics can recover the round. 1v2. Swoxy and Freaky's on the other side.
Yeah, actually an interesting opportunity for Comics. I was just going to say, like, you and I are both kind of thinking the same thing here. I'm like, hang on. I mean, the fact that he's able to find that duel and he's got the bomb, it's absolutely winnable, but he just has to get out of here. He has to hightail it, and he gets away with his life. With all this time, too, again, he doesn't even have to rush. This is where, again, you know, Freaky's is the one that has to kind of make the bit of a guess on this, but Comics is going to commit to the plant. A very aggressive plant, too, in front of the little train there, too, so this is interesting. If he tucks away, Freaky's is the one that's going to be exposed. So Comics just needs to be really careful. Oh boy, they're both right beside each other. Oh, this could be so bad. Oh my goodness. Oh, a bit of a fumble from Nemesis. I felt like they had that one surely in their possession, but Freaky's, the substitute, will be able to prevail.
Yeah, I think you look at that and you say, okay, it's Freaky's on the other side of this clutch. It probably should be one that goes the way of Nemesis, right? He's not exactly having the greatest of maps, but that will be a nice confidence builder for him as well. He feels as though, you know, he's having some kind of impact on the game, some kind of positive impact, even though it is I think it's, you know, it's a tough ask to come into this one and just start popping off, but at least if you feel like you're doing something of value, which I think he can now say he has done, then that's got to be a better feeling. So back into another round. TEC holding on for the moment. But I'm not sure that that was necessarily enough to fill them with a huge amount of confidence.
No, I feel like the confidence has just been kind of shattered in this whole best of three, to be honest. I feel like both these teams are kind of going up and down, and it's really been mixed emotions so far, but we'll see. A lot of riding on this one, and actually Dipsy gets that kill. Surprisingly, Lion Claw couldn't seem to finish the meal here. Dex still stays alive. And now TEC down by significant numbers. So it should be an easy deal for Nemesis. Dipsy putting up some really great kills on this one. So now this should be a 7-6. Again, unless the substitute might be able to do something big, but no, he's in the wrong site. Nemesis have the full read on this. Again, in a post plant like that, again, like, there's just no way. Like, pretty much fully exposed here. Yeah, he's going to pick up one of the consolation prize. But that's really all but that. Maybe one more. If Nemesis start throwing bodies at this, I'm going to be really disappointed for those sake, but there we go. Comics, calm collected, headshot done. And there we go. A lead back up here.
Do you get the sense that Nemesis is going to close this map out? Because that's the sense that I'm getting at the moment. Like, it just feels like they're a little bit better on the second half at the moment. Dipsy, nice opener onto Flex. I think Nemesis are going to do this.
I think so too. It feels like their BL side actually looks pretty good right now, to be honest. Seems like a bit of a step ahead right now. Would agree. And again, let's not forget, like, Nemesis have, on this map, like I said, they've actually beaten Vitality. They've, pushed teams to the full distance. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's a decent map for them. So that's why I was thinking, like, I don't really know if I feel that comfortable for TEC now.
Yeah.
When I voted TEC, I thought it was going to be a 2-0. Good but a little bit of changes, but Nemesis picking up 2 kills here. Kill. And there we go. Look at that. 2 within the blink of an eye, and now just leaving it down to Lion Claw. And the last one remaining on this one, but this could be an 8th grabbed up here for Nemesis. And like you said, it seems like that path and the tea leaves are starting to read, very well here for Nemesis.
Yeah, I don't think the 2-0 is unreasonable to expect, by the way, from TEC. They very nearly got the 2-0, and maybe even probably should have got the 2-0. Kiko's disconnection has not helped the situation, but they did have 2 map points, 2 series points. In one of those rounds, Kiko did DC. So, what could have potentially been, was he even maybe lagging throughout the other rounds? I don't know. I can't obviously comment on that, but I think it was certainly within the wheelhouse for TEC to get themselves the 2-0 today. They've been unable to do that, and that's been, I think, a bit of the story of this season for them. They've been pretty good at times, but then they've really let themselves slip at other times, and they are not performing to the same level that we've sort of become used to them performing in previous seasons. And you allow your opponent to come back in time and time again, and they've done that to Nemesis today, and now it looks like they're going to be punished for it. So credit to Nemesis for sticking with it and grinding out a win here, if it is indeed going to be their win. But we'll have to see what the result of this TAC timeout is going to end up looking like first.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough conversation, right? I mean, this is where TEC are going to have to really figure out, and Loon's, like, hopefully is going to be able to impart some wisdom here to say, like, some gaps of what they're doing. But it's tough to say, because I think Nemesis are doing a good job about playing slow, finding duels, resetting. They're not just, like, overly committing to everything. So it does kind of feel like they're really demonstrating their strong excellence on this BL side. So I would be curious what Loons wants to do differently with this group here for the remaining rounds, but pressure is starting to cook.
Well, once again, Dipsy getting pretty animated during that timeout, and you can imagine why, because Nemesis are feeling like they can close these series out right here. It might be a lot of them they had but the no frags basically to be had. Flex, by the way, meanwhile, just chilling. So it ended up being kind of a 5-on-4 there in middle, and Nemesis have walked away with a huge advantage. Dipsy sees the toes. Gets the better effects just as he starts to turn around. Gets a little bit cheeky there, I think, but 9-6 will be the score for Nemesis, and a round away from finishing this series off with a win.
Yeah, it really just feels like, again, Nemesis have given a really good demonstration of the BL side of mastermind work here from Beck and both Kevin together, and now they're just going to be able to load this, but hang on, he ain't done with this. He wants to make a movie on this one, and look at that. It's going to be a quad kill for Dezane to be able to keep themselves in this game. I was thinking Nemesis had it done, that they were running away with it. It was going to be robbery, but no, TEC, they put up a little bit of a stompage on this one. They stemmed the bleeding just a bit. They're still in this game. But now Nemesis, a little bit of 2 rounds to so work with in their favor. But this is, again, where we've seen teams kind of collapse with this pressure, right? This is where they collapse with the lead. And now they're just going to take control one more time. And you can see that TEC already the sword. They might be done. I think the fate might be sealed. Look at how fast they pick up these kills. And it seems like it is all over. Everybody's leaving the server. Everybody seems to be done with it. TEC, I think they're upset. I think they've gotten in their own heads. And Lion Claw now needs to do the unthinkable, and I just can't imagine this can happen for him.
Dipsy's got the sunglasses on as well. Sounding cool. Nice, easy win in the end for Nemesis as they close that map out. They close the series out as well. 10-7. I think, obviously, you know, pretty comfortable on the third map. I wouldn't say it was an easy series as a whole, but the last map, at least, it felt for a little while that they were going to be the team that would walk away with the victory. But, man, yeah, look, TEC obviously are going to be disappointed. I think, you know, they have a valid reason to be disappointed. Kiko's DC, I mean, what the difference potentially could have been from that, I don't know, but it certainly did them no favors. They definitely had 2 rounds that were just actively contributed to by that disconnection, plus potentially also the rest of the OT when they had to play with the sub. But either way, end of the day, it is going to be a win for Nemesis on the scoreboard, and it is time for us to hand it back over to the analyst desk to hear their thoughts on our first series of the day.
Wow, it feels like a mile. We're still in the first series, 8 p.m. Anyways, it's a lot, but let's say Nemesis versus TEC. It's always a pleasure to watch those 2 teams fighting versus each other. And right now, I believe that TEC are sealed in the contenders group, and Nemesis, they still got 1 more win to try and fight for their place in the top 4. They still. They're not securing any points that really secure them the top 4 yet. They still got more matches to come. That's for Nemesis, and for TEC they had a very, very dramatic ending. I believe, like, winning the first game, and then you just had the roller coaster. Like, it felt like you're going just down. You lost the game in overtime after Kiko got DC'd. You had to bring Freaky up, and the last game was something else. It was more of like a normal game that you will play in the server. Like, particularly a competitive game that I would love to say. Looks like you're running, having a little bit of a strat to switch on the map, but other than this, ouch, it was just like, yeah, 5v5, great battle, and let's see who wins.
Yeah, I mean, TEC, they started strong, and we mentioned that if you are starting strong, we shouldn't take it for granted that TEC will get the 2-0. And that was the case yesterday, and they started strong also versus unKnights, winning the first game and then going to Ankara. They lost hard for Ankara versus unKnights, and the same case exactly happened today versus Nemesis. However, in my opinion, this game ended into the favor of Nemesis because of the disconnections that happened to Kiko. Other than that, I believe that TEC should have came 2-0 with a clean sweep into Nemesis for the games, and they don't blame Nemesis at all if they got clean sweep by TEC, because they're playing with Big Comics, and Big Comics is not having much success lately, especially in the first game. We've seen him, I guess he's having 0.25 KD, and then the second game, okay, he was having good fair KD. Now he's having 0.91 on a map that they won, so no pressure at all for the guys. they still won with big comics. And they mentioned as well that Kiku's disconnections, especially in the last round as well, and the Alucard, of course, the main reason, the main focal point of making Nemesis go to the reverse sweep is the 3k that Alucard got. And we talked about on Ankara because this is the one which made them go to the overtime, and then they started flipping afterwards. Big Comics had a good success on Eagle Eye, and this is what we mentioned about Nemesis. If they go to Eagle Eye, they will have success. The Big Comics, they will use him more. They will have a better pressure with him. Although Dipsy was the one who's maybe secondary sniping for his teammates, but he did a very good job, and he was, in my opinion, the MVP him and Comics for Eagle Eye.
Of course, I mean, Comics, Dipsy, Alucard, the whole squad been doing really wonders, I would say. And for me, I would love to bring Comics and Big Comics in one picture, since they are the dynamic duo, the brothers, Hood here in the game. So both of them, if you combine their numbers, you will have an average for each 1.74 KD. So that's something is really good. I can't say less about that. For me, I would say that. Do you think
Yeah,
so?
I mean, Comics,
Yeah,
he's very good. He clutched, he almost clutched like 3-4 rounds. What I mean, but if he's 2v1, he always killing one and it's one guy left and he kills him, or maybe it's 3, he kills 1 damage. It's very, the other 2 guys is very, they makes him very low. But Comics, in my opinion, he's one of the key factors, him and Dipsy. And Dipsy needs to start, secondary sniping more for his teammate, because he's just insane, and they've seen his entries with the sniper.
Of course, and congrats to Nemesis for winning this series. It's a really good one to see them on the picture again. It's a little bit hard to find a way to get back into it, but at least they figured it out, even though that it all came to one clutch in game 2 that actually changed everything. And now you'll see that Comics will be the match MVP. He has been very consistent on the all 3 maps, and now at least you'll see that Nemesis actually find a way to close it out. And yeah, that shows you that they're here to step in, get in some points, and make sure to be part of the bigger picture. They want to be part of the international events, and of course they want to be part of something bigger.
Yeah, exactly. They want to be part of something big. I feel that now they are on the elite group, and we will get to listen from Beck about this more secure.
Of course. So Beck, I believe he will be with us in a matter of seconds. And
Okay.
hello Beck, how are you
Hello,
doing?
guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
All,
can
all
hear
Loud
good.
and clear.
I had some mic issues, so all good. How are you guys?
All good, all good.
Doing
What about you?
I'm good. Alhamdulillah, we won our match. We are happy.
Alhamdulillah. First of all, of course, congrats on the win. I would love to ask you, how did it really feel to have this reverse sweep all planned out after like a very close second game? Alucard managing to make a 3k, and after that you went all in. I mean, Freaky being part of it, like after the exchange happened between him and Kiku, but of course as a team, how did you feel? How did the momentum shift for you guys?
I can say the first map was Port, so Port is like more at team play. You know, you can do comparing to like solo players or whatever. And we had also sub players. I mean, they had to put Kiko out and Freaky is in. They played with sub players. Unlucky for them because Kiko is such an important player for TEC. But we also play with our sub player because Rafin couldn't play. He has some personal problems in his life, and it was kinda fair, you know. They play with sub player, we played with our sub player, and we managed to win. And about Port, as I mentioned, it was like a bit, you know, we also play with sub, so it's like
It's
the
hard,
map
it's hard.
the map you play with most likely with your team, you know. But the other maps we managed to win our clutch and the situation. So at the end we won our match and we are happy for this.
Of course, Penguin.
Tomorrow you're gonna be facing unKnights to wrap up phase 1, and already I guess you guys secured the league group. Your game tomorrow versus unKnights, if they didn't have success today, that might be put them into the relegations most likely. What message do you have for unKnights, especially that this is your ultimates and this is Petro, your old IGLN captain as well?
I mean, I have nothing bad versus them. I such have a big respect to unKnight, but you know we can't be like, oh, we are already in elite group and just play for fun. No, we're gonna play to win, and whoever better gonna win. Good luck to them.
Of course, thank you, Pek, of course, for your time, and hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow.
See you guys.
Thank you. See you. Bye bye.
Bye. Thank you, Beck. And I'm like, what a way to close the first series we have on for today. But of course, we still got unKnights versus Anubis, but that will be after a small break and get back to you guys.
You have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sads, ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position, does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though, gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swinging with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just showed that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely 3rd, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. The unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom
What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's Labor.
And now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there.
And we're back again in CFWL, of course. This is the second day of the third week on Phase 1. I'm gonna be your host for today, and by my side, Mr. Penguin, on this way, not this way. So, yeah, of course, yeah, I'm just like playing with the right and left.
It's
But
always
anyways,
flipped.
we-
It's always flipped.
it's always just like that. Like, you think it's your right, but the actual truth, it's your left. Anyways, it's all go with the mirror thingy. But we're here to have another mirror of a game. We have unKnights versus Anubis after, of course, what we witnessed from TEC versus Team Nemesis, which was a pretty close game that got into a little bit of a roller coaster when
Yeah.
you have like a team playing with a substitute for the whole series, and the other one just like mid the second game is just like, nah, we won't keep going like that. Kiko, I need to leave, like they need me. So either ways, we hit to double substitute in one game that usually doesn't happen. But overall, 2-1 to Nemesis, and now we move on to Team Anubis versus unKnights. And speaking of Anubis, they're starting to feel themselves again. It feels like that, and of course, you have Muffin. That guy doesn't stay on his chair. He doesn't sit on his chair normally.
Yeah, usually when there is a tactical pause, you're never gonna see this guy on his chair. He's just gonna go away and just try to breathe some air and talk his teammates. But yeah, you mentioned, right, that's right. Anubis, they feel themselves now. They've got a win yesterday. Yes, it was a tough win in my opinion versus Imperium, which should be on paper easy one. And me and Elfish, we had maybe a talk before that. They were talking that they sometimes throw that it puts him into a risk, and if they did so today, it might be putting them into a risk and they might lose because unKnights is not Imperium. Yeah, I know that unKnights is having one of the worst seasons that maybe we've seen them, but they still have Famous, they still have Snox, HTZ, an experienced player that can punish you if you throw. So Anubis, if they play the same as they played yesterday, just forget about the throw. I believe that they will have the upper hand. I believe that they will be better. And unKnights, I've been asking over and over for these guys to step up and just show us what this roster is capable of, because this is not the roster that we watched season 1. And I will tell you, if the other teams improved, I'll tell you, okay, the other teams improved, so unKnights didn't improve, and that's their that's maybe their performance, and maybe that's their level, and that's how they play the game. But this is not the level that we've watched in season 1. And the other teams, yes, they improved, but these guys, they kind of underperforming so far. And the contender group is no. I mean, there is nothing to do about it. They're gonna be on the contender group, but there is. I mean, I don't want to say there is no hope for them to get back on track, because at least if they get a couple of wins starting from today and going into the contender group, get the wins again versus Strong Gaming, get the wins again versus, for example, Imperium or whoever, they will still make it to the playoffs. And when they make it to the playoffs, we've seen 3BL Galaxy from barely making it into the playoffs to almost making it to the 3rd, 4th seed. So we still can't completely neglect them, but we would love to see signs of improvement coming out from unKnights.
Of course, a little bit of improvement will help you to reach playoffs. But for me, the contenders group is a bit skeptic, since you have 3 teams that's competing to be part of the playoffs. You have, of course, unKnights, you have Team Titans Esports, and you have Imperium. Funny enough, Imperium, they got 2 wins till now, I believe, so they are in the picture of playing that. On the other side, we have a head-to-head, Dirty versus Famous. It's illegal to have a sniper player, to have him versus one of the best AR players that we have in the scene, in the field, for almost more than 10 years on the block. So unKnights versus Anubis, one of those teams loves to play with the snipers, and the other one loves to play with the rifle more and more. I believe we won't be seeing a lot of sub-base here, even though it concludes both play styles,
no,
but
please,
at the
please.
same time, I don't
As
think
Anubis,
that we have
if you're an
what it
Anubis fan,
takes.
if you're an Anubis fan, Seki, would you go play sub base? Because you've watched sub base yesterday. If you're
Nah.
an Anubis fan, would
Nope.
you go? No, please,
Nope.
please. No, just play
No sub
any
base.
other map. Yes, exactly. Just play any other map and you will be doing fine. And if you're an unKnights fan, you would love to play sub base, because Petro knows how to play sub base, and he likes sub base, and he want to be pushing it into sub base. But I believe that we can see a sub base ban from Anubis, and if not, unKnights might pick it, because unKnights, if they didn't ban, I mean, if they did ban Ankara, unKnights will pick Ankara. If they didn't ban sub-base, unKnights will pick sub-base. So the V2 is kind of good and fair for unKnights.
It should be good and fair for unKnights. It will still be hard to pick who's gonna be winning from those 2 teams, and it looks like
Okay, this can
we
panel.
have some separate opinions. Yeah, in the panel we all say Anubis,
Casting disc
the
and
casting
panel.
disc, they're all going for unKnights. So let's shake hands, like me and you, we have the same perspective over the game, and we'll see what Official has got to say about this. But for me, I would say that Anubis, they just got what it takes. They have young talents, they have really good IGL after the mixture that they have done from the beginning of this season, and they're looking more sharper than unKnights. And for unKnights, they don't have enough practice, enough hours to put in to be part of the top 4. That happened in the previous season. I'm not sure if that's gonna be the case for this one.
Someone from the casting desk, I'm not gonna say who, he's trying to... Oh, I was just waking up and I was in bed. I don't know who I picked, and... Okay, we're not gonna mention who's this. But Jordan,
it's a
you
bit early
picked the
for
Knights.
Elfish also.
You picked the Knights. You go with the Knights. We picked the Anubis. We're going with Anubis. So it's us versus you guys, and we see who's gonna be winning, because I believe I'll go with Anubis, man. Anubis did very well yesterday. unKnights did very bad yesterday. I mean, the last time they played. So on paper, it shouldn't be an easy game for Anubis. But if unKnights wins, man, I don't want to be here on desk, at least for today.
It will be rough for us. Like our toss between each other will be not that easy to handle. Let me tell you about that. But on the other side, I love to see some fun between us and, of course, between those two teams. They are way too competitive when it comes to playing in the game. I'm not gonna just woke up and fall on the keyboard and pick the maps or like the picks for me a little bit. But of course, I will say that this prediction of like this map is pretty good. Oh, sub base. So speak of the devil.
Okay, Black Widow and then Subbase. By the way, Black Widow was good for Anubis yesterday, and I told you, Anubis is one of the teams that I like watching playing Black Widow, because the way how they handle and manage Black Widow is just quite decent. They have two snipers, they send one to play aggressive on one side, and they send other one to play aggressive on the other side. And the Black Widow is all about map control and map awareness. And the two snipers that you have, they have both, even though Muffin, that's his first year and second season on the CFW West League, but he played tons of Black Widow on scrims, on unofficial tournaments, on probably weekly tournaments, anything else. So he knows how to play. Black Widow is one of the oldest map, if not the oldest. So he has what it takes to play this map in terms of Muffin. Dirty, he's not a newcomer, he's an expertise. He's also a guy that's one of the experienced players with Hussam, with Gainer, Doom, of course. So that makes Anubis a good, well-prepared team on Black Widow. Of course, the same for unKnights, but I'm saying why I see Anubis better because of their teamwork and the communication that they have when they play Black Widow, and the pressure that they make during the game. And sub base, oh man, I mean Anubis, if they are just practicing sub base, I'm happy for them, because that's the point. Yes, okay,
Yeah,
let's practice
it's
some
good.
base, let's put it into actions. Yeah, let's put it into action. Let's try to push it, let's try to make it better, let's try to make it work, and eventually one day it will work. Maybe this day is today, but if it didn't, that means that you need to win Black Widow, otherwise you will get swept by unKnights, who is on the 7th place.
Yeah, it will be very rough for them, and of course this series won't be that easy. Those two teams been dissing, and they wanna secure their spots. I believe it's already settled for Anubis to be one of the top 4, and unKnights to be on the lower end on the of course second league. But of course I believe that our unks are ready, and let's head to the other two unks, of course, Laz and Elfish.
Damn.
Wow.
He called us unks. We got violated here. Like, oh my.
Does anyone actually know how old Sekio is? He could actually be a closet unk.
That's true. He could be like an undercover unk. Like he could be like playing the game here. So look, we'll do some investigating, but I don't know your thoughts. Like, this is interesting. You and I both went the unk way. I'm still pretty proud of it. I think there's still opportunity they can. Anubis hasn't really proven it to me yet personally, but we'll have to see if we're cooking or not, I guess. That's the biggest thing.
I had to check, like, because when that came up on the screen, I was like, there's no way I've predicted unKnights. Like, I've definitely predicted Anubis. And then I scrolled back in the history of the chat, and I did apparently predict unKnights, so beats me. But I just want to put it out there that that's not who I am. That's not who I am.
Stay true to it, buddy. You just gotta own it, you know?
Well, if they start winning, yeah, obviously I will be. But I'm pretty sure Anubis come into this one as the favorites. We'll see how things go. And, you know, look, in one way, I won't be too surprised, to be honest, if unKnights are able to win this series, because I do think Anubis are just like one of those kinds of teams that they just drop these kinds of games every now and then. But Anubis generally, I feel, have been a bit of a stronger team throughout this season. So we'll see if they can continue to convert upon that. Black Widow, their map, it's usually quite a solid one. And unless we see some pop-off moments from any of these unKnights players, which, granted, they can do, I think Anubis can at least this first round.
Headshot!
Yeah, it kind of feels like they could, but you know, we'll wait and see, right? Because again, we still have players like Snox, you have Famous, right? Like, this is where a pretty decent roster. And again, I think Anubis have been going on the upward trajectory for sure, but we'll have to see what unKnights have been able to cook up a little bit for their limited practice as well. They're about to run into the area. This, and he finds the double. Really nice little bit of a crunch here from Anubis to get things done. Atron now, he's the only one. He's a bit of a labored one. Boy, oh boy, it gets through. So now Gainer, 13 seconds. He's actually going to go all the way around. He's going to manipulate this as much as possible. Pietro goes down. LSY has to be able to find the kill, but he's going to stick the defuse. And now Gainer. Oh, no, he's playing mind games. And there we go. It seems like Anubis are going to be able to still scrape through the round just barely. But my God, I thought unKnights were going to get it.
I mean, that's kind of the power of the unKnights team, isn't it? You know, they do have a lot of strong individuals. When they pop up, they can be a bit of a headache. But Anubis able to navigate this one fine for now. Obviously, early days into this map, and good probe into B. Looks like they're going to try and hit B again. Just see if they can keep putting a bit of pressure on B. It might be a conditioning strategy. Hit B a few times, really force unKnights to respect that side of the map, and then they can start to go and play toward A. For now, obviously, a bit more of a slow approach. Nor having a look into the box room, but he is alone, so I don't want to see him really overstretch himself.
Yeah, I agree. You don't want to overstretch yet, but still early in the game. We'll keep things a little bit, you know, still going to warm up a little bit. And Anubis taking a little bit more time to fight for some control here. Doom doing a good job just getting up to short for free. And actually, again, nobody's going to be there. The closest player is going to be HDZ that's kind of just playing a little bit on the ramp. Him with LSY together. But very interesting. Anubis might have actually been able to slip through the cracks in some regard. But then, and again, you have to still worry about HDZ, right? And this is where it always begs the question of what kind of HDZ are you going to have for the day, right? I mean, we've seen him earlier in the season where absolute demon. We've also seen it where he's been a bit of a ghost at times, right? So this is where a big question for me. Now the X is coming through. Nade's going to get thrown, so great position. Still getting thrown. Down the firing. LSY just calm and collected. Look how easily they take it. Boy, oh boy, Aziz.
I mean, that's the nature of unKnights. They can just stand and deliver, and they do just that on the A site. What is this? Is this going to be an early tack timeout for Anubis? Surely not. So this is a tech pause.
It's got to be. Oh, unKnights with a tech pause.
Tech pause.
Okay.
Wow, we're getting a day of tech pauses today. That's for sure.
We absolutely are. Yeah, we absolutely are. But it's a good point you bring up, Jordan, because I think it's a good, you know, for unKnights, it's again, like you still have some really good aimers on the team too, right? And they can really pack the punch. So I agree. Like there's a lot of situations where I think Anubis are going to have to still give a lot of respect for them, because it's not even just Famous. I mean, we all talk about Famous, you know, countless times, but I think about, like I said, HDZ, LSY. I feel like LSY is very underrated in my opinion. Same with Snox. I feel like those two guys don't get talked about enough. So this team really, again, to me, is still such a fun dark horse team. Like there's so much that they can bring into it. You have Pietro that's been around forever. So again, tons of experience and just like knowledge of the game. So that's where I'm still, look, I'm just trying to, you know, sell people the idea of why I picked unKnights here, right? So I'm just ready to prove the desk wrong. That's all I'm trying to do here.
The desk are kind of bozos, man. I don't even know if they do any work. Like I actually had a desk job earlier in the season, and I'll tell you what, it was the easiest day of West League I've ever done. They just get to chill and watch some Crossfire and like then come in and talk for 5 minutes. It's like, do you guys even do any work? That's kind of what I think about the analyst desk.
Damn.
Yeah.
John's going for the jugular. Okay.
Yeah, let's go unKnights. Yeah, boys. Also, by the way, and I will just put it out there that in the World Cup, Australia plays Egypt, and obviously a lot of our talent this season are Egyptian, and I'm obviously Australian. So, you know, there might be a bit of bad blood because of that too.
Yeah, lots of things to talk about for sure. Yeah, a lot of pride for both of you guys. So.
Oh, the pride of getting to go and lose to Argentina in the next round. That will be sick.
Yeah. Don't worry, my country's not doing much better, so don't worry. We have a pretty gross path too, so I get it.
Did you actually make it further? I didn't even realize.
Yeah, well, you know, that's how we do.
This must be hometown bias, really.
I think even one of our hometown games we got smashed actually pretty bad, so
that'll happen.
Not that great.
All right, we're back. By the looks of things, getting back underway into the game. So small tech issue seemingly resolved. One can hope.
I don't want to know what Famous is drinking. I don't know what that thing was. It's like a shake, but like was like a protein shake, but it looked pretty intense. So
Protein shake? I need to have a protein shake, actually. You should remind me after this map. I need to go and get it.
that protein, good for you.
All right, well, back into the swing of things. So enough yapping. Get back underway and see what Anubis can put together. Again, with a bit of a heavy lean over towards the B site to start the round, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be committing to B at all.
Yeah, I can definitely see where Anubis are going to take a lot of time on this too, right? So again, like with new roster a little bit, and this is where they're probably going to play very, very slow. This is I mean, all maps are tactical, but I feel like this one's got a lot to it, right? So Anubis are going to show some good strategy on this one, but a good setup from unKnights though. I mean, you have the double B, you have double on short A, and then just kind of leaving HDZ by himself behind green truck essentially. So it's a nice basic setup, but again, just kind of controls that mid cat presence, which is good. But Anubis seem to have their eyes on the prize here for getting this long hut control, which they will grab for free. And HDZ is not going to overextend, so he's playing a very passive angle on this. He's actually just waiting. He's not going to try to overextend, which is good to see. But now this is begging the question about, do we see, like, you know, Pietro actually commit to this short? Ooh, they're getting spotted. So now some intel, but now they can actually recollect, which is good. So nobody's been dropped. Everybody's still alive. Barely any damage inflicted. Unless you're dirty, then you're going to find openers against Pietro.
Starts that one off nicely. It's 5-on-4, and LSY is going to drop off bridge, which is a good choice because he was kind of isolated in that fight. Does grab Snox. This round is being put together quite nicely. That's a good ball back for HDC as well, and a real easy round for Anubis. And it's just not able to fight back in that one at all. So 2-1 will be the score. As we progress slowly through Black Widow.
Ooh, that's a great shot from HDZ. Really, really good duel. Not even just getting the opener, but amazing impact. Just taking down someone like Muffin. Really, really strong so far in this 26 season for Anubis. So big kill for unKnights to be able to get something, a good kickstart for them. Now with being down the player here for Anubis, this kind of begs the question, how do they want to approach this? This is where you imagine they're going to play together as a full team, and there's a full squadron, so we'll have to wait and see what they want to do. But they're actually going to get that mid-door smoke, and now they're going to just try to walk through, getting onto cat control. But again, let's not forget, though, you have LSY and Famous here, just, kind of a high-low setup. This is a question of Anubis are actually going to contest this, use some utility, but no, it actually looks like, ooh, I think they spotted a Doom, should have caught that a little bit. So he might be able to get a free duel. He does, yeah.
Now they're going to swing on the Famous. They both spotted him out. He's not really got anywhere to go. Has to take the fight. Can only get himself the one. So not a bad exchange there for Anubis in the mid round. Does bring it back to 3-on-3, but Doom is very, very low.
Big shots!
And with that kill from Nor onto Snox, now it starts to open back up a little bit. But I feel as though they're almost going to be baited into this B side, and Pietro could be in the position to make a difference, just tucked in behind that close box. You really want to be swinging this one with 3 if this is going to be the option of choice for Anubis. I don't want to see someone walk their way into the box room alone, which would certainly be kind of Anubis style.
Yeah, wouldn't it? It absolutely would be. I agree with you. This is still, again, a very winnable situation for unKnights. This is not out of the realm yet, especially if this duel is easy. Ooh, okay. Say absolutely impossible. And there's Pietro, really important kill. Now he can just backpedal. He can play the numbers. Perfect play, good discipline on this. He's not going to be, overzealous. Bomb's going to go down. It doesn't even matter. That actually just buys a little bit more time for them to work with. So now it's really about Dirty. What does he want to do? Again, he has full utility, and that's a good smoking place, but do they want to disobey it? Do they want to run through this and ignore it? But Dirty's actually going to get up close and personal with this. Actually, it's a spot through and a perfect little bit of a bait and switch. I like this, and unKnights are really clean region.
I really can't understand the decision making for Anubis there. It's like, why are we sending a guy walking out onto A solo, if he wins the duel, okay, you know, you're now in a position where you're 1v3. But it's a 50-50. He either wins the duel or he doesn't. In this case, he obviously loses the duel. And then we're going to swing one by one into the box room. Pietro's going to win himself a duel and get away. And now all of a sudden it's a 2v1. Why are we not just swinging 3 players together into the box room? At which point, okay, maybe Pietro gets 1. In either case, you probably do trade it down. Let's say he gets 2. That would be a miracle from Pietro. He gets 2, you trade 2 for 1, you're still in a 1v1. It's still a better scenario. I think Anubis really have to look back at a lot of the ways that they play some of these XVX situations and really have a think about things, because I see this time and time and time again. It's the biggest issue that I have with the problem with the play style of Anubis is that, you know, they do seem to throw away a lot of these advantageous rounds with some interesting decision making. I don't know if, you know, obviously they see the game a different way to the way that I do, and I think that's fine, but I would love to sort of understand what is the thought process behind that play specifically.
Yeah, it's a good point you bring up, right? Because there is times that we get the bird's eye view to see like what's the thought process, right? And the fact of like an individual swing like that, like you said, it's a huge risk. I don't know if the reward is really worth it. And even there, like you have Nora that's kind of, you know, just kind of playing in mid. He gets out bested. That's a little bit different, obviously, but now this is where you would want them to play together as a unit, right? You have Gainer by himself through long. That's fine. Keep the rest of the 3 together. This can be a nice little bit of a crunch, but you can already see unKnights are already in this position. HTZ. That's a get moving. Look at this. Not mess around. Pietro is able to catch 1 kill. Dirty actually gives himself his own death, so that's a little bit uncharacteristic for him. So now Doom's stuck behind the green truck. He doesn't have the bomb control. This is Famous. Should be able to just take his head away, and he does. So a nice little bit of a setup here from unKnights. Gifted the fact that Dirty didn't realize his HP. And, I mean, just gave themselves an even bigger advantage.
Maybe unKnights can win today. Maybe I'm starting to believe.
Yeah. I'm telling you, your prediction, man, you got to stay true to it.
You got to stay true. Be a believer. Well, let's see what we get. Obviously, out of this round. A chill start, but Anubis are starting to make their way up through short. Do also have Dirty, who's going to kind of work long alone. But it's really going to be this hit through short that has to be the difference maker. Famous is in a good spot to deal with the long push, but he is really relying on his teammate to keep him alive. If this short push comes through, Famous is going to be out in no man's land.
Yeah, nice kill though. These are really good instant, well, I don't even want to call them trades, but just good little bit of execution here from Anubis, just being able to find these. But now, bomb going down. Still the position of Pietro. You have HTZ just kind of tucked away on this. So Snox here too. So this is where Snox, I mean, they're going to have to find the perfect timing for this execution. It's a little bit tough for Snox because that position is such a choke point going out of the window. But HTZ, like, again, everybody knows he's there. Pietro might just have to be the distraction enough, and now they're going to try it. They're trying to go for multiple different fights at the same time. Pietro can only find that 1 kill, and now it's down to Snog for the 1-2. He's going to get bested by Gainer, so now we're going back and forth. This Team does not lean one way. We got ourselves a 3-3, so Anubis are still making this competitive for their map pick, but they are working hard for it right now.
I think that's testament to unKnights again, and, you know, the tenacity that we've seen from this team throughout this season. They haven't obviously really been a threat in series overall, but I've seen a lot of close maps for unKnights. Maybe a little bit unlucky in terms of not being able to close series out. They've been testing a few teams, and here they are testing Anubis again. This round, maybe not so much, as it's opened up pretty cleanly for them, and he's going to be flanked by Noah as well, so that will be a bit of a freebie in the end for Anubis. They're not always going to be that easy, and they have not certainly been that easy.
Headshots!
Yeah, a little bit of a good round here for Anubis to be put in this position. So leaving it elsewise with him by himself. Again, should be a dead man walking. already been spotted. Bomb's going to go down. I don't even think they hit that point. Also, actually tries to refight in mid. I think he realized his fate was a little bit sealed, but instead he does go down. So Anubis will be able to find themselves the lead. But look, it's interesting too because you have Dirty and Muffin still kind of double snipering here too. I don't feel like you get to see that a ton on the BL side. I mean, call me crazy, but I feel like that's not always the case on this map. Not to say it's bad, but I feel like you're kind of the one and done. Am I wrong? Not crazy? Is that long in the day?
I don't think you're that crazy. I don't think you're that crazy.
Oh, thanks, buddy. We've definitely seen teams on the GR side actually triple like TRG, which I mean, again, to me, can be really good too, right? Like this map definitely favors a lot for the GR side, I would say. So, but double it is for LSY and Mr. HDZ here for the Unks. Do you think they named themselves unKnights because of that, for the acronym? That'd be like 200 IQ.
I don't think so. unKnights has been a thing for a while now too.
That's true.
I feel like unKnights was a thing before people were saying Unk. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. No, I think that's true. Yeah, that's true. They have been doing that name for a long time, so just kind of ironic to work out like that, I guess.
Yeah. I could be wrong though.
We'll have to ask. Maybe just a nice win. It's all good. So far, though, and there's a nice little bit of a peek from the Unk himself, Mr. Pietro, the IGL. He is able to find a good kill on Snox. Can you be able to find himself one? He does. So that bomb does get dropped. Problems are starting to get more afloat to do this, and Nora's trying to get out. He actually does. He picks up the bomb, but he actually tries to refight this a little bit. Snox a little bit hot on this. They're getting excited about it. Now Snox might even be able to get the triple, and indeed he will. So the Unks will prevail. They're going to go back and forth. This first half has really just, again, been back and forth, essentially, right? I mean, this is where Anubis, I don't feel like they've been overly confident on their BL side, but not to say it's been poor, but it's just Unks are really putting up a good
I mean, this is the El Clasico for unKnights. I feel like they have a lot of close rounds. They do have some good rounds here and there. You know, often they just sort of let themselves slip in very, very close fashion. And they're really kind of like testing Anubis, who are starting to work through this round to find themselves a fifth on the attack, but it's exactly a devastating first half in that sense for Anubis. I think they can kind of walk away from this unhappy, even if they do drop it, which maybe go the other way. unKnights starting to pull their way back into it. Pietro is popping off. He's found himself a double into the box room. And just like that, Anubis round of the half. There's 15 seconds left still here for this round together, and I guess they do an easy one in the end. Somehow they've won a 5-on-3.
Yeah, that was really, really well, and like good job done. And like you said, Pietro with I think the massive double that kind of created the huge opening, right? And as soon as that happened, everyone's like, okay, yeah, let's go. Like we got to get going now. Yeah. And Team Noir is kind of like, oh crap, like my position's not what I want it to be. So yeah, I was a little bit caught in that connector position, which is problematic because the smoke was there. But nonetheless, a good half from unKnights, and I agree with you. It's definitely an El Clasico. These guys have, like I said, played this for a long, long time. But even as a team, like they've gone toe-to-toe on this map with some good teams, so it's not surprising. But I was a little bit surprised, like I said in the beginning, where Anubis kind of went for this pick. I was like, okay, like I'm not against it. I just think it's interesting, but maybe they're just trying to get those officials and the reps under their belt for you know, being well-rounded, I guess.
Swapping halves now. Oh, early day for Muffin, maybe big stretch. Had to wake up early for this one. Me too. It's all good. Well, what time did you have to get up?
5 a.m. for me.
5 a.m. Holy dooly.
Yeah.
I don't know what's worse.
I know.
So I woke up at 10 p.m. So I don't know. Either way sounds pretty bad to me.
Yeah, they're both kind of got their pros and cons, that's for sure. Yeah, no doubt.
One day for you, buddy. Hope you've got some fun plans for this evening.
What are you doing? You're sleeping? Big sleep.
I'm going to go to bed, yeah.
That's fair. Don't blame you.
Well, back into another half. We'll see how things do end up panning out here. For unKnights, now that the onus is on them to really be the ones making the moves. Tends to be a little bit more difficult sometimes if you're not comfortable on the map. But I think unKnights will have a pretty good grasp of Black Widow here. And moving through the map pretty quickly, LSY straight into short. There's a big setup outside the box room that unKnights are about to walk into. Let's see if they're prepared for it. LSY finding himself both on the opener and dirty, creeping onto the line. Will be an easy kill for Pietro. That is a good start as anything get for unKnights. They just need to push their way into the B site. A good trade there. And it's just Muffin left alive. His position now noted by Famous. And I dare say Muffin's going to have a tough time of recovering this round solo.
Oh, yeah, but there it is. Muffin not going to be able to, like you say, get the job done. So unKnights are going to be able to find themselves the opening round here for the second half. So job is slowly getting done. And now the Anubis, a big question about what are they going to be able to bring into this. And again, like I mentioned, you know, a little subtly was just like, look, they went for this pick, so we're going to have to see why they went for this pick of Black Widow. But lots of action that can still commence here. Anubis plenty of time to kind of bounce back into this game. Some good aggression now from Gainer. He's actually been able to push through water, getting that B main control or outside of B main control, which is going to be very, very effective if unKnights go that direction. But they're still making decisions on this one. Yeah, Pietro kind of just on the outside of this wall here, close to Doom. And the question is, are they actually going to expect aggression? Like, are they going to use the pop flash and kind of swing this out? Or do they kind of just take this dry, expecting nobody to be here? But it kind of seems like they have a good inkling of this, right? Doom is able to find that double. Now things are starting to load up, but Pietro able to find himself another two-piece. So the IGL of Unks have been able to find themselves, or he's been able to find himself a really good amount of kills here. And now HDZ finds a third. This is just going mayhem right now. And now Muffin going for a swing. He's going to be able to get himself a good shot. And now it's just down to the sniper versus sniper. It's all one shot remaining into this one. And Muffin's just trying to just be as sneaky as possible. But HDZ does have to fight for that bomb. But again, Jordan, he has a minute to remain.
Yeah, I'm totally here for it. unKnights kind of popping up at the moment, and I imagine this is a little bit more of a return to form. Muffin, though, will shut down some of that fun, brings it back with a fifth for Anubis. I have to say, though, it's kind of refreshing to see some nice shots being hit by unKnights. I think they've had a really, really rough season up to this point. But they know kind of what they're doing. Hopefully, this is a little bit more of what we'll see in the future. Pietro a strong opener from him. Gainer for the double. Needs to be traded back down here. Pietro is the man to get it done. Well, Famous obviously chiming in, and Snox also bullying his way into middle. unKnights with a blistering pace are able to overwhelm Anubis in this round. It brings it down to Muffin solo. And that seems like a tough ask, I'd suggest, to try to close this round out in the favor of Anubis. So I think unKnights are going to pull ahead once again.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they just get a little bit more aggressive, right? They just slightly turn up the temperature, and they're like, okay, look, let's click a little bit faster here. Let's try to do something different. So I like it. The fact that Snox was able to get that good spam kill into GR spawn through the box, really, really important, because again, you're cutting off the player right in the middle for those rotates. So not bad at all. And now it seems like, you know, again, for Anubis, they're in the position right now with just Muffin remaining. It's a 1-on-3. He's kind of a bit of a guessing game, right? And this is what gets to be really tough, because you already have Snox that's made it into the B site, so he already has really good positioning. It's Muffin now that has to make the play. Pietro might go down, and he does. That's going to be the bomb dropped. But it's all about the timing here. They can both just try to swing this at the same time. They should be able to get this trade back. But Famous has to be careful. Oh, his head showing. Oh, this is bad. This is so bad. And they just get it away. Oh, no. And Anubis take that one. They're just thieves.
Yeah, okay, that's a little bit criminal for unKnights, and that's where you kind of go, 2 rounds lost in a row for the boys that they probably should have won. And just as it starts to feel like maybe there's a chance at a map win on the board here for unKnights, that is now getting stripped away from them. Anubis obviously did call that tag time out, but I'll let you in on a secret. That was called before the clutch came through. So I don't know if they would necessarily have opted to maintain the timeout here if they had known that they were going to win the round. But either way, we'll see what they can come up with. Noor's got a lot to say, of course, as the in-game leader for the team.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that's always kind of interesting, and I think it's always brought up though, but it's important, is that you have it. These are two different teams, right? Where you have an apple versus an orange, because you have Anubis that are landing together, practicing, playing a ton, and then you have unKnights, which is the exact opposite. Like, they barely get to practice. I think they do like one official practice, if I remember Famous saying that. I don't know if I could be misquoting him here, but I'm pretty sure it was like one, if two max. So not a lot. So when you're playing against a team like this, where they play all the time and they're doing all the right things, they have a new IGL, it is a tougher task for unKnights. And that last round we just saw, where they gave up a 1-on-3 like that, should never happen, right? So that's where I think you get to see some of these inconsistencies a little bit of a team like this, where they don't get to play a lot and those mistakes just, you know, really unfold quickly. But
yeah, I think it's valid, obviously, to sort of bring up the fact that they don't practice a lot, and that might be why things are difficult for them this season. But at the end of the day, I don't know if it's necessarily an excuse for losing a 1v3 like that. Like, that's something you learn in a pub, you know? Like, that doesn't necessarily have to be team coordination or anything like that. That's just fundamentals of the game, really. And all these players are so experienced, they should be able to close a round like that out with their eyes closed.
Absolutely. Yeah, really good clutch from Muffin. Not to take that away from him at all, but it just felt like that shouldn't have ever happened. But now we get to see that Anubis will get a little bit more aggressive. And LSY is a challenging duel, but he's able to find himself a seems like it's a little bit challenging now for the second kill, but at least he's found the one. Gainer by himself. And Gainer now has to find himself a new position.
What I will say is Pietro's been pretty sharp today and even yesterday, and we don't normally give him a lot of credit in the individual department in the server, but I think he's been pretty good actually over the last couple of days, so I'll just give him a quick shout out for that. Is it going to be enough to get over the line here on map 1? And if it is, what then becomes the situation? Because Subbase feels like a winnable map for unKnights as well. 30 seconds on that timer here for Gainer, and Anubis kind of need another clutch. I feel as though they have been getting through a few of these rounds with clutches, and that might kind of be hiding a little bit of a weaker GR side. This could be another one of those as Gainer brings it down to a 1v1. He's so sharp. So LSY. LSY has been in very, very good form throughout the last couple of days as well. So he gets quite a bit of credit from me too. And that is a round on the board for unKnights to keep their noses in front, which is very necessary.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole!
Yeah, no question about it. Really good control right now from Doom. Just kind of, again, going for a big swing on short. Now Dirty realizing, okay, you've been able to grab a lot of real estate. I'm actually just going to post up here with the TRG, possibly get an easier second duel, but that nade actually kind of makes them backpedal a little bit more. I don't mind this too, because again, I feel like on the GR side, if you can find that opening kill, just reset. You don't need to keep putting pressure on. There you go, right? Patience is a virtue, and that's where you get to see Dirty playing one position, running all the way around to find another one, and now unKnights are just getting pulled apart slowly here, one by one.
Should be another round, you'd think, but we'll see what these three riflers can get done. Work their way up short, right into the crosshair of Muffin. It's not exactly looking like it will be a very fun prospect, but you've got to make something happen eventually. You know, you can't just sit around forever.
Yeah, being down the numbers like this for unKnights too, with like limited utility, like we're talking about a nade and one other piece of utility right now for Famous, so this is not good. This is not a good position, and Famous goes down. So again, all that utility I was just talking about, it's gone. It's removed from this equation. So now, all the firefights, and look at that. Blink of the eye, and it is right back to a tie game. We're going to see the tactical that's going to come out from the unKnights, which makes sense because this lead is now diminished, and they need to figure out what they want to do a little bit differently. I just feel like they're losing their ways with this, right? I mean, this is a map that's going to favor some heavy duels, and I feel like this team can definitely, throw that punch, but they got to figure out how to, get, off the boards, essentially.
Yeah, it's a little too close for comfort. I think it's fair to say unKnights have not done themselves really any massive favors by losing a few of these clutches, but it's still a tenable situation. So the fact that they're even competing, I think, with Anubis is a pretty impressive result in its own right. Quite intrigued to see what Subbase is going to look like as well, because we know that that is a bit of a better map for unKnights, and if they're this competitive on Black Widow, then I think Subbase is very much within the wheelhouse for them too. So it'd be quite, I think it would be quite fun to see an upset here on map 1, because that really opens this series up for something interesting.
Yeah, it really does. I agree. Like, if unKnights are going to be able to find themselves the first map, in their favor, kind of goes into the next question where Subbase is their pick, which is kind of interesting, right? Again, I'm kind of curious on Penguin's thoughts on this, because I didn't really think that was, I don't know. I'm not saying Subbase is bad for unKnights, but I just was relatively surprised. I feel like they've done okay on it, but either way, we'll have to see. I feel like some of these Egyptian teams definitely practice it a lot, so nonetheless, we'll have to see. But it would be interesting, like you said, if unKnights can be able to figure this out through their tactical right now, get across the finish line. Maybe it's a conversation of a 2-0. Maybe it's a conversation of a 3-map series, which if we have to go to 3, it is Ankara, so which has been, I think, well balanced between both these teams, respectfully.
Back to it, 7-7, winnable map on both sides. Both teams having now taken their timeout. unKnights were afforded the luxury of having theirs second by virtue of a decent start to this second half, but Anubis a couple of clutches, they've been pulling it back. Doors very much open for them to pick up a win in this one as well.
A lot of kills going back here for Anubis, and they don't mess around, so that tactical seems to be in favor for Anubis, and he's now giving them the lead. HTC 1 on 4 needed, but he's going to be able to get the job done. So very clean round from Anubis, being able to just shut that down. So unKnights try to do something a little bit different, but he gets punished. So now Anubis gets to put themselves in a 1-round lead, but the question is if they can close things out. That's the biggest question now, right? I mean, this is where we're still kind of anticipating this could be a very close affair. I could even see this, maybe even going to overtime potentially, but unKnights are going to have to figure out how to create some space on this BL side.
Yeah, they're not all going to be that clean. And that's exactly why HTC winning himself a duel against Dirty, who sort of just went fishing in middle, and, well, the fish bit back. unKnights not looking to move too quickly off of the back of that, though. Happy to take that over Anubis anymore and prompt another push. Starting to get a little bit of a move maybe from Gainer there on short. No one's in position to punish it, though.
Yeah, like the fact that Gainer is just kind of, again, looking for a timing if he can. Not just like a massive swing and just going for a duel. He's actually trying to be a little bit crafty with it, so it's good to see. But right now, it's a 4-1 split here from unKnights, so they're in a great position right now because you're going to have Pietro, again, just being the lurk. Just see if he catches a rotator off guard. Then you have the rest of the players going down long A here. Double player from Anubis, though, in the A site. So now this timing from Muffin actually could be problematic because he's behind single box. Now the shot's going out here, and he's going to be dead. So this actually discombobulates a little bit, but Doom might be able to find rifle. This is huge. He needs it to get it done, but he gets the spray. He can't seem to find the multi-kill. There it is. Now, again, a reconvene, recalibrate like you talked about. And unKnights, unfortunately for their game plan, it looked good. It felt like it was in the bag, but now Pietro has to come up big once again. He has to be able to find himself this double kill. Has to fight for the bomb. Doom needs to be a little bit careful, and Doom seems to be treading in some waters. Pietro, I don't know how you're missing these shots. This is just such a labor fight, but he gets it done. My God. I mean, way to get around.
I think you can say the same thing about Doom as well. Neither player was really connecting anything in that engagement. They both lasted for so long, but got the job done in the end. Did Pietro. Has stepped up this week on an individual basis. And so, find ourselves at an equally tied 8-8 scoreline. Still could go either way. And again, very, very classic of Anubis. They win a few clutches, but they still just never really seem to be the kind of team that can close maps and particularly series out easily.
No, that's always been their, I feel like that's always been their MO, right? It always seems to be after the grindy games and going the distance and just making it very stressful for both parties to get there. But, well, we'll find out, right? Again, back to the 8-8. Kind of crazy, again, just to think about that 1v1. I'm still baffled by it, but both players, like you said, kind of just dodging every single bullet somehow. But nonetheless, we're back into it. Tie game, and now Muffin getting ready for the little bit of a counter pop flash here for this teammate, which is here just on the upper corridor in the window. And unKnights now kind of putting, again, their eggs in the basket here. Now Dirty. Go for a massive swing, and actually the perfect timing of it, too. Two blind players gets the bolt double piece. Bomb's going to be dropped here. Still a minute remaining. So there is a world where we could see unKnights actually pull back from this if they want, but you do have Pietro in the site, so that's what makes it really, really interesting. They have to pick up this bomb, and you already have Anubis kind of through mid. They're investigating. They're clearing out a ton of space right now. If they get all the way around, this is going to be a full sandwich. This could be really, really bad.
Critical round here for Anubis to close out, but plan's gone down. He's got some words for the team as he starts to rotate into position. It looks like Anubis are just going to wait for Doom here. HTZ has not spotted anybody out, but he's got to get his timing right, and he does see Doom, but he'll miss the shot. Oh dear. Recalibrates for the second attempt. Famous has dealt with Ganos. He gets a little bit antsy to make a move, and again, that's just kind of down to lack of patience, really, from unKnights getting the better of them. I think if they just tuck for a little bit longer, they might be able to make that happen, but in the end, Anubis get themselves to 9 first, and they have a chance of closing out map 1.
Yeah, really, really nice retake, though, from Anubis, right? Just being calm and collected and just being able to find themselves in a good position, like you said. I think if unKnights could have been able to wait things out a little bit different, but now look at Anubis. They're not even patient at all. They're just gonna try to get aggressive. Instant trade back, but he hits the grave as well. Now Dirty being able to find the back of LSY. This thing might have just completely catapulted the wrong way. They do a great job to put some pressure, but hang on. Now they start to overcook a little bit, and unKnights, they've been able to find some kills, but all of a sudden, through all the thick and thin of this, Pietro is by himself. On a 1-on-2, has to fight for the bomb. Has some time, but I think he's already been spotted. And Gainer can actually go all the way around. He can just kind of, you know, play a little bit of a mind game. Pietro has to be very calculated here. This is going to have to be the biggest play we've probably seen all day for a clutch to push overtime. Otherwise, this thing's over.
It's a tough one. C4's lost in an awkward spot, but Gainer, you know, floating around top mid on his own. Is that entirely necessary for Anubis? Again, they've kind of split in a 1vx position, and remember, that was a pretty key talking point. I mean, he can obviously pivot back across to back Doom up. He's tried to clear out mid. He's got the info. There's nothing really happening there, and so he seems quite satisfied. I much prefer the setup that they've got now. This will make it much more difficult for Pietro to exit the box room. Doom watching for it. It's a good swing here from Pietro, and it will not be. So Anubis will close the map out 10-8. It is very close. And if it were not for, need I say, maybe a couple of minor throws, really, from unKnights, I think that goes either OT or even it could have been an unKnights victory. That was by no means clean from Anubis on Black Widow, and I'm sure we'll see some interesting stuff when we get onto Subbase as well for this series.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I feel like Anubis, it wasn't really the most convincing win, but a win is a win, right? So, I mean, I think like a team like this is going on the right trajectory to getting themselves back into contention, where we talked about their whole story is that they want to get back into playoffs. They want to be one of the top contending teams in the league. So step by step, they're doing it, but we'll have to wait and see what the panel thinks, because so far they're probably going to be bragging that the first pick has already gone their way, but we'll wait and see what they say. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, guys. And actually, it feels that, yeah, it's unconvincing for us, and I believe it's unconvincing for you too. The win was pretty close between those two teams, and it felt like you needed a handout to help you to close the game, especially after the tag timeout that Anubis got. It shifted everything toward their side, and after that, I believe that the tag that the other team unKnights took helped Anubis to close the series, or at least the game.
Yeah. Also, before talking about the tech, I want to talk also about the clutch from Muffin, where he got 3 kills before the tactical pause, right away before the tactical pause. Imagine you're going to a tactical pause. It was, I guess, 6-5. So you're either going 7-5, so you're 2 rounds below, maybe 2 rounds behind, and trying to get back, trying to talk about how you're gonna be able to just go do your round without doing any mistakes, because just 2-3 mistakes can cost you. Suddenly not just clutches the round and get you 6-6 without any deficit in the rounds, and you're going to tactical pause. So it's a complete momentum shift and confident shift coming out for Anubis players, and also the tactical cannot help them so much. unKnights, yes, they throws, just as I said, it was a couple of throws, Legend on the side, it was a couple of throws from unKnights this time, not from Anubis. And last round, I was watching the round, of course, and Gainer was in top mid, Doom was in bridge, or below bridge, watching bridge, and both of them were like, everybody's just trying to 1v1 Petro, which is kind of weird, because Anubis should have been talking to these games and maybe watching the replay and these mistakes. If you're playing versus, again, if you're playing versus your team, or if you're playing versus, like Noor said yesterday, he said, I want to be top 1. So if you want to be top 1, the clutch situations need to be better, because I don't think it's getting better till now. However, Black Widow should have won to Anubis. In my opinion, it was a closer game. Anubis is the team that's usually I like watching them playing Black Widow because of the global risk round and the blacklist rounds. Where it comes to mid control, they have a decent mid control where they get information on cat, where they get information on the suppression box from. This mid control, they sometimes get it from, they get this information from bridge, sometimes they get it from mid doors, sometimes they push cat, and we've seen Noor doing it yesterday, and they tried to do it today. Muffin is just an insane clutcher for the team and shifted the map to their favor. That was Anubis's pick, in my opinion. It's a bit shaky from Anubis because unKnights helped them in just securing this map, but if they are going with the same, let's say, play style on sub base, I'm gonna be very worried that Anubis might just lose this.
Well, let's see how it goes. Like, the first game was a little bit of shocking. Here you see that Pietro was actually popping off, even though they're normally that guy that's the one who doesn't frag a lot, and Famous is cosplaying Pietro. Feels like the names should have been changed here, but the truth is it was not Pietro. It was actually the guy that's fragging, the guy that's holding unKnights together, and on the other side it felt like the double sniper setup was not paying off that much for Anubis, but at the end, after some changes, it felt like they found the key to just close things out. And for me, I would say that for this game, the SVB should be Pietro and the MVP should be Doom, but for me, I will give the MVP to Pietro any day of the month. I would say that, and of course, yeah, Doom got it, but of course, based on the stats, the movement, the kills, everything, I would go other places, but of course, Anubis got their win. Anubis, they still need to close it out in subbase. Keep in mind, subbase was always their weak link, but on the other side, I believe this should be good for Pietro, should be good for Famous. LSY should be finding those moments when it comes to playing with a sniper.
Yeah, definitely. It's the weak link, of course, as you mentioned, that Anubis is not the strong team, or not, it's not the scary team on sub base. But I'm not saying they are maybe incredibly bad on sub base, no, but they are playing it very maybe below average, below average. It's because of their setups, it's because of the way they play, it's because of their play style. It needs a faster game, it needs a faster reaction, it needs a good strike calling. Noor is doing a very good job, but he's still new to the team, fairly new to the team. That's maybe his fourth game with the team, or maybe fifth game with the team, so he's trying to adapt with the team right now. Maybe his second sub base as well. unKnights, they play together. Famous loves to play sub base. He knows how to hold it down, he knows how to play on woods, he knows how to clutch. Petra as well, he knows how to lead his team. Snox is just so annoying in vents. I've played versus him a couple of years in vents, and he was just so annoying. I always rated him, and he's just nowhere to be found, and sometimes pops off out of nowhere and kills everybody. So it's a good map pick for unKnights. That's why I was worried about Anubis. If they couldn't secure a Black Widow, I will believe that it might be went 2-0 in favor of unKnights. However, it's 1-0 for them now, so unKnights have the chance to redeem and go back to the third, push it back to the third map.
And at some point it felt like they were going separate ways between the first map and unKnights. And Anubis. Of course, unKnights had the best out of it for the most of the time, but I would say a win is a win at least. And for Anubis, we spoke a lot, but for unKnights, you need to see them step up. They needed to back to their form. They needed to contest, to fight, to bring back the old form that we know from unKnights, since they are starting to lose hope to be part of course,
playoffs, not the league group.
Any upcoming, yeah, of course,
The
like
playoffs, because no
elite group is out of the picture.
Yeah.
But now they are trying to be in the of course in the contenders
Playoffs.
group, trying to reach playoffs. They
Yeah.
have only one win in the league, which is pretty embarrassing, I would say.
The wins will come. If they stay in the contender group, it's better for them, because the wins will come. It will give them confidence, unlike if they play on the elite group. Of course, if they play on the elite group, they have 3 or 4 wins at least. So, but I'm saying for them now and for the performance, it's good to stay in the contender group, so you can build up your momentum, so you can just try to get some wins over Strong Gaming, try to revenge your Imperium game, try to get over Anubis, because we've seen that they can, because they almost beat them on Black Widow. However, Anubis are now up 1-0 until let's see what's gonna happen. So it can happen for them. They can still win, they can still get the wins, they can still get the Ws, and this can still make it into the playoffs. But at what costs? They are still, I don't see any signs of improvement. They played better on Black Widow, but they never closed it, and they never they didn't change the performance, and we never seen them closing the series so far.
Well, see, it's been always one of their not best maps to play in, of course, but let's get back to sub-base. And speaking of sub-base, I believe that our casters, Laz and Elfish, are ready. Guys, take it out.
Why does being a sub remind Sekio of me and you?
I was
Which
thinking-
one of us is he talking about?
I know. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, "What's he gonna say here? What's he gonna say?"
Are you a
about us?"
sub or
I don't know.
or
That's
mine?
what I was. That's what I was wondering. I was like, "Which one of us is the sub here?" But I don't know. We'll have to find. We'll find out eventually. But I agree. I was thinking the exact same thing here, Jordan. I'm like,
Yeah.
who is it?
I have a sneaking suspicion it's you, but anyway, that's just my thoughts. Let's get into the map and see how things do play out here. unKnights obviously need this map to stay alive. Work to be done. It's not started very well. Anubis 2 on the outset. It has been quite a lot of trades on the way in, though, to this B side. So winnable on either side. If we find ourselves in one famous needs to now step up, but crosses Noor's line and is dealt with accordingly.
Yeah, let's not forget too. This was unKnights that wanted to go for this pick too, so we'll have to see. Again, go for us a little bit, but being on the GR side, it kind of begs the question about will be able to not stack a bunch of rounds, but it feels like you have that a little bit of control on it. But the fact that Anubis can get the opening round in their favor, that is definitely going to feel really, really good, especially with the way that game went on the first map and just kind of adding more a little bit pressure. See, unKnights now, a little bit of rotations commencing, and Anubis are taking their time a little bit on this one. One player going to be Vent, Muffin, and it seems like he's actually still just kind of posting up. Snox just trying to get the jump spot as much as possible. No full read yet. Muffin's still just kind of very, very safe for the time being in vent, not overextending it yet. unKnights seem to be heavily focused in, you know, mid and essentially B and ready to go. And then just leave that anchor of Famous to play an A, which actually, to me, honest, makes the most sense to me. I feel like Famous would be a really good anchor on this site because you can just go for a lot of big, heavy duels, especially the position he's playing right now. But Anubis still trying to figure it out, poking and prodding and trying to figure out any kind of a weakness at all.
Okay, well, there's one. Weakness exploited. Pietro taken out by Dirty. It's going to open mid up a little bit. Tough for the rotates now for unKnights. They kind of have to send Snox in to sort of reinforce that position, which will diminish the hold on A. And that is exactly what's going to be tested. So a lot of goals now. Famous Snox obviously there to kind of assist on the run. It's just the one, but Famous went down for free. Snox is doing God's work at the moment, but it's still not enough to hold at the site. The barrage of nades comes over the top. Chip down to Snox. That's why HTZ, they're going to get aggressive and quick in this retake. Lure spots them out, but eventually does fall. There's no real time for Gainer to make this wrap. unKnights played into the hands of Anubis nicely because Anubis wanted a much smaller baseline there, but unKnights just decide, screw it, we're going to send it. And Anubis don't have time to set up, and as a result, unKnights run through.
Yeah, it's nice to see, right? Because again, like that's where we were mentioning for unKnights. It's like, look, like we know they can pack a big punch. They can bring a lot of, you know, heat into this, and they have some good firepower. So that's where I think, like you said, they kind of take it a little bit faster on the retake. They don't allow them to get that post plant set up. It's perfectly done, right? Just kind of putting that extra little bit of a pressure and putting them on the boards is what they wanted. Now Anubis, as much as they can. HTZ actually gets timing. I'm not really sure of what he was doing. I think maybe he thought his teammate was still kind of jump spotting the top to getting that information. So that might be a big spotted here. I don't even understand how a gamer's getting this for free. Like, it seems like unKnights have kind of disconnected from Discord or something from each other, and now they're not even communicating because all of a sudden we have Famous on a 1-on-4 and the round's already done. So something must have happened there because there was a huge miscommunication from my perspective, and allowing Gainer just to run like that and get some duels without getting traded is such a critical skill. You cannot let that happen.
It's pretty typical of Gainer when he starts to pop off. He really can run. He has got some very sharp aim. I think at the moment he is single-handedly the strongest first bullet player in the West League. Early days, of course, in this map, but Anubis are getting a little bit done. You know, it's going to be competitive. It's going to be a tough ask maybe for unKnights to push this one through to a third. Setting themselves up in machine room early on in the piece for Anubis. It'll indicate that they might want to head towards B for this round.
Needs to be a little bit careful, but look at this, like just getting exploited right now, right? I mean, this is where unKnights are just giving up plays, they're kind of getting exposed angles, and Anubis are just taking full advantage of it right now. And I mean, yes, there's been some little bit of reply here from the frags of the GR side, but bomb's already dropped here, planted, and now Muffin's going to reposition himself. Snox here behind a smoke, has to wait things out. Muffin should be able to get the steal when he does, and now Famous has to go in a little bit blind, and there we go. Anubis are looking so strong right now. This is what I mean. This is where I was kind of questioning this pick, and I'm like, well, I feel like this might be a map you don't want to play the Egyptian teams on, but I mean, all right, won't prove me wrong. But right now, unKnights are not showing that so they can bring. It's an instant trade back from HDZ, but boy, oh boy, Anubis seem to be running on a bit of a high right now.
I guess the thing is, they look at the match that Anubis played against IMPERIUM and they thought, you know, if IMPERIUM can beat them on sub-base, we probably can as well. Doesn't seem to be heading in that direction, but look, still, we've got a lot of rounds yet to play here in sub-base. Famous for a hold here. That swing from Doom. Pretty good, better coordinated with the team. You know, like, again, they're going one by one, and if you're going to fight Famous one by one, he's going to do exactly that to you. That needs to be better. In unison. unKnights got themselves their second. They're still some gaps in the play of Anubis.
Yeah, it's true. Like, so, I mean, again, this lead is kind of getting dwindled a little bit here, but, you know, unKnights do reply back, and that's the thing. Like you said, they might have done some homework where they were able to watch Anubis play, so maybe that's why they wanted to go for this pick, but better late than never, I guess. But Gainer now going to get into Vent. He's actually going to over-commit to this. He might, and actually Snox is going to go for the jump spot right now. I don't know if they spotted each other, but it looks like they have. They're throwing a lot of nades at each other, so now maybe we'll even see Gainer get out of this position. So good work from both these teams, I guess, and good work from unKnights. It's just kind of removing that option for the time being through the vent play. It can be really strong if a player can slip through there without being checked, right? I mean, you can cut off like half the map already, so good work from Snox. Typically the position he likes to play. And now Anu is kind of back into the thinking grounds here of what do they want to do, but it seems like this B locker control seems to be the eye of the prize, and now Pietro and LSY together. Smoke gonna get thrown. Now, Pietro with the trade back, will he be able to find a second? He will not. He gets instantly fooled by Dirty.
Now into the 3-on-3. Snox and HD combining, but Dirty patiently waiting on the line. Will trade one down, and now the TRG start to come into play for Anubis. Muffin has spotted out Famous. He'll take the quick peek, and he's very happy with that round win, as it keeps Anubis with their noses in front. It was certainly a winnable round for unKnights. But Anubis 4-2.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! Smoking bomb! Smoking grenade!
4-2 lead is not too bad right now for Anubis. Especially on the BL side as well, right? Like, let's not even forget that. It kind of makes me beg the question about what are they going to look like when they get on the GR side. So even now, even if they lose out this half, I still feel like Anubis are in a really good position right now. So we'll wait and have to see. But they're going to, again, just go back for this lockers control. They seem to be just looking for this as much as possible, and they've been successful in doing it. And now unKnights kind of actually playing a very passive setup. They got the 3 in the back of B, GR spawn. Again, just leaving Famous on his lonesome here. He does have Pietro kind of in radio to be there if needed. He's going to go for the jump spot. He's actually found Gainer. So good timing on that. So Gainer has to get out of this position. Be careless for him to commit to it onward, but he will back off and go with his teammates now. So I think wood control is going to be the name of the game here for Anubis. Looks like Muffin might even entertain the idea of this vent control. So now Pietro's still kind of being distracted by it. So they might even try to use that as an advantage. To be able to ignite this rifle, but he just can't. It's just one kill and he's shocked away. And his teammates are dropping like flies. Famous now needing to be the big hero in this round. He has to put up some big kills. He's been able to find the one. Time is dwindling though.
Yeah, one's just not quite enough there for Pietro. Unfortunately, this shot from HDZ might be the end of this round for unKnights. He eventually recalibrates onto Muffin, but in that meanwhile, it has given Anubis a little bit of extra time down on the bottom of the site. And sharp shot in from Gainer. Gets another headshot through. 5-2. Anubis are starting to really pull ahead. Okay, immediate response from unKnights, looking for a third for themselves. Gets himself a 1v1 duel against Muffin, and he's not going to be losing that one. This round seems like it might be a bit of a foregone conclusion for the old boys on Anubis.
It's a good reply back from unKnights, and just when you think that Anubis are starting to run away with it, they actually kind of, again, just keep themselves within this game, and they're still making some rounds, but this is where they're going to have to do a little bit more than that. Famous should be able to find this duel on Dirty. He's one tap again. Leaving it all just down to Doom by his lonesome now. So with a minute 35, has to fight for the bomb control. It's on stairs again. This just feels like unKnights have this one in the bag, unless we see something crazy again. I mean, let's not forget that we saw Muffin with the 1-on-3. This feels like this shouldn't happen. Doom now missing an opportunity to take down Famous. Everybody's going to kind of run onto this, get ready for it. Pietro's already on the right. Like, this is becoming a bit of a sandwich, but again, a little bit careful. Freedom taking damage. Feels like it's a matter of time that Nate picks his job and he runs right into it. Untitled do reply back with a third. Last round of the first, we will go, and it's a question if Anubis can get themselves a 3-round lead, or if unKnights, you know, can be able to get something a little bit, you know, a little bit closer.
Still waiting to see how this round does play out. As you say, one that could very much go either way, but I think has a very drastic impact on how this might actually play out going forward. 6-3 is a far cry from a 5-4. This wood position will be a point of contest. They've taken that comfortably, Anubis, so they've got a lot of space to actually work with in this round now. Just a question of where they're going to actually end up. Do they push their way down the stairs into A? Pietro not really spotting middle either, so actually information is kind of at a premium for unKnights. Probably not too sure exactly what Anubis are up to at the moment, which has got to be a somewhat scary feeling.
Yeah, look at how Gainer just gets so much control here. So again, he might be able to even have a timing of this as well. As soon as his teammates make noise, backstab him just like that. Gets the double, if I'm not mistaken. Double kill. Should be a cleanup, unless Snox can do something about it, but goes for a swing with the double. Oh man, the bomb dropped in the exact same position, and now Gainer has to get a move on. He has to start getting those laces done up, and now he has to go for a bit of a jog. And now Snox just has to be careful. He does have the high ground, but actually decides to commit low, so this is interesting, and just gives up his body, and Gainer, he gets kind of gifted this 1v1, and Anubis will be able to steal that one away. I was thinking unKnights might have been able to find themselves that fourth, but unfortunately for them, it falls down.
Yeah, Anubis, solid first half. Put themselves in the position to win this series 2-0. See if they can get it done any cleaner than what they did on Black Widow. I think they really let themselves down a little bit by allowing Black Widow to get as close as it did. Yeah, Chance had a clean one. First round of this GR side will be an important aspect to that to get them underway. Nice and comfy. But haven't really seen much from unKnights thus far. Obviously only pretty early on in this round, still starting to try to look to control parts of the map. Got themselves into wood, starting to have a bit of a peek into mid. It's a slow and methodical approach from unKnights, really.
Yeah, this already, again, like I said, kind of begs the question about the GR side for Anubis. How they're going to approach this, right? Because again, unKnights with, if we can start to see, you know, HDZ and Famous and Snox kind of popping off a little bit more, could make things a bit more interesting here for the BL side. But Anubis now, they have the double players equipped here on the stairs. They're ready for pop flash. Doom's going to be there to assist them, but this is looking like a clean hole. Now Doom's going to easy kill for him. So now he's going down to HDZ. Very effective. unKnights try to go for a little bit of a pop onto the stairway. Not going to happen. I love the double player commit from that from Anubis. Perfectly done. IGL kind of baits himself, plays the one man, you know, a little bit of a distraction, and gets done nicely.
Yeah, 7-3 is a pretty imposing looking score. The immediate response, though, from Snox and Pietro is quite a strong one. It's the contest into Machine Room. Only the 2 players there from Anubis, so not exactly a huge portion of their forces, and they kind of meet the majority of unKnights, so it's liable to go poorly for you if that's going to be the case. And as we see, the exchange is definitely not a favorable one for Anubis at all, although they have done a lot of damage. I mean, LSY is down, Snox is low, Pietro's tagged to half. This is not unwinnable. Let's see what Doom can do. 2 players set up here to defend the B site. If you can get 1 or 2, pivot and try to assist, then hang on, this starts to get interesting, and that is exactly what does end up occurring. And that is Anubis up to 8. It probably should have been around for unKnights, but they don't trade effectively into locker room, and they are punished as a result.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good. Again, and this is where we were talking about the Egyptian teams playing on this map, and just Subbase seems to be the new map of choice, and Anubis are really doing a good job of just getting themselves in the conversation of a 2-0 here, and now his teammate doing round. Anubis does get to reply back with a nice little bit of double kill of his own, so been able to put some matters into his own hands, but Anubis need to be careful because also Pietro's coming in the back lines here, but HDZ finds the overextension for Dirty, but this is actually flipped on its head a little bit because all of a sudden Anubis looked really good, and then unKnights, they just kind of hit the brake for a second, and everybody starts to just connect the right shots, and now Noir has to be able to find himself a 1-on-3. He's in a decent position. Oh, I was going to say he might have had the advantage. He would have been able to find that easy duel from Pietro, but now has to go for a little bit more of a hunt on this one. Easy. He's got the choke point. Finds the timing against Venus. That is unpredictable. And now Norris kind of made things a little bit more interesting. HDZ has to land this shot. It's a choke point, but Norris starting to dodge these bullets. I don't know how he's done it. And HDZ can't seem to find the connection here. And Anubis have a chance here to get themselves this 9th, but no, HDZ finally nailed the coffin on that one.
Tight affair really for unKnights. A little heart-stopping for a moment when Noor gets that super clean entry onto Famous, but asking a bit too much to win a 1v3, so back to square one. 8-4 the scoreline though. Anubis are not going to be too concerned about how close this one is. I mean, it's not even really close, is it? So you get another round or two, it's probably still not a big deal. At the moment, Anubis happy to just sort of jump back in, have another crack, see how they can go. This time they do take that machine room control early on in the piece. unKnights again, no contest from Anubis.
And all of them are grouped up here in Wood Room too, so they finally get this control a little bit. Leave Famous by himself here for the lurk. Now Doom and Dirty going to be together, but Dirty does have himself careful and does get bested here. Off here with the AK. Look at that. Just a nice masterclass a little bit. Just being able to contain the recoil of this gun, and now he gets everything done. Snox by himself. Seems to have broken free for the time being. Isn't going to be able to find this plant too, and now Norris going to have to go hot on the rotate for the 1v1. 36 seconds remaining. But again, the HP department, 76 for Anubis right now. And again, for Snox, like, it's got to be below 10. This is critically low. Even a pistol will get the job done here too, but bomb in the open. 4 HP in a dream here. Snox has to land the perfect shot here, especially with the HK. It's one tap. He has to be able to find it. Oh. This time is getting low. This is bad.
Yeah. Mill's got no idea. Now finally spots him out. Sit this defuse though, and Snox wins it. No way. Noor just got himself into all sorts of trouble there. He was not comfortable at all. And doesn't sort of just set on the line. In the end, yes, Snox just kind of toys with him. He could have honestly maybe just sat in the defuse and won it given how low Snox was, but he's not to know, obviously, that's how it could have played out. So 8-5, unKnights get at least a step closer. Again, like I said, not the end of the world necessarily for Anubis, but starting to put some rounds together in the second half here unKnights, and they might still find a way to make this competitive.
Wow, they use a lot of util to clear out the corner of lockers. Like, nobody there from Anubis, but good idea from unKnights just to try to clear out something. Not going to work this time around, and good aggression here from Nora. Actually, all the way pushed through Wood Room, so this is decent, but that nade actually will push him back, so now I think he realizes he has to get out of here. He still will kind of commit to it for the time being. Very careful of this. But he's going to commit to it. He's not actually going to push back. He wants to commit as much as possible. Now he finally leaves. Okay. Very, very interesting. And unKnights have really just, again, they're trying to figure this out. They're trying to make a prediction, but they just have no idea what to work with right now. They haven't even been able to find a duel. They've done some damage, sure, but they got to find an opening now. They got to do something for some control. They're expecting Anubis to go for some kind of a counter aggression.
Well, they've used a lot of their time and might not have been used wisely because they haven't really achieved a whole lot. They don't even really have wood control. The only part of the map that they've really kind of taken away from Anubis is that machine room position. He's hoping for a pick here onto Noor, who's just kind of popping his head up and down at the stairs to A.
Big shots!
Definitely be a little bit of an overreach for him if he were to die like that. So I don't mind seeing him just back off, but still, opening kill going the way of unKnights as Doom will drop. So a winnable round for unKnights. They'll try their chance at a B side hit. The connections are pretty good from the TRG. The rifles leaving it a little lacking for Anubis. Noor gets it done though. Again and again, he gets put in the clutch, and for the most part, he is delivering. You get an Anubis timeout here to see if they can finish the map off cleanly.
Yeah, big moment right now, and Anubis to be able to kind of call the timeout and just kind of collect the thoughts and how to get this thing done. But yeah, this has been again, like considering, you know, the conversation about this match and the matchup of Anubis taking on unKnights, it's been very, very close, right? I mean, Anubis, like we said, have not made it easy for themselves. It felt like they were getting away with it. unKnights kind of, you know, slowly keeping themselves in the conversation of this game, but now the biggest question is how do they want to get this thing done, right? And that's the biggest thing. But I think for unKnights too, it just feels like it's been a little lackluster here in the second half. It hasn't really felt like the same team, so it's a good moment for them to catch a breath.
Yeah, catch a breath. And Muffin's gone for some fresh air outside as well. So definitely wanting to catch his breath here in the timeout. But I don't think that Anubis should be feeling too much under the pressure here. Things have looked good for them. It's just a case of sort of crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and then they'll have this map done and this series finished off as well with a clean 2-0. I mean, is clean maybe a bit of a stretch? I think they've definitely been pressured a bit by Anubis, by unKnights, I should say. But I mean, a 2-0 is a 2-0 at the end of the day, I suppose.
All right, and we're back, and we're ready to go. 9-5 is the score. Anubis just need one more, and they have themselves the first 2-0 of the day, or unKnights now needing 4 overtime. So, big questions to be asked. A lot here at stake. Muffin gonna just go for the duel. My God, actually, even with that kill, he did a bit of a collab. Like even Snox took some big damage here too, so that's huge. And the fact that this is the thing that we were talking about, Anubis are starting to feel really good about this. They're starting to feel like they got this one done, and even that kill as well. It just seems like unKnights pulled apart again, single-handedly. And now Muffin does get finally bested in this situation. And Snox with a sniper, which you don't get to see very often, but their options are getting dwindled here, Elfish. And I feel like they have to get this kill against Noir to get themselves the site and get the bomb down. And then you have to wonder, what is LSY going to do with this?
Question. It's not going to be Snox that's going to get anything done, unfortunately, for unKnights. And, well, your question is quite a pertinent one because it is now only LSY. A 1v4, C4 dropped on the other side of the map. Position about to be discovered and dealt with by Dirty, and Anubis aim themselves at the 2 and 0. Pretty good stuff from them, particularly here on map 2. 10 and 5. Got the job done reasonably comfortably, I would say. Map 1, I think, was a little bit of a heart stopper for them. Definitely a couple of clutches that got them through that map, but by and large, overall, when we take the entire series into account, I think we can't be too mad about what we've seen there from Anubis. So this season's starting to kind of come together a little bit more for them than we had seen in the previous season. I think it was a bit of a disappointment for them last season. Now, kind of coming back to that expected level, which is good to see. But enough from us. We'll hand it back over to the desk and see what they have to say about things.
Yeah, guys, it was, I wouldn't say a quick sweep for Anubis, but at least a 2-0 for Anubis proves why they are still in the elite group. Those guys been practicing, trying to reach some certain level, and of course, it looks like they are starting to close things out. Still, we still got phase 2, we have the playoffs, but that's a lot of time to practice, and you can't just sleep on your opponents.
Well, yeah, now Anubis secured their elite group as well, so it's just so clear for us now that Anubis, Nemesis, 3BL, Vitality gonna be on the elite group. Well, Anubis played very good this time on top base. We said that maybe one day they will improve, maybe one day it will pay off, and finally we've seen it back alive. Honestly, the clutch situation that Anubis was in and the clutches that they won is actually a key factor for them winning this map, because we've seen them multiple times some was a disadvantage and then someone clutch, maybe they are having a 5v5 and one of the Anubis players gets 2 kills. This time we've seen a change in Anubis playstyle, especially through woods. They played aggressively through woods, they played a lot through famous, they tried to pick him one by one, they tried to pick him as a group. Yes, they failed one time and this was the one, but the other times they did just big damages to him. They know that sometimes unKnights are not gathering the information or grabbing the information through the wood doors, so they go to a down, try to hit into famous. That's why they forced unKnights into stacking aside with 2 players, which made them comfortable on pushing this side, and this was the case for them on the blacker side that made them win 6-3 in favor of Anubis. So well played by them. Shout out to the guys, to the game plan, to everybody who committed to the strategies. They did very good. Their aim today was kinda perfect, but in my opinion, unKnights, they kinda throw few things for Anubis to give them the confidence and the momentum that helped them in getting the win.
Of course, I agree with you. They threw a little bit of some rounds here and there that helped Anubis to close things out. And of course, speaking of closing things out, it felt like Anubis are slowly approaching to a certain level that you cannot sleep on. And of course, speaking of sub-base, it's not their favorite map, but it should be one of their maps that they have practiced a lot in their scrims and everywhere to make sure that they maintain a really good form on it, and I believe they managed to do all of that. And also, speaking of sub-base, you would love to see the stats here, since we had Muffin, you had Gainer, both of them been doing some really good work. And speaking of Muffin, I'm sorry, he got some really good clutches that helped the team to close things out.
Yeah, exactly. Muffin is a key player and key factor for Anubis, and we mentioned that every time Muffin is playing very good, Anubis will be playing also very good. Kenner as well, he's back since I guess maybe week 2, maybe week 1 as well. He's back since then. Maybe we haven't seen the best out of him on season 1, but it was a new team, it was a new roster, and now he's getting into the shape and he's carrying his team throughout the hardest games and making them into the elite group. We saw change from the elite group. Anubis and 3BL will be taking place of unKnights and TEC, comparing it to season 1 of course, and both of them deserves to be on elite group.
I totally agree with you, since I really want to speak a lot about Gainer. That guy been through a lot. He started with TBI, I believe that was his debut, and of course CFWL. Then he went to Entropy. Then he went, I believe, to Ping Pong. Ping Pong Balls, and now he is back to Anubis. I believe that guy been through a lot. He got a lot of experience through those 2 years that he played versus harder teams, and it's paying off currently with the current roster that he got. He is improving a lot, and it's been shown to all of the guys that are watching the stream that the whole roster and Gainer especially are starting to find a really good mix to be one of the teams to be considered in, I won't say middle of the table, a little bit above from middle of the table.
Yeah, well, clean sweep puts him exactly above the middle of the table. Now Anubis, I'm not saying that Anubis is now in shape to face the top 3 teams or maybe the top 2 teams right now. Maybe Nemesis or Vitality. They have some things to work on. Maybe a bit of 3BL. Yeah, they can go back and forth with 3BL. But I believe that Anubis still needs to work on a few things. One of them is the clutches and their positioning. The second is how to deal with the numbers advantage. And we can have the interview with this and ask Gainer about that.
Of course, I believe we will have Gainer in a matter of seconds, and like we were just talking about him before we knew that we got the interview with Gainer, but that's icing on top of the cake. We'll see him, and of course, will add a lot of value to us. So hello, Gainer. Assalamu alaikum. How are you doing, Habibi?
Hello, alaikum assalam.
And of course, it's lovely to see you. And of course, Anubis been through a lot in phase 1, or at least I would say in season 1, not in phase 1 especially.
Yeah.
But it feels like after the current changes that you're having, and with the practice, with everything, you are coming to, I would say, a different picture of the team. That it looks a lot better and it looks a lot more competitive. Walk me through, how did you guys actually manage to reach that level?
To be honest, like, we do plenty of mistakes, like we keep repeating same mistakes, but eventually we fix them. Like, it's something we were like kinda mentally down because of, like, we repeat the same mistake many times, and then our coach be like, guys, I told you about it like 5 times already, and we be crying inside because we know when we do the mistake, but it's just a bad habits and we are trying to fix them. And yeah, it's slowly working because we do play the game a lot, we do practice a lot, and like, we are putting the effort to improve.
Yeah, true, and it's been shown in the field, and you're making some really good
true.
progress. And another question for you, Gainer. We have seen a lot of improvement since the start of this season in your performance, of course, and also we have felt that even more in this last game that you got unKnights and 2-0 sweep. How much of a confidence that a boost you guys for this victory, and how does it feel to close your phase 1 games?
Like, to be honest, we know that we can do better. Like, it is not like now we are performing good or something. No, it's just we are underperforming the whole season, the whole year. Like, if you look individually, we have like Muffin, who's, as you said before, like, Euro, it's not fine, he's in top 5. And we have Dirty, who is a top sniper as well. We have Doom, we have Noor, and me as well. Like, if you mention every name, you can mention positive things about. Muffin inside sniper, Dirty is good. You can mention Doom, he's very good info team player and very good team player, and he's supportive. You mention me, for example, like a good aim, like maybe not every day, but like, that's a positive point when you talk about play. So, like, we are supposed to do better, but you have been underperforming, so we are trying to like make it up and like play as expected. So
I love the
yeah,
energy,
winning,
man.
just like happy that we won, and we want to get the confidence so we keep up the same level and not be
Yes.
up and down. Yeah.
Of course,
Exactly,
Penguin.
he replied to my question because it was the evaluation that you asked. And he evaluated himself as that he's underperforming. I believe that you guys are not underperforming because on the first season when we have watched you guys were playing very bad, honestly. And now you guys are playing extremely better than
That guy got no
that. So
filters.
if you're starting very bad and you guys are improving, that means that you are on the right path. So I guess that you guys are not underperforming. It's you guys are improving, and this is the important part.
Yeah, thank you for your words.
Yeah, of
Cool.
course. Thank you, Gainer. It's always lovely. Would you love to say anything else, Penguin?
No, good from my side.
All good from your side, and of course, it's always lovely to see you, Gainer, man. I love you so
Thank
much.
you.
Of course, good game for you guys, and we really appreciate what you guys are doing, and we hope to see you doing even better. And of course, can't wait to see you guys internationally. That's gonna be a banger, of course, if you can make it. So good luck. Any last words for Anubis fans and for the guys that follow the stream?
I'm just happy that we are doing better and we are winning, so our fans don't be disappointed. And I want to say thank you all.
Thank you,
you,
Gainer, of
And
course.
congrats, man, again.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Congrats. See ya. Yeah, that guy is just so humble, and you love to see his smile. Come on, like,
Yeah, he's always
beside
smiling.
everything
That's
else.
Gainer. He's always smiling. He always has a nice smile. Yeah, it's not like what I mentioned. It's not like it has no filters to it, but we are not here to just tell everybody that you are better, you're nice. Then what is the point of analyzing the teams? Who's good and who's bad? So in the first week, no, Anubis was just. I was worried. I'm one of the Anubis.
True.
I don't want to say fan, but Anubis supporters. I usually support Anubis, and I usually pick them winning versus most of the teams. But now I can say that they are elite team. Now they are doing very good.
Totally agree with you. And of course, speaking of elite teams, we will close that chapter and we'll head to Swamp Gaming versus Imperium. This is a battle for survival. So to watch that one, we'll head to a small break and get back to you.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad, ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position, does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though, gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swinging with a triple kill. Come on, Todson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2, and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Oh, coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in, and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
they're just going to move. And unKnights, now they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Himself 2, but he needs more than that, and Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. We're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Stayed by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't News actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, what is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
to suss things, it will They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Tipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn, trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double too, so that's the bomb drop. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why it's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will stay.
And we are back. Last series in the entire day, and I believe this can't call it a main event. We had a main eventer. The first one, you can call it a main event, a good opening to the event, and the filler, it was definitely not a filler between Anubis and unKnights, but this one will be a little bit interesting when you watch unKnights. Sorry, not unKnights. Swamp Gaming play versus IMPERIUM. This is a really good battle to watch. Whether Swamp Gaming can secure their first win in the entire season, or IMPERIUM will get their second W on the board. And if they got their second W, it's gonna be more interesting to watch the competitors' league.
Yes, it's gonna be definitely interesting to watch for them, because if they get this win, we're talking about Imperium, that means that they will have 2 wins, so they will be going to the contender group with the 2 wins. So if they just got 1 win again, that means that these guys are no way to be relegated unless unKnights wins everybody on the contender group, which is gonna be one of them is TEC. So it's gonna be TEC, unKnights, Imperium, and Swamp Gaming. So unKnights needs to beat Imperium, needs to beat Swamp Gaming, and needs to beat TEC in order for them to surpass Imperium. So that's why Imperium, that's a very good matchup to have, and this is a very important game for them. In my opinion, I feel that these guys deserves to be on the playoffs. based on the performance that we have watched them all throughout the week 1 when they played versus Vitality, week 2 when they played versus 3BL, week 2 also when they played versus unKnights and they beat them 2-0. They had a very good games versus Anubis as well. They went to overtime, so they could have won Anubis game, they could have won 3BL game, they could have won Vitality's game, and they won already unKnights game. So these guys, if they have a good handling of their overtime, we could have seen these guys just probably being on the playoffs and being on the elite group, in my opinion. Not only on the playoffs, but probably on the elite group.
I would say they were pretty close to the elite group if they could have found some wins. Of course, one of them is versus Vitality. They fumbled way so hard. They lost, I believe, 3 or 4 rounds in a row, and then they went to overtime, lose everything, or actually win everything before the final round, and boom, Vitality just finds a rocket and it literally shove it into their faces. Let's keep it to their faces. We're in a family friendly stream. And of course, after that, it was just going one way. They had the Anubis matchup, they had a lot of really good things to capture, but it was not the case for them. On the other side, Swamp Gaming, they were fumbling most of their games versus unKnights. They got closer in Ankara, but a new compound was pretty hard. Swamp Gaming versus Vitality, they went to overtime in Ankara, or not only overtime, they went to golden round. That was the further they can go. TEC, they made them put some effort to win their games. Versus Anubis, it was almost an easy sweep, I would say. Nemesis, close. Black Widow, like, they're not close to winning, they're close that they are catching up on their enemy team. So whether Swamp Gaming win or lose, or whether IMPERIUM win or lose, I don't think that if you have them in in the same conversation, I will always go with IMPERIUM, since they were always more consistent. They took the champion to ages. Yeah, of course, they practice more and they went to full distance versus a lot of teams.
Yeah, they went to full distance versus the champion. They went full distance versus the second seed right now, which is 3BL. They went full distance versus Anubis, a team that's also in the elite group. I'm saying that they had a very close games versus such teams. Also versus TC, they had a very good games versus unKnights. They beat them, so they deserve to be in such place. And on paper, they are the team. They are the team that is ready and practicing, giving some time to the game, just reading the enemy team, trying to watch their POV, trying to watch their games, their replays, their mistakes, fix them. They talk to each other, they communicate, so they are always active in game, unlike Swamp Gaming, or honestly they have some we talked about, they have 2 North American or 3 North American players and 2 European players, so the time zones are different. In time zones does not allow them to have any sort of a practice, and by the way, this is the case also for unKnights because of favors.
Well, of course, we have spoke about that multiple times, that the time difference is always a really bad thing to have. Also, for Swamp Gaming, they have Awesome and Jin, both are from Germany, and also Kai's Ellis, and they live in Canada. Josh is American, so you have 3 places, 3 time zones to be figuring out how to scrim, how to play, and man, it is pretty hard. I'm sorry, also Imagine is from the US, so you still have like the same 3 countries, so it's a lot harder to have it figured out. Like I would say, in the case of Titan Esports, you have Portugal, you have Greek, and you have of course the guys from Turkey. So they are Europeans, and the difference is like 1 hour, 2 hours, so it's not a big of a deal. But on the other side, it's just like difference between US and Canada is like it depends on the place that you live in. US, like East Coast, North Coast, like there is, I don't know, 3-4 hours difference. It's not that easy to calculate or to play with. But as we all speak about time zone, we should speak about prediction here, that we are all going with IMPERIUM. And man, like I believe we had the same issue when it comes to time zone for our broadcast. 4 or 5 time zones that you're working with. But yeah, we figured it out. I hope that the guys in Swamp Gaming do the same.
Yeah, and finally Elfish got let's say the predictions right, because he was just awake, so probably he would just throw Swamp Gaming as well, because he messed up with the last series and picked up unKnights out of nowhere. And he said, I was just waking up, so probably he missed only the second series. So, but now he's picking Imperium, so we are all agreeing on Imperium based on their past performance. If you have someone who's maybe OG playing the game before, former Crossfire player, and he watches the names that's been playing in Swamp Gaming, like Imagine is playing the game since I even start playing it. So
I'm sorry that I cut you off. Do you think that like Elfish, like he was just like he woke up, he saw that he saw us like in the group chat, and he said like, yeah, let me copy Laz's like comment or like Laz's message, and I will just send it out?
why
Do you
Laz
think
picks
that
Swamp
was
Game?
the
I mean,
case?
why did Laz also pick unKnights? That's the question. It's so weird.
Huh.
Nothing gets them to pick this. I mean, nothing happened for them to, okay, unKnights are bad guys, they play better. Nothing literally just happened. The unKnights have been underperforming for the whole season, and probably they're gonna struggle until phase 2, and then I believe that they will come back and bounce back immediately on phase 2. But on phase 1, definitely it's over for them. So I don't know why even Laz did this.
I mean, all questions on Laz now, not on Elfish. Like that guy, Jordan is just like, yeah, man, it's not me. It's Laz's fault. So yeah, we'll go through with it. And yeah, sub-base, Eagle Eye, new compound, 3 maps we would love to see. Of course, the hyping will pay a lot of stuff for them, will make them suffer a little bit when you play in Eagle Eye, especially since it is a map that needs to be played with snipers. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and it's gonna be on North America. Yeah, definitely. The sniper is gonna be so hard and tough for them to deal with on the high ping. It's gonna be Dump who's suffering most likely. Frabzy, I'm not sure if Frabzy is gonna flex the sniper on the North American server, because I always had a concept on the North American servers that you should bring 5 wall bank weapons and just play the game as you're gliding. You don't stop, you don't aim, just glide. Glide in front of your enemies, glide in front of the players, just glide in the servers, just glide on the side, and you will get the kills. You'll probably die, they will trade you. Otherwise, if you're jiggling, you'll die. If you're trying to scoop, you'll die. If you're trying to strat with utilities, this is not coming out of your hand. So also you'll face a lot of trouble. So that's what should Imperium do, and maybe that's what's Imperium lacking, which is the experience in handling the North American games, or maybe high pings. And by the way, also this is also on 3BL, and I mentioned it before.
Of course, that's on 3BL, that's on Swamp, that's on Imperium. So I mean, for me, Imperium and Swamp Gaming are 2 teams that should be showing us a certain level of Crossfire, but we'll see how it goes with Laz and Jordan.
There we go, lads. Bit of smack talk back and forth, obviously, from the desk. That's fine. I will maintain that my prediction was made in error, and it was not in my right mind. You, though, on the other hand, I don't know if you've got an excuse for that one.
Look, I'm going to be honest. I rolled out of bed, saw what you wrote, and I was like, I'm going to follow suit. I'm going to stay with my buddy. And then, you know, I get flamed for it. So, you know what? I don't know. I stayed true to it. I believed, and it didn't go my way. So that's okay.
So, wait, did I actually make my prediction before you, or did you make your prediction?
Yes, you did, actually. I had to look because everyone's saying, they were saying, oh, I did. I'm like, no. I actually followed you. So
yeah, I see how it is.
Okay.
So, yeah, well, you know, sometimes you copy the homework and it doesn't work out. It kind of is what it is. You got to make sure you do it on time.
Last time I'm copying you, buddy.
Do it yourself. Otherwise, you're not going to learn anything. I thought you would know better than that, Laz, as a mature man yourself. But what are we going to get out of this series? I mean, obviously, we were pretty unanimously across the board in the favor of Imperium. I like what I've seen from Imperium so far this season, and I think a lot of it ties into what Penguin was saying, where they've been very close in a lot of these series. They haven't obviously gotten a lot of wins on the board, actually, but they've had a lot of overtime maps, a lot that they've just barely lost. And if not for, like, you know, let's say another maybe like 5 or 6 rounds total over the course of this season, they could have a far better record. So I like what we've been seeing from Imperium as a team that we didn't have any expectations for. So I think they've showed a lot of improvement. And I think today should be the day where they can really capitalize and look to actually find a win under their belt. The Swamp have definitely been pretty spotty this season as well. So obviously I think Imperium is definitely looking to see whether or not live up to that bargain. He's going to be really pressured over here on A, and he's doubled down very nicely. Good presence of mind to get that done. Nexlon watching for the creep from Awesome will finish him off as well. And it's looking like a pretty easy start for him.
Imperium, and I agree with you. I think Imperium definitely seemed to be the team that have really improved, and there was a lot of question marks what they were going to do, and I'm pretty sure they were one of the teams that got relegated too. So like the fact that they're back in here and the performance they've been able to show with some of these teams it's been awesome, right? So, and I mean, this is where Swamp, unfortunately, they lost their main identities of famous, but you know, other players like Kai's and Awesome and Josh and things like that, they're the ones that have to kind of put some big numbers, and that's a lot to take in for a team like this. They haven't been able to find a win, but Imperium have really created a lot of conversation of what they could do, and I think teams are starting to respect them a lot more. So I definitely agree, and I think that's why we all went for this pick, right? I mean, it made sense. I never would have last season, but this season they have completely flipped the script. I mean, it's you don't get to see that very often from a team like that.
Most definitely. This round has gotten a little bit tougher for them, though. With having been taken out of the picture. Swamp aren't too eager to pick the pace up just yet, though. Happy to give Imperium something to stew over. Here comes a little bit of progress, though, from Josh. And it is Frapsy that's going to get the early impact. Wants to fight, but you can imagine that is not going to go well for him as he just gets run down mercilessly. Easy for Swamp to put down there. So no real concerns about this round at the moment. Don't think there's going to be much of a chance of a retake with only a couple of players alive for Imperium.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it. Once again, you have Damp that's actually, been really demonstrating POG skills, but now you have to go against 5. You're going to get one little kill here and there, sure, but good work from Swamp. Again, just kind of taking it as a unit and just charging the player onto a ramp like that, or ace stairs, I should say, and being able to find that kill. So bounce right back into this game, so not too shabby. They are going to actually go for the radio control. They are going to fight for this, and they do actually prevail. So that's going to be Kai's dropped immediately. So that's a massive pickup because Kai's a really strong sniper player. Now we get to see another one being picked up here from Laz. So this is kind of where I think they're doing a good job just picking these guys apart one by one. A nice little bit of a reply here from Awesome, but we do need to see more than that, right? The IGL of Imperium goes down, but now Damn going to be tested here. Easy pickings for him. He actually does get the one. I thought maybe he did. Again, beautiful shots from him, and now things have gotten a little bit more interesting. This thing is turned around into the 2v2. You still have Nexlon that's actually pushing through on the stairs. Jin might be able to get the time. Oh, he's not even going to check his 6, and look at that. Jin, 4 HP, has been able to single-handedly find himself 4 kills into this round, so he has been able to put up a ton of magic, leaving it just down to Frapsy.
Not unwinnable for Frapsy, though, particularly with Jin being as low as he is. If he can find this pick onto Awesome, then it almost is a done deal. He's really buying his time, though. And Awesome seems to be pretty aware of where Frapsy is coming from. So, cross and cleans him up nicely. That's a solid one from Awesome. And a solid one for Swamp as they start to get underway on this attack. 2-1 the scoreline. That's probably where you want to be at. I think you want to be looking for something like a 6-3, and Swamp are definitely well on their way to getting there. Kai's, nice shot to start things off.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, right? I mean, this is where Kai's has really always impressed me, because even the old iterations of Swamp where like him and Famous were together, I felt like that was such a fun combo, because Kai's really could, pick up the sniper and do, toe-to-toe damage against some of the big guys here in CFWL. So, shots like that is great. Now Jin, one of the players that recently joined this team, is now going to be able to find himself another double kill. Nice little bit of a double kill before he goes down. Josh a little bit slow here for the flank. Now it seems like a little bit more back and forth for both these teams. It's just a bit of a shooting gallery, leaving Laz by himself on the 1-on-2, but he's going to go all the way around. He's going to go for a full run onto this. Swamp actually could try to change up their course of direction if they want, but they still think he's close on by. And this actually is really strong from him because, again, he's coming for the flank. Awesome might be able to get the timing of this. I think he might have just spotted him, and now the jig is up. But Laz does have the M14 in his hand. He's got full utility too, so let's not forget he could try to use a flash to kind of create some space. Could use a nade if he wants, but instead he's going to go for the gunfight. Expecting somebody to be on the left-hand side. A couple of small players. Be careful, there's a lot of space, and there it is. Josh will thankfully be able to get this done. Man, it's coming down to these nitty-gritty rounds.
I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that. Right? These are two of the teams that are more so towards the bottom end of the standings. You're going to see some messier play. You're going to see more mistakes. And Swamp are typically, at least historically, one of those teams that have been very good at bringing teams down to their level. So, I'm surprised to see them kind of like unsettle Imperium a little bit here. Next on, we'll start this round off with a frag for 2, helped out by Damp and Frapsy, but you've still got Awesome to deal with, and Kai's there as well. In a flurry, we're down to a 1v1. Laz, is it going to be Laz that is going to walk away with this one, or is it going to be Kai's? That's the question I have. I tell you what, if it was you as the Laz in this scenario, I think I'd probably put money on Kai's. But here, it feels like it could go either way.
Nah, you don't know my game, dog. You don't know my game. But look, I'm just saying Laz my joke here. He's going to get this done. And of course he does. Look at that. He is able to pick it up. But honestly, in all seriousness, this is really, again, like you said, they're kind of like the bottom of the barrel teams, with all respect, but that's where the scrappiness kind of kicks in, right? Like, this is where we get to see a little bit more of that less discipline and more of those, like, just kind of quick gunfights. And we look at this, we're seeing, you know, an instant duel within seconds of the round starting. So that's kind of the fun thing about these teams when you get to watch them as well, right? Because we have Swamp hungry for a win. Imperium is obviously trying to make a bit more of a statement getting in the rankings, but they've proven that they can go toe to toe. So I love the way this game goes. It feels like it's a really good pace. Feels like these guys are not really messing around, and they're kind of just giving that like disrespect-ish play. I'm all for it, man. Especially for the last series of the day.
Yeah, why not have a bit of a back and forth?
Uh-oh. Laz might get taken out here. I thought maybe. No, never mind. My eyes deceive me, Jordan.
Just so worried about Laz.
I am. My goat.
He doesn't even know
name.
who you are.
He probably thinks I copied his name.
Maybe.
I'm going to have a word with the guy.
He doesn't understand. The unks have it. Have you ever thought about that? I feel like it's going to be so hard. The longer the internet goes on, right? How hard is it going to be to have a unique name? Back in the day, it used to be pretty easy, right? Now, you know, how many Lazes are there in the world? So many. I know 3. I know you. I know Imperium Laz, and then there's a Laz from CS and Valorant as well. Like, it's the same guy who played Valorant, Japanese guy. So, you know, it's a name that pops up a little bit, but I'm sure like every single name at some point is going to get used. And you're going to have to, yeah, it's going to be a struggle. Everyone's going to be Laz 1, 2, 3, Laz 11, Laz 3, Laz 5. Which one are you? I don't know. Back around, there's the clock, and Laz player gets himself just the one here, at least so far. Working their way in his direction. Honestly, for him, Imagine is able to find himself the 3, but they're going to go back into Jaguar. Uh-oh. Oh, Imagine down, and Awesome. 16 seconds, he can't really cancel this fight. He has to take the challenge. Jaguar spot as well, to be fair. Both sides. Eventually, Jaguar will commit to it, and Awesome will win the duel. Swamp up 4-2 now, but by the barest of margins.
Wow, that is crazy too. Like, and I was thinking he was actually doing a good job just using the railing just to kind of block the shots a little bit. And yeah, it was a bit of a mistake. I was kind of thinking, wouldn't he have had enough time? I feel like he could have maybe, but
yeah, Jaguar just dropping and challenging him in that fight. If he tries to rise and he gets the timing wrong, Jaguar's like falling on him. It's not going to be good news.
That is true. Tough one to be in. But again, like, you know, what's interesting too is like when for both these teams, it's kind of like we've seen the same, you know, fact pattern about like they do really well in their map picks, and then it's always the decider that seems to be the grindy game. But this is actually kind of going a different tail, a little bit of a different direction, right? This is Imperium picking sub base. Swamp are the ones that are actually, you know, in the lead. They feel like they've been in relatively decent control so far in the first half. So this is where I kind of beg the question, like, if we do see a map 1 upset from Swamp, I don't know. I mean, there could be a world where we could even see a 2-0, like, right? I mean, just think about Eagle Eye for, you know, a team like Swamp. There's a reason they picked for it. That'd be a pretty big upset.
I think it would be. But we're still early days. It's probably a bit too far ahead to be thinking about at this stage. But yeah, Swamp has been putting together a good BL side on sub base. I can give them that.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, this is where Swamp, I think, have done a really good job just bringing the gunfights into this, strategies, but it's working. And Imagine's really been putting up some, again, he's only 5 and 6, but I feel like it's really important. Dropsy, though, that's a big one. And now properly, and actually it will be. So a little bit of a misplay and mispositioning here from Imperium.
Yeah, good plant, good kills from Kai's in particular. Oh, won't want to be losing Awesome up there in the window, but either way, they still find themselves in an advantageous position, 2-on-1. Jaguar with a lot of room to cover. He is typically pretty handy in the clutch, though, so I'm not going to count him out of this one just yet. Has wrapped all the way around through wood. He's going to try and get in on top of Imagine, who is low, but that alerts Kais to the presence, and he backs himself with a shot. Easy clean up there with the TRG in hand. And so Swamp have themselves another, and this is starting to get a little bit dominant for my liking. As far as Imperium are concerned, this has been one of the worst performances we've seen from them, and it's not the time to really be having it.
Yeah, I didn't think this was going to be the team that's really going to make you struggle. This is probably one of the worst positions we've seen quite some time. So yes, it's early days. Yes, it's the first half of the first game, but they got to get it moving now because Swamp already, they got themselves where they have themselves in a post plant position. Jin's able to get a shot onto this. Laz going to get annihilated. Again, just fruitful picking. And look at how easily Swamp are taking this. Like, their BL side is, again, just very simple, but amazingly effective. And Imperium had no idea to respond to this. Like, I'm so shocked considering this is their map pick.
6-2 could end up being a 7-2 half. Quite surprising. Right, Imperium would have anticipated better of their map pick, but it has left a little bit to be desired thus far. Let's see if they can at least scrounge together a third on this GR side. And I think if they do get 3, you know, then we're sort of close enough to a pass score that it's not the end of the world. But hasn't exactly been easy going for them. There's a good start for Damp. On to Kai's. Jaguar aware that there's multiple players headed in his direction. He won't be cleared out without a loss as well for Swamp. So the numbers are maintained. The advantage is there. Swan's toes getting tickled here by Imagine, who will surely be looking for another on his entry. Damp cops a grenade that softens targets up. Imagine is on a mission here, doing so much work that Jin left behind. The 1-on-2. You've got both Rapsy and Laz low. A very little round for Jin, but he's just not landing his shots. The push is going to come through. He's going to get flanked. And that will at least be a third for Imperium. It's not a fantastic first half, but it is something at least.
Yeah, it's very questionable for me because, again, like, I feel like for a GR side, like, it's just a really weak defense that we see for them. So I got to give a lot of credit for Swamp being able to just, again, use some firepower, put some brute force into this and doing a great job of it. But now Swamp, I mean, the question is, can they close this out? I mean, this would, like I said, be a very interesting setup in the conversation with this too, because we go to Eagle Eye as their pick, and I feel like they're doing all the right things. They're just playing very simple Crossfire. They're doing a good job. Seems like the comms relatively decent. You know, the desk was talking about three North American players and a couple of the German players. Seems not to be an issue as of yet. But Imperium have a ton of homework and a lot of leg room they have to now figure out. But talking about leg room and needing something to get done, Josh is the one that seems to be getting the tested here with almost a full time. Oh, and that's not even hard. Oh, Jay. What happened to Jay?
Full damage, maybe? I assume.
Headshot.
Exlon also going down, so Swamp looking to hold on to this A site. Haven't actually held the site itself, but do have themselves an advantage that they can use in the post plant. I'm surprised they don't try to sort of speed that up back of the plant, but instead they wait, they set themselves, and now they're walking into Damp one by one. There's no util getting layered over the top at all. No trade available. Damp has a winning position for this opening round of the half. Perhaps he will finish it off. Swamp will be disappointed because that very much could have been their round.
Yeah, they absolutely should have been able to close things out, but I mean, for Imperium, that's going to feel way better, right? So this is not a bad start for them. Like we talked about the map picks, this is really critical. I feel like Imperium have definitely shown that they do put a lot of reliance on their veto in the sense of like their map pick, they absolutely need it. So we'll see now. Josh going to get tested here. That first engagement finally gets himself a little bit of a rebound on this, but now Jag into the bench, and there he is. Finally gets himself that kill, but Josh has been able to still anchor this down and finds himself that third. Great. Now this is going to be a great retake. Jag's going to go down. Imperium all out of sorts right now. Utility's going to be flying. Damn takes some big damage. That's almost 40 damage alone from the utility. And there it is. Jin going to be able to put the TRG to work. My goodness, this is looking a very interesting and well-composed, instrument here of Swamp Gaming. And it seems like these mucky waters are not so mucky.
No, certainly not. I'm positively surprised, positively impressed. But again, as soon as they obviously get a bit of work done in the second map as well before they are really going to convert me to a complete believer. So for now, happy with what they're seeing, but they're not yet done. I'm sure they'll be saying the same thing. Got some more work to do in order to close this map out. Slow approach for Imperium. They are recognizing that they're in a bit of a spot of bother now. Things haven't quite been going to plan.
No, it almost feels like kind of maybe even potentially like a bit of an off day. And I don't want to take that away from Swamp, but again, it's so interesting to beg the question of Imperium's, performance in this one. It just does not feel like it's the same team that's like going toe to toe with Vitality and pushing, Nemesis and really just sticking it to these top, 4 teams. Like right now they are getting demonstrated and showing a lot of Achilles heel for this, and Swamp are fully abusing the situation. So either they've done amazing homework too. I feel like it's a combination of things, right? I don't want to take anything away from Swamp because I do think they're playing really, really well for themselves right now. And again, they're hungry for that W, right? Like that's been the whole conversation of the death.
In the middle, Jin with the spam through the box collapses on 2, but it's still not really enough to hold on to the B site. Jin got way more than he probably ought to have, but nobody on the site itself actually chiming in with a kill there at all. Which will mean Josh is going to have to come across here. See if he can salvage the situation alongside Jin. These two have been sharp at times. This could be another one of those times. A kill for Josh, a double as he gets that. Josh aware of it. Swings come through the USP. He's going to do enough at least onto Josh, and time is of the essence here. For Jin, he pushes his way forward, wins the duel. He's got 12 seconds. That's heaps to get this defuse, and Swamp will win another. And it seems like finally we are starting to see a bit of success for Swamp.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good, right? It was always begging the question of like, what is this team going to be able to accomplish, and how are they going to be able to play differently with the new players on this group? And seeming to be that it's just they needed a bit more time. And right now we're talking about being able to have themselves the first map victory, but we cannot get ahead of ourselves because again, a good entry from Imperium that's going to be last to be able to find that opener. Gets aggressive through Woodroom into alt middle right now. He finds himself this only 1 kill. He's something, and now Laz again able to play the Boogeyman role, and now he's just able to pop out of nowhere. And We might see Swamp kind of losing this following round. Imperium looking strong here for the post plant.
Yeah, don't really see an avenue back in here for Awesome and Imagine. He might be able to win a 2v3, but I think a 2v4 is just a bit of a stretch too far.
Shots.
Damp gets the better of Imagine as well, so that pretty much puts to rest any allegations of an upset in the 2-on-4. He's going to have to take the L in this regard.
Now with an 8-5 score, I mean, we still see the single sniper here for Awesome, actually. Oh, double sniper. What am I talking about? My eyes are deceiving me. I was going to say I'm super shocked. I had to look up a bit more, but double sticks here for Swamp, so they're going to be mixing that up a little bit too. Which I feel like you don't get to see Awesome on the TRG very often too. I feel like him and Jin kind of do this funny floating where they kind of be the secondary hybrid. Not to say it's not going to be working, but I guess they kind of need that in a way. Now Jin just going to be, it just begs the question of them mixing it up, right? So it does make me curious if this is good or not.
He has always kind of been, one of those guys that hasn't necessarily minded picking up the secondary TRG, secondary sniper role every now and then, but, certainly not known as a primary sniper. And I personally feel he's usually a little bit more impactful with the rifle. Either way, we'll see what he can get done in this instance. We do have Jin up in the window room. It's an awkward spot for him when there's multiple players rolling around the corner, and that cuts the map in half. So now we're relying on a solid A defense. Kai's is there, TRG in hand, and he is always going to be a tough nut to crack. Or maybe I've spoken too soon, because by Jaguar, Imperium are coming back into the swing of things. This round looking much, much better. Wow. Swamp 6-8. Not too concerned just yet, but it may be time to start getting a little bit concerned.
Yeah, this is starting to make me a little bit nervous too, right? Because the GR side seems to be the weaker point for both these teams, and it seems like now Swamp are in such a prime position to get this breathing room. They're starting to feel way better. Their confidence is starting to blossom a little bit more too. So this is where 2-round differential still, yes, but Swamp haven't really been able to find sort of an answer here for the last couple rounds, so it does start to make you question if they're getting a little bit nervous in this one. But I would imagine if we see another round fall through, we could potentially see the tactical being called to kind of, slow things down a little bit and get that conversation flowing. But Josh going to be mixing up his position now. He's been playing the stairs quite a few times, but this time he'll play the counter flash. Just ready for it. Flash is getting thrown. But he actually still gets double kill. I can't believe he gets away with that. Look at Awesome. He's able to get behind the backlines all of a sudden. And Swamp all of a sudden. I was talking about them being nervous. No, not at all. It seemed to be a ruse. Laz tries to make a bit of a fighting way with a double kill, but it's all for nothing. And now we're talking about map point here for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, it felt like it was a long time coming, to be fair. Imperium have been holding off as much as they can in the second half, but realistically, once you saw that first half, you knew that Swamp were on top. And Imperium, I don't think they're going to be able to salvage this. 3 in a row required is not going to be an easy task for them at all. Damp has been really solid with that TRG, though. So if anyone's going to do it, maybe it will be him finding an opener over toward locker room. We've got Frapsy just dumping a progression smoke. It's going to pull Imagine forward to play in front of the smoke. Oh, and he swings the line. That's crazy that setup works. Imagine just getting a little bit outbrained by Imperium.
Yeah, it's such an unfortunate position too, right? Because again, we're getting close here, and this is all they need is one round. And the fact that you go for a swing like that, oh, this makes it even more of an issue right now for Swamp. Just be able to see what they can pull out of this. And now they're going to have to do something big, being down a player. And he's actually one of your, he's kind of sitting back here with 11 kills. And now Awesome tries to make a bit of a play for himself. He goes down. So this might not be a good round here for Swamp fans, because right now Imperium seem to be a little bit one more step ahead. Might not be a big one, but Jag, he's actually made a ton of steps ahead. Ninth kill if he really wanted to, but he's going to take it the right way. And there it is. Looking like a flawless round is in the docket, and indeed it is. So we are not done yet. Imperium are definitely trying to make their fighting ways to push this thing to overtime. Swamp, this is where you need to get the big hit here, and this is where you need that home run to get it done.
Yeah, it does go to show just how quickly the dominoes can fall when one of them gets knocked over. Imagine, obviously, at the start of that round, it goes down to a 4v5 for Swamp, and then it just kind of capitulates from there. It doesn't even really end up looking close. So important for Swamp to make sure they don't lose the opening player in that fashion again in these next couple of rounds. So looking to close the map out. Jump spot. Yeah. Sees a few. That's their way into B, but Imagine is there to stand and deliver alongside Awesome. Now Jim rotate as well. Not quite like two. That'll be a recoverable frag though for Awesome, who swings in for the trade, and it seems like it's all over here as Damp, who is 18 and 11 and has been good, finds himself solo against 3. That is a pretty untenable position, particularly with the C4 lost in the middle of the clutches of that B site, which Swamp are all over. So don't see him coming back for this one.
Doesn't feel likely. But again, he does have that minute, and this is where Swamp have to be so critical about their comms here. They just need to be in these positions where they're kind of playing this little bit of a triangle approach, which is good because, again, they're just going to be posted up on this essentially. If any of them overextends for information and, like, Dam can be able to find a kill, could create that little bit of an opening. But again, Dam's taking his time, still trying to make them guess, but now he's the one that has to make a play. He's just doing a lot of investigating every single angle. And all these guys do in Swamp, they just have to use the numbers in their advantage, and it could be done. Kais is actually taking the high ground approach on this one, so Dam now just making his path a little bit, but these guys, again, tucking their tail, doing it very well. Bomb's going to be picked up, and are they going to allow him to... Oh, he might be able to run, but he's exposed to the jail. Oh my goodness, I can't believe he actually got out of this. This is madness. Oh dear. Again, they have the numbers, but it's not a bad thing, but it just makes it even harder.
Makes it feel doable, doesn't it, for Damp? The fact that he's got the bomb, and then now he's actually been given a plant as well. This is where something like a TRG can actually have its impact if you make a few poor pushes. One by one here as Swamp. We'll see if they give up the opportunity. They're dumping flashes over onto the side. They're not sure exactly where Damp is just yet. So on the cross, Kais is going to go down. This is how it begins. Swamp, you cannot lose that round. I just don't know what to say. That is the most unlosable round, and you let it slip. That is so illegal. It might be like these guys should be in jail for double kill.
Oh man, it's just such a bad misplay because, again, like, nobody was spotting the bomb, and I was talking about making exposure over peeking. You still got to investigate. You still have to get the information if the bomb's there, and then, like I said, him getting away with that, it felt, like you said, so doable. And just watching him getting the first kill, I was like, yeah, it's over. Like, I think he's gonna get this, and especially someone like Damp, where now he's sitting at 21 and 11, like he's absolutely top fragging in the server. So that's such a misplay from Swamp, and that's kind of the thing we talk about with a team like this, right? Where, you know, again, bottom of the barrel, you know, team that's trying to fight for a win. But when you make mistakes like this, it just kind of demonstrates why they're in the position they are, unfortunately, right? So now they're gonna have to figure out how to, you know, get over that clutch that they should have won. Like you said, 99% of the time, any team would win that. And you have to get one round done to get this done. Otherwise, you're going to overtime. So all your efforts could be for nothing here.
Yeah, well, shows get it into OT. Jaguar first, and a couple of missed shots by Kais. By the looks of things, means that Jaguar gets himself a second. We are very much heading towards that 9-9 score. Nexon is not able to knock over Josh, so there is still some kind of defense over towards A, but maybe not for long. That grenade, I thought would finish Josh off, and I also thought Fraps would do it, so he gets away with more than he ought to have, but still, it's not enough. Imperium somehow pull that back into the OT, and Swamp are going to have a good hard look at that 3v1 round that they let slip, because that might just be the end of the map for them.
Yeah, that could honestly be the linchpin to the whole thing here. Like, that is a terrible round to lose. And not only does the mental just get completely down to the dumps, but that's going to deflate any team, no matter what level you are. And that should have been done. Like you could see, I don't know, like the look in their face are all pretty monotone, I guess, but like, man, I would be absolutely infuriated right there. Like, and that's where they're gonna have to just figure out, okay, how do we get over this? Now we have to push overtime. We've allowed them to get some momentum. We've allowed them to build some steam. So this is becoming really, really hot waters. That is not a good situation for Swamp.
Where's Rapsy gone? He's back.
Ah, quick to the loo.
Yeah, man. Don't know. I don't know how to feel about this one. I think it still feels as though it's a map that can go either way. But
Yeah, I think it still is.
Tagged up already. Next on and Laz. Back low.
Yeah, let's not forget too, this is the side that, you know, Imperium were struggling on too. So this is where, if, you know, Swamp's going to take advantage of it, this is going to be the half they do. So the fact that they're going to be able to be back on the BL side could be a good note for them. Be a lucky charm, maybe, I don't know. But Imperium seem to be, you know, starting to pick up a lot more heat with this now. Getting back into this game and fragging really, really well. Damp finished that half with 21, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure. So he definitely is putting himself in MVP conversation here for this map alone. I think I got told 22, so I can't count.
Counting
Either
is
way,
difficult. I don't know
it
what
is
the Canadian education system is like, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Damn. Shots fired again.
Bang, bang!
Bang, bang!
That's what this guy's all about, you know. I trust him.
What a round. Not a lot of things happening. We're down to the last minute. There's some damage, and then that was like early on, and everybody's just kind of held the ground. Everybody forgot the W key. Okay, now we get to see it. Kai's actually best damp. A little revenge for him. Can they finish the job? Now we get to see Imagine actually running and swinging with beautiful. Dixon's actually been able to spot him. He might be a dead man, indeed he is. So Imperium will be able to walk away with the first opening round of overtime in their favor. Not looking good here for Swamp. Maybe those tires are deflated a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big run of rounds now for Imperium, isn't it? The momentum has certainly shifted, and Swamp on the receiving end of it. Do have to be a little bit concerned if they drop this one. Maybe Eagle Eye can also go the way of Imperium as well. Now it's on a bit of a tear with the sniper, and it's enough the Eagle Eye that the snipers do tend to get a lot of work done on. Looks like Swamp are going to try and brave themselves a hit into wood here. That's awesome up in the vent as well. It's a good spot to be in. Watching for it. Deleted straight away. That is an explosive turnaround from Swamp immediately. And Imperium do not have an answer for it unless Jackie was to himself a 1v5.
Okay. Back and forth we go. It's only the first map too. Like it's just kind of crazy to think about. But double snipers here for Swamp. You're gonna have Awesome once again, like we talked about. On the BL side, I'm a little bit surprised for it. I do agree with you. I think he's a stronger rifler, but Swamp seems to have a different idea. Kai is going to be able to find himself another opener. So this has been great to see for him, right? I mean, he's doing a great job just looking around, picking duels, getting some opening fights, which is just giving them any sort of an advantage they can. Now the question is, how do you capitalize? How do you take an opportunity cost of this to full effect? Stay tuned to find out in a minute and 43.
Could be less. But with the slow approach that we're seeing Swamp in this round. I don't imagine it will be too much less. Taking their time about setting up in machine room. Do you have to make this entry into box there, and Jin just waiting for both of them. They lined up and he made it look easy. So V will be cracked open and Swamp on the resurgence.
That's going to go down too, so now for Damp and Laz. There's another smoke that actually just got placed here. It's going to have to run through a heap of, cloudiness and
Yeah. I think so. It's just one of those little quirks sometimes. A little bit of lag happens. Frapsy's gone again. Apparently you're supposed to shred. Was it every 30 minutes? Is that what they say? Every 30 minutes you're supposed to get up and shred? I know, I definitely don't do that. My bad. Well, we could all learn from that kind of knowledge, but it's hard to remember to do that. I'm not sure what the issue is here.
yeah, I've been kind of wondering that myself a little bit here too. I don't know if there's maybe just a small tech issue or not. Either way, we'll get back underway, and good conversation for the coach here for Swamp. I don't think Imperium has a coach, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like they don't. So now we get to go back into game. Good moment for him to have a conversation with the guys and figure out, okay, how do we get across this finish line? 11 to 10, closer and closer we go, but it's still, again, as we've seen clearly in this first map of the series, not a guarantee. But it is a guarantee for Kaz to be able to find an opening duel, I'll tell you that much.
Yep, been pretty good at it. Example of it, and I always feel Kaz is a bit of an X-Factor player for the teams that he plays on. We know that his level is quite a good one when he's on. He can really make those impactful plays. He's sliding into that mid position. Takes himself a fight. He gets the better, obviously, of Frapsy there. It's not going to quite clean up this round, but it goes a long way in helping out. Low HP for a lot of these Swamp players, but they do have the player advantage, so that is of some significant benefit.
I've seen AK out very often too. I feel like Noah's kind of one of those players from the side that actually uses it, but we get to see Awesome use it. Gets himself one quick kill. Damp and Jag still alive though. You have Imagine critically low here. Awesome needs to be very good at his timing. Oh man, his timing. He just swings into it a little bit at the wrong moment here. Now Josh not there to trade him out, so this is turned into a 2v2. I'm not going to expect him, so he actually gets a free kill. And that allows Imagine just to be able to push into lockers. So, okay, I mean, despite all that, I was kind of worried about a little bit of the bait and switch on that one, but it does work out. Swamp now back into a conversation of closing the snap out, but can they actually do it? That is a $1 question as I lose my voice, but 2 rounds in Imperium, and then we are talking about golden round, which is the first of the day, Jordan.
First, but maybe not necessarily the last. These are the kind of matches that can go very close, and we are already seeing that here. Swamp would love to get it done, though. It's been a bit of an effort. There's no doubt about that. But just to pick up a map on your opponent's map pick is always going to be a good feeling, and they'll be going obviously into Eagle Eye with that 1-0 lead. Swamp are a team that, you know, are kind of desperate for some wins in this season of CFWL, and this could be it on a silver platter. We've just got to lock this one in. 5-on-5 still, as the round really hasn't resulted in a whole lot of shenanigans just yet.
Yeah, everything seems to be very tense in the moment here. So this is where, again, both teams have really shown their GR side has not really been the greatest, right? It seems that that has the weakest, you know, point in their armor, but it is a question if Swamp can be able to just get one more done, or if Imperium can somehow be able to make a massive, big uppercut here for getting themselves 2 rounds. And now they're going to finally push into ult. This is where, again, Jin's going to be close on the line. And he does run away with it. Now, that bomb is going to get dropped as well. Now Swamp is really holding on, but awesome again. A little bit of an unwelcoming peak on this one, and Laz will take full advantage of it, but the bomb is still dropped. Jin does have the sights on this. Double kill. 14, and he does get it. Okay, this one's looking like it could be. But look, we're back into Deja Vu. Damp in a 1v2. And a will not. So we get to see it, and Swamp will be able to get themselves across the first map finish line all of a sudden.
Yeah, look, solid win. Probably could have been a little bit more solid. There was one pretty egregious 1v3 throw there in that map, obviously for Swamp. But at the end of the day, you know, they've got the job done. I don't think it's too big of a concern if you are able to sort of eke out a win on your opponent's map pick. The, you know, whether or not it's clean, whether or not it's dirty, a win's a win. More importantly, I think we'll be judging them on what they bring on Eagle Eye here, on their map pick, and if they can, especially if they can 2-0 this series, then yeah, that's a pretty respectable result. Like I said, I think I've had a lot of positive things to say about Imperium, so it would speak to something if Swamp were able to beat them.
Yeah, I think so too. It'd actually be, I feel like, a bit of an upset too, just because I think Imperium have really shown to be such a strong team. But look, we'll leave it for Sekio and Penguin to talk it through, because I guess there's a lot to digest with this, considering the upset that just happened here for the first opening map.
There's a lot to talk about. Definitely looking at I won't speak about Swamp Gaming. Imperium on their defense side, I don't know, like they are missing a lot of pieces when it comes to defending. It feels like they are attacking. Normally you'd see something like Swamp Gaming setup, they always go with like a guy holding with a sniper in the middle for the wooden doors, or anything that gets you to the control room. But the thing is, in Imperium way, they just go stack as 3 players trying to push the place. Like, guys, you should not be doing this. This is not even your territory.
Well, it's not only the guys. Yeah, maybe they are trying to play a bit aggressive, but in my opinion, yes, exactly as you mentioned, that Swamp Gaming, they played very good Blacklist half. That was made them winning the sub base. They got 6 rounds out of 9 rounds you are playing. That's quite enough for you to be able to get the game. The game should be ended way earlier before them just clutched that 1v3, and every single one just gave them the 1v1. This clutch reminds me of Kai's when he clutched versus All Gamers. By the way, it was the best team in the world back then at this time, where Kai's just clutched the same exact way, and then also got 4, not only 3. It was rifle and it was sniper. So some teams also do the same mistake, and some just fall in the same mistake. But them just held his team enough at this game. He got like 22 kills on the regular rounds, and then he went to the 23 kills. It was a good game by him, but in the end, Swamp Gaming played perfect Blacklist-sided half. Imperium, they tried to play aggressive as we expected them to do. They are playing aggressive lately, and it was paying off versus other teams like Trivial versus Anubis, versus all such teams. But I don't think it's gonna work versus Swamp Gaming if they keep playing like this, because Swamp Gaming, they don't have an actual game plan. This aggressiveness that you're usually doing versus teams that has game plan is actually working versus them better than Swamp Gaming. Because if I have a game plan and the enemy team keeps pushing, and he's just annoying me, and he's just not letting me do whatever I want, That's how you destroy game plans. But Swan Gaming, they don't even go with their game plans. They just go with their experience, they just go with their aims, they just go with the communication, and they get the rounds. So if you're gonna keep playing aggressive, they're definitely gonna punish you because they don't have something in particular to do. They are just waiting for the mistakes from the enemy team, and Imperium just exactly gave them what they need.
Of course, they gave them what they need. For me, it feels like they're fighting in the mud. It didn't feel like there is a lot of stretch when it comes to the strats. They're just playing around in the backyard. It felt like, yeah, you need to highlight Damp being one of the really great players in this game, especially with his clutches, with his effective kills, effective rounds. Laz did some really good work also. That's from Imperium. On the other side, they just won somehow. I would say Jin did some really good stuff. Awesome too. Kai's like sometimes yes, maybe good, maybe not. But like overall, yeah, there is not a lot of stuff to speak about in this game. Like sub base, let's just get it over with and head to the second game. But of course, before we hit to that, we should give Jin this MVP based on his KD, headshot percentage, and all of those stuff. I believe, yeah, exactly. It gotta go to Jin.
Yeah, Jin had a very good game from Swarm Gaming also. He clutched multiple times, and he was the one who's actually closing the game versus Damp in the last round. So well played by him, well played by all Swarm Gaming players. That's Swarm Gaming that we expected them to see. Yes, it's a bit late, but at least better coming late, just better not being here at all. I was worried that maybe Swarm Gaming would not get a single win during phase 1, which is gonna be actually very tough for them if they did so going into phase 2 and you're just 0 wins and the closest to you is 2 wins and you have TEC on your group, you have unKnights on your group. That's just gonna be a relegation 100%. But now they're gonna be going to Eagle Eye. They're gonna be going also to the North American server. That's their pick. That's their servers. If Swarm Gaming needs their first win, it should be now.
It should be now. They have the server. They have everything ready, and the setup for them to win is just unpickable. They need to close it out to 2-0. But the question for me, will it be Imperium not finding a way to at least equalize things up, at least get some foot in the mud? Like, you're fighting in the mud, you need to get yourself dirty to win the game. That's all what I'm gonna say. Imperium, Swamp Gaming, two teams been having a lot of difficulties through the course of this entire season, but at the current point that we are in, they are fighting their way back into the bottom 4, at least to be in the 5th place, 6th place. This is gonna be a lot better for them, not having a lot of games or a lot of rounds. That's for Swamp Gaming. I'm sorry, for Imperium. And for Swamp Gaming, that win will make, I would say, Swamp Gaming and Imperium go again to the relegation. That's how it feels for me, and we'll see how Elfish and Laz see that.
How do you see it, Laz? What do you see? Can you even see is the question I have. I mean, what are you seeing really at the end of the day?
Yeah, I don't know. We've seen a lot of stuff today. So to be honest, I don't even know what I want to see anymore, because to be honest, I'm still baffled by that 1-on-3 failure. Like, to me, that's just like the biggest fumble of the whole season. I feel like that's got to be top 3, honestly, in my opinion.
I mean, at the end of the day, obviously, it's it doesn't really matter. You know, you got to kind of shake it off. They didn't lose the map. They did lose the round. It got a little bit hairy. It got a little tight. But end of the day, map was converted anyway. So I think that's kind of the conversation that they need to be having to one another and sort of saying, like, yeah, we need to just reset off the back of that. We've won map 1. We can go into our second map here and potentially pick up the win, given that this is the map pick as well of Swamp. So let's see if we can find ourselves a 2-0, something that has been pretty elusive for Swamp thus far. In fact, they haven't even found 2 in general. They have not found themselves 2 map wins. In fact, I believe after that last map win just there was actually their second map win for the season. So the fact that they could put 2 on the table here today would be a pretty tantalizing prospect. It would be their first series win, and it's underway a little bit, let's say, for this first round. It's down to the 1v1. Hard to say which way this will go. I mean, it feels as though it could go either way, really. Josh is going to start to encroach on Damp's position. Damp did spot him out before, so might have a bit of an idea of roughly where he's going to be coming from.
Yeah, there's a lot of angles that he has to clear, though, right? So that's kind of the interesting part, because Damp, you can see kind of through the X-ray, has himself there. I was going to say Josh did a really good job just kind of buying some time and really just kind of, you know, manipulating the situation a little bit, because in that post plant, like, Damp had to clear out so many different things. He's like, okay, could he be coming down long? Could he be coming through spawn? Like, could he be just coming, you know, making his presence known through the doorway again? Like, there's all these different angles you have to clear, so it's a really bit of a guessing game at that point. But thankfully for Swamp Gaming fans, and Josh was able to get himself a good opening round. It looked a little bit, you know, grim at the late portion of that round. It looked good in the beginning, but then all of a sudden Imperium started to just fire back right away. But nonetheless, Swamp do get themselves a lead and continuing with their momentum that they built on that first map victory that had to go all the way to overtime. And now Imperium, you know, realizing, okay, look, like, our typical map we'd like to play is not, you know, the magic one, but this is where we have to pull up through. And I don't know how I feel about them on Eagle Eye, but this is where they're gonna have to make me a believer.
Yeah, I agree. Easier said than done to make me a believer, to be fair. Quite the cynic, but that's a nice start for Josh. Again, sort of quietly plugging away, doing his job. Imagine has these pop-off moments. This will not be one of them. 1-for-1 in his engagement. Awesome also having gone down. Josh to try to make the impact. Should get traded. Will get traded. And so we, again, are finding ourselves back at a 2-on-2.
Yeah, that's funny too. Like, Josh, like, knew. He's like, I know there's a guy deep long, but there's a guy right underneath the bridge, and he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna go for it anyways. Which I could have gone.
Yep.
Yeah, it could have gone really badly, but I mean, he got the perfect timing, I guess. Get the 1-on-1, I guess. But this thing is turned around to a 2v2 or 2v2 now, and Bomb is still in grasp here for Imperium, but you have Kai's kind of anchoring here, just making sure in case Imperium tries to get a little creative. Jin is trying to go for the flank. I think spotted last. I just that information. Jin is taking a ton of damage. So this is actually problematic, because now it feels like it's just a matter of time because Kais has to be by himself. Jin is still going for a long-range fight here. Thinks he, you know, he got that MVP status. I think it maybe got to his head a little bit for this round, but now Kais has to do kind of the unthinkable. He does have a ton of utility. But again, you're on a 1-on-2 in a tight site like this. Not going to be easy. Oh, when you miss a shot like that, that is not going to help you.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it wasn't a sitter. It wasn't an easy shot, but it was maybe a necessary shot to see if he can still recover this one. But half HP, too good for him. His position spotted out by Laz and dealt with. So first round on the board for Imperium, and we continue to go back and forth between these two teams to, you know, carry on from what we saw on map 1. I think it's going to be more of the same.
Yeah, definitely was. Actually, drops. He's going to get really aggressive here. So he actually turns up the nitro a little bit, and now he's already close to the site. Find the timing of awesome, and he does. So now he'll find more than one. So this is a triple kill already for Frapsy to be able to lock and load it. So right back to a 2v2 we go. That advantage is going to dwindle away. Josh right behind the box. It out a little bit. It could have been actually pretty effective. Imperium actually are going to be able to respond back. They're realizing, okay, look, we can get aggressive. These guys might not expect it, but we'll see. It's going to be a little bit different. Triple. Okay, they had triple snipers here for the defense, but they decided to pull back on it. Imagine actually going to equip himself the TRG for this round. It was awesome before, but they maybe realized let's just mix that composition a little bit more with the players.
Bit of tippy-tappies back and forth. Just a bit of chip damage onto Jin to start the round. Not a whole lot in it. Josh has got a forward position over towards the B-long area, but he is so isolated. It's an awkward spot to be in. He's going to call for the smoke to come through, which will sort of reinforce it, but I have my doubts as to whether or not he can respect that. And so Josh overstays his welcome. He gets swept aside, and now it'll be to try and salvage, and it's a wayward initial spray, which results in him only getting the one opener, just like Imagine. Double him a third as well, and Imagine popping off in this round. Can't quite finish it himself, but can't get it done. It was such a highlight for him, Imagine, but it's just not enough.
Wow, that is going to feel really bad for Imagine too. Like massive heroic efforts too, and then Kai's unfortunately just could not seal the deal. Could not get the go around the president, and it gets just ripped open from Imperium. And now they got themselves a magnificent start here with a 3-1. But again, these grindy and scrappy rounds, like turning into these 2v2s to these 1v1s, and the scoreline definitely does not paint the full picture. But boy, oh boy, what's clear is that Imperium are definitely a little bit frustrated about that loss, and now they're starting to really kick things up another notch. You have, Damson get a 7-2, sorry, and Laz at 6-2. So you have just two players single-handedly just putting up some massive numbers. Jin, I don't know if he actually spotted this player. Yeah, but he's going to be gifted that one regardless. So now we get to see Swamp with the man advantage. This is something we haven't been able to see yet. This is actually where Imperium have been the ones setting the pace and setting the tone here with the opening duels. Now the question is, can Swamp maintain big shots? And it doesn't seem it's going to be likely.
Yeah, Imperium kind of starting to pick the pace up a little bit here on this map. Does have me worried for Swamp, as Awesome is now tasked with a solo defense of the A side. He wants to opt for the TRG. Needs a big shot in here onto Jaguar. Won't get it. Needs some backup. He's got nobody here to help him out, but he's a one-man army. Only gets himself the one kill, which is obviously not enough to hold on to the site. And so rotation has to come through for Swamp, but plan's not down for Imperium. So Swamp happy to bide their time. They know that the time is not really working against them just yet. Kind of even wondering, what is Imperium up to? Josh in the tower, hoping for a cheeky pick. You'd love to see Imagine up there with the TRG in hand, but it is going to be Josh that gets some good damage onto Frapsy on that initial cross. And Frapsy might be stuck on the site for the moment, has to just keep his head down. Josh has meanwhile moved away, so he won't be worrying about that position too long, but 20 seconds now. So we're going to have to make their move. Shots!
Yeah, they're taking too long. Like, they're just burning the clock way too much. That candle is already going to be out here. So, I mean, we're talking about 10 seconds approaching. Yeah, not going to have a lot of room. And, yeah, a little bit of overthinking, or a little bit of overthinking from Swamp Gaming, which cost them another round. So, Imperium are really making a bit of a statement here. I don't know what happened, but I guess that loss, like I said, maybe is kind of, put a little bit of a fire in the belly or something, because they look very strong. And this is where, again, let's not forget, both these teams demonstrating a very strong BL side so far, and we're still getting that demonstration right now for Imperium, but Swamp going to do something a little bit different, right? I'm kind of expecting them to throw a big swing here eventually to put some aggression back on the GR side to get themselves in some kind of contention, but this might not be the round, as Imperium seem to be ready and waiting for them, and they are just approaching and trying to take this slowly, but will absolutely annihilated. Imperium are just winning every single gunfight. And now look at that. Within a second, we see 3 kills coming through. Kai's now has to find himself a bit of a duel, an easy one against Laz. But now it's Kai's and Awesome to have to pull up some big work. And now it's all just down to one of the German players here of Awesome. He's going to have to pull up a magnificent 1-on-4. It's not looking good, not looking likely. It's a tough site to retake on too.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising to me to see this, I mean, essentially going to go to a 5-1 scoreline, because I think some of these rounds have been very winnable for Swamp, but they've just sort of let themselves down in the clutches. So they're going to presumably be the ones to take a tack timeout here, which feels pretty necessary given the scoreline's 5-1 and you're on your map pick. It was, we had a lot to say obviously about them picking up sub base and a lot of positives to take away from that, but back to square one now, as it seems like it's going to be a real uphill battle to try to win this series. Honestly, to even try and win this map, right? Like, we're kind of getting into the territory where this is almost unrecoverable. Does depend on how the next couple of rounds of this half do go, but right now it's, your smart money is obviously on a third map here.
Yeah, it kind of feels like, I agree, like it almost feels like this is kind of being destined to go to a third map series just because of how Swamp are not being able to respond to it. It almost feels like they put a lot of that energy in the first map win, and then they kind of like overexerted themselves a little bit maybe. But again, let's not forget their GR side on the first map was not really the greatest. They were kind of just, playing Survivor. They were picking up like the odd little bit of a round here and there. So if they can be able to just, slow this down, put a band-aid on the bleed a little bit, transfer over to the BL side. Maybe that's where the moneymaker is. Maybe that's where they're going to be able to climb back into this game. But I mean, this is where now you have to make a bit of a different play on your GR side, because Imperium look almost flawless, really. They've only had the one blip of a round, but it just seems like they're not stopping anytime soon.
Well, let's get back into the swing of things here and see if Swamp can recover this half. They are able to pull it back to a 5-4, then, you know, still very workable. But the way things have been going, that might be a bit of a tough ask. Okay, we've got Frapsy AFK again. I can't handle it, man. I couldn't understand getting up in the middle of a game and, like, you know, you obviously remove your focus.
Yeah,
Like
especially if you're playing well.
I suppose, yeah, I suppose if you're losing, then valid, but if you're winning and you're up 5-1, well, I don't think you'd want to be moving.
I feel like I don't want to just superstitious a little bit where I'm like, nope, I'm staying here, not moving a whole lot, and we're getting back into it. But no, clearly not for Frapsy.
All right, back into it. 5-1 the score. What can Swamp do to recover this? They had quite a nice string of rounds actually on sub base, Swamp base I call it. It was technically Swamp base. They did win at 13-10, but they're going to need another 3 in this half to make for something competitive. So let's see what we get as we get back underway with the second half. Quite the second half. Before we get to the second half, we need to see what Swamp can do. 3-on-3 after the initial exchange, but again, Imperium in the pole position to win this round.
Yeah, it just seems to like the positioning and everything they're going for these duels is so much more strong and effective than what we're seeing from Swamp. It feels like they can't even really survive any of the duels. They're just getting bested every single time. And again, we're back to a 2v2 situation. Bomb is going to go down, so now you still have Josh and Imagine remaining. Imagine's had himself a decent game so far. And now the question is, can you be able to find something here with Josh? You have the rifle, you have the TRG with the USP. They're going to group up together on the side here, so this is interesting because now they have to get out of this. Ramsey, a little bit disciplined on this, but he should be able to just tap away, and I think it's sealed and done and delivered here, an express shipment, and there we go, 6-1. Imperium are making a bit of an easy work with this. It's becoming a bit of a landslide, to be honest. And I'm not sure what Swamp are going to have to do differently. I mean, because now we're talking a 6-1. This half is getting close to being done on this first point. Swamp need to they got to get these last 2 to be able to stem the bleeding here and get some kind of a conversation. Otherwise, I think we're going to new compound, which is going to be it's going to be a grueling one. I'm going to be honest. That's both these teams were up playing. It could just be a long affair.
Yeah, this is honestly kind of a little bit more like what I had expected. Not going to be the case this time around for Swamp. I mean, I thought they actually looked quite good on subbase, but my expectation coming in was very much that Imperium was going to be the better of the 2 teams, and I think it's taken them a little while to wake up here, but they now that they are awake are starting to solidify that opinion once again.
And Jin's actually getting himself a little bit more aggressive here, but it's all for nothing, right? Because again, everybody from Imperium's actually making their way towards the B site right now. A little bit of a stagger here with that kind of lurking. Josh probably going to get overwhelmed. Again, the reposition is just really out of place. And it's just like this is so surprising to see because again, Swamp, like when I look at that pick, you think there's an idea with it, but these positions and their rotates seem to be very miscalculated. Kai's is able to put up a little bit of a fight right now, but he goes down, so all of a sudden this is a 3v1 advantage in favor right now for Imperium. So we're going to be looking at this is again, I don't want to take anything away from Imperium. I think Jags is playing a really great game, but it just makes me beg the question about like I don't know why Swamp went for this pick. Like there's just nothing really about the GR side that's been impressive. Like it's really just them losing a lot of rounds and down by 6.
Could be down by 7 in a second if this goes 8-1. It's been a long time since we saw such a one-sided half. I think you're warranted to be a little bit concerned about this one from Swamp. Definitely has left quite a bit to be desired. There's Damp starting it as well, so, you know, I mean, a double kill for Damp at the start of the round. I don't think we need any more notifications as to where this one might be going. He gets himself even the third. It's no real surprises to imagine that this is very much looking like it will be another Imperium round, and that would be an 8-1 half.
Yeah, I don't think the retakes have been overly strong here for Swamp. I don't even know if Imagine's going to kill this. And he's not. Yeah, I know. And Damp, actually, that's going to be a quad kill for him. So could be potential ace potted up here. But this is where Josh kind of going the other way around from GR spawn. Lab's going to get the job done. 8-1 with a dominant first half here. So yeah, Swamp are very much missing in those waters. It seems that Imperium are on the boat and they're just kind of speeding through it, and they might just want to go to New Compound as the final destination here to finish off the series. So unless we can see Swamp throw a crazy reverse sweep in this kind of a sense, I'm just curious what the BL side is going to be like. Is this really the moneymaker? Is this really the thing? I just feel like it might be too far gone now. That's just way too much of a gap.
Oh, 100%. You can't be relying on a half that dominant. You know, sure, maybe they feel as though their second half's going to be better than their first, but that is a huge swing to have to try to pull back over, and I don't really think it's feasible, at least not on a consistent basis. So, yeah, Swamp have really let themselves down with this map pick. They'll be questioning, you know, who decided that this was the map that we were going to, because yeah, that's not paid off at all. We'll see what they can do here in the second half to at least maybe pull a bit of the momentum back. I think that's going to be one aspect to it. We obviously will have a third map here to play on New Compound, and so for Swamp, they've got to be thinking about the long game here rather than, oh, okay, well, can we just finish this map off? You know, let's just try and get a bit of aim practice going into New Compound, because this is still a winnable series for Swamp.
Yeah, very well could be, but this is where Swamp are going to have to be really aggressive and get in the face. And Imagine, I was going to say, man, it's taken a while to get this duel, but they get it done. 4-on-2 advantage. Now Imperium down with Damp and Laz remaining. Damp has had himself an absolute nice performance so far. Walks into his own demise a little bit here. So now, Swamp seem to respond. So getting themselves around after so long, I don't even remember what the path is. I feel like it was one of the first rounds they won and then they lost out. But look, if we ever see a world where this is a comeback, I don't think we get there yet, but if we get there, I got to imagine that's going to be in the history books in some way. I don't think I've ever seen such a big lead turn into this one.
No, I mean, yeah, 7-2s turned over, but 8-1. Pull back. Certainly a 9-0. I don't think I've ever seen that come back either. But Imperium going to try and turn this one into a 9-2 and stave off any conversations of a comeback, because this round is looking like it should be theirs. 2 players up against 4 to hold off their heavily damaged individuals on the side of Imperium. They go charging their way into Jin before the wrap comes through. This is how it falls apart. Jin on for the 1v4, can't get it. As Frapsy will finish it off. It's probably a bit too close for comfort there for Imperium. They left the door open for Jin. He couldn't quite manage to barrel his way through, but he got very close.
Yeah, he really did. It was a really good, valiant effort, but again, just not able to get it done. But that's what we were kind of talking about, right? If it feels like it's a little bit too late, I love the fact that, you know, Swamp are really obviously trying their best to stay in this game, but it almost feels like they're gonna kind of reshift their focus a little bit going to new shots. This is where they're gonna have to be again. They have to be pitcher perfect, and you have to pick up, you know, like, what, 7 rounds. That overtime has to be another whole conversation, but right now Swamp have themselves in that man advantage. They should be able to find this kill, and they do. So now it doesn't look like Imperium might be able to find this unless Frapsy can do something big here with the 1-on-3. But it is going to be Kaz to be able to find himself a nice. That's a double kill, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, pretty easy finish for Kaz in the back end there. So 9-3. It still isn't really much of a scoreline to restore any kind of pride here for Swamp just yet, but they can put another 1 or 2 together, then maybe we can start to be convinced a little bit more so. Going over the top into the site, with 1, and excellent underneath the site. Gets away with quite a bit of damage. Dam's just going to have to tuck himself in behind the stairs. He knows there's going to be a push in his direction. Gets the better of Awesome and then hits a 1-tap onto a handle as well. And this will be it. Dam pops off again in another round. He had a fantastic sub-base. Didn't quite manage to get Imperium over the line there, but good eagle eye. And yeah, that has been enough to get Imperium through to a 3rd map.
Yeah, it goes all the way to the distance, right? And we were kind of wondering that a little bit if that was going to be the case. But it seems like both these teams can't really win their map picks. So now we have to go to the decider for new compound, which I don't know. I'm not really overly leaning on one way. I guess if I was going to, Imperium seemed to be cooking a little bit better. Like it seems like now they're starting to frag. Now they're starting to get some good duels. But we'll let Sekio and Penguin talk about it because, again, last map of the day and a lot changed here on Eagle Eye. So what do you guys think?
I think it was a one-sided map for Imperium, and it was like, yeah guys, do you need to play on high ping? Do you need to play in bad circumstances to be able to perform? I don't know, but it looks like they love to be in a very awkward situation, and yeah, they delivered. They won the game, and they closed it out just like that.
And it wasn't even close, like they won the game. It wasn't a close matchup at all. 8-1 first half on Eagle Eye attack side.
Illegal.
160 plus, and Damp is hitting all these shots is just insane. This guy's been doing so much work on developing for his team since even map 1, which is a base. I know that yes, Imperium lost it, but Damp did his best and got probably like 24-25 kills. Single-handedly tried to carry his team to the win, but it didn't happen in sub-base. Now it's happening on Eagle Eye, the map that Swamp Gaming should have had something to show us because they picked it and they know that they should be having the upper hand, which is not the case. The way Imperium played is exactly the same they played sub-base. They played fast, they played aggressive, they pushed this side, they played the fast side pushes, they tried to play with the fake drone control, they just tried to go all together when they are pushing controls for the trades, maybe probably slowing down, trying to get 1 kill, 2 kills, and then hitting the sides together just like this round, and then suddenly Swamp Gaming just disappeared in the map.
I'd love to say it's always Damp. That guy always lands a multi-frag that opens his teammates the way to get closer and closer to play, whether if it's A, if it's B, he just goes with it. And as we see in the highlights, yeah, he is the one. He is the one that lands all the multi-kills, that lands us with a win. And if you are going to ask me who should be the MVP for this map, I will go with him 100%. 3.33 KD on the hands of Damp. Something you gotta keep an eye on that guy. Like, yeah, it's huge, it's great, and we are seeing a great player getting built from Imperium.
Yeah, everybody
to the
on
whole world.
Yeah, everybody on Imperium, except maybe next one. Yeah, maybe he didn't have that much greatness, but you know next one. You know next one as well. He's one of the best players.
Of course, he's one of the players that we expected him to be picked off from Anubis, 3BL, or maybe other teams after what happened on the first split, of course, or like the first season. And I believe before we even started the first season, there was a lot of talks about him joining other teams, but he sticked with Imperium, and currently it looks like Imperium, I won't say in a really good form, but they are trying their best to compete. They are not here to be the sandbag for anyone. They're here to play, compete. They won versus unKnights, and I believe with what we're seeing right now, they are trying to get their second win on the board, and this one will matter the most for them. But I believe before we hit to the third game, before we talk about anything, we'll head to a small break and get back to you with game number 3. And we are back to watch the final game of today's stream. Of course, we had a lot of games in this episode of CFWL, and now we are here to a new compound, the final one and the final boss for, of course, Imperium and Team Swamp Gaming for this episode, or like for this game. I believe we will see a lot of changes, or like not changes, a lot of weird stuff. But for you, Pingu, what team are you rooting for in new compound?
Well, I've seen Imperium just falling shortly on sub base. It didn't work out for them, but they played aggressive. I love that even though they lost on sub base, they still kept playing their own play style. They kept the aggressiveness play style. They kept pushing. They kept doing everything they have, and yet it went into a win. So I will go for Imperium.
So Pinko goes with Imperium. I'm still sticking to my prediction. It's Imperium, so we'll hit Laz and Elfish to tell us where should we looking at.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like that's what they were going to tell us is where we should look. But I mean, look, I mean, from my perspective, like I said, I feel like Imperium had themselves, I think, in a better position. Like, I think that they started warming up, they started playing better. I think a map like this is going to suit to them pretty well. I'm not impressed with the GR side for both these teams, to be honest. So that does kind of make me have a little bit of the alarm bells going off here, Jordan. So I'm still going to think that our prediction is correct, but you have any second thoughts?
I'm not really having any second thoughts when it comes to Imperium. I think I would have been a bit more skeptical, obviously, after map 1 than I am now after having seen map 2, if that makes sense. I feel as though, you know, that was a pretty solid run, actually, from Imperium on our second map. And it was a little bit more in line with, honestly, kind of what I expected from the first map as well. Thought this was going to be an easier series for Imperium. But if they end up closing this out with a clean 2-1, you know, like they clean up map 2 and they clean up map 3 comfortably, then I'm kind of okay with that. You know what I mean? Like I'll still go on, I'll still keep sort of singing the praises of Imperium going forward. So I think, yeah, this third map, it could really swing things one way or the other for me, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think in a map like this is tough too, because it's typically known as like the slow map, right? And everybody takes a lot of time with it and those duels. But I'm curious if, depending on who's going to be on the BL side here, like I do wonder if like we see Imperium, if they're the ones that are going to be a little bit more quick onto it. But it actually, you know, will be the biggest question for me, because I think the BL side for both these teams has been pretty strong. Like I think it's been good every day. But it is going to be Imperium actually on the GR side. But it does look like actually for Frapsy, he's going to get himself deep into this B main control, allowing Laz, you know, not seeing him typically with any kind of a TOG or sniper. He's going to be the one that's going to do it, but he gets an easy kill. Jin actually doesn't seem like he's there. He's a little bit asleep at the wheel. It's been a long, grueling best of 3, and now it's all or nothing. The last map of the day to see who's going to be able to find themselves the victors here in this, the two teams, you know, fighting for placements and getting themselves a little bit more up that scoreboard.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question mark, isn't it? Already Swamp moving pretty quickly through the map, trying to get themselves in toward middle. So wanting to put the pace into this round, potentially. See if they can unsettle Imperium early on in the piece. Having said that, though, I've slowed down pretty substantially. Imagine rounding the corner here with Jaguar, and he's so that's as good a start as any. Imagine has been actually really, really solid, I feel like, this season. The double kills, the multi-kills coming out from him have been very, very impressive. Got himself another one there, but it still might not be enough to win the round. There's just enough quality for Imperium to continue to work their way forward.
Yeah, with the bomb down, though, I mean, this is where time is kind of, you know, becoming a little bit of the essence here. 30 seconds remaining, and Kai's is down to 4 HP. So again, he has to be able to find a duel. Quick jiggle here in front of A main, and now for Imperium, can they use these numbers to their advantage? We see Kai's being, oh, I was going to say, Kai's going to be able to find that kill and the damage. That's a nice little bit of a flick of the wrist, but unfortunately, with that nice little bit of a shot, it's not going to be able to pan out well. But man, I can't believe he landed that. That was quick. I thought he was going to have damp, and then that was really perfectly timed from Imperium, though, allowing their teammate to kind of be the sacrificial lamb. But opening round will go for the GR side of Imperium. So Swamp do show, you know, still some pulse, still some, you know, efforts into this, but we'll see what they're going to be able to find. And I agree with you. I think Imagine's actually had himself a really good performance so far this season. I think he's definitely one of those names we have to keep an eye out for. And we'll see if he can do anything more here for Swamp, but that's going to feel good. And no way that Fraps, he's actually going to get gifted this again. So they have completed what is happening here for Swamp, and they've been able to pick up 2 duels for the cost of 1. So this is really, really nice work here for map control from Imperium.
Yeah, once again, putting together a pretty solid display for us. 4-on-3 early on in the outset, but Frapsy is a pretty pivotal piece of the puzzle. He does not want to be going down here. Looks like he's not actually going to be challenged for that position. Good news as far as he's concerned. He can just sit there, get the information that there's nothing really happening on that side of the map. And as it's turned out, has kind of, in a sense, corralled Swamp in the direction of the setup that Imperium have got. Over towards A, they've lost a player there, and they've decided now to go back towards B, where Frapsy is now waiting for them. quite happy to receive for that 1 kill onto Josh. Brings it down to the 2v1. Damp and Nexlon are the ones that have the onus of closing this out. I think it should be doable for them, but Awesome tucked in behind this smoke. If they make a mistake, could be able to put this one on lock for his team. He's going to be given the plan at the very least, and that's where this really now does start to kick off.
Yeah, it does. And I mean, those flashes come in. Great shot from Awesome being able to get the one tap. And he should know that Damp's there because, again, that utility came in and then there's just the swing of the player. So now he has a full idea. He's not even hesitating at all. Damp is just trying to burn the clock as much as possible just to see if Awesome's going to look away. And actually, Awesome does kind of hesitate a little bit. He's starting to second guess himself a little bit. Damp's going to go for the swing, but Awesome just perfect fire control. Good response back here from Swamp. And again, we always talk about how that site can be so difficult to retake on, but nonetheless, a good effort from Imperium, but good post plant here from Swamp. And I mean, this is where, again, we talked about the GR side for both these teams hasn't been the greatest, but equal affair. Get his utility in his hand, and now Damp actually misses the other shot as well. So things are getting a little bit careless and a little bit slippery for my life.
Those are definitely the kinds of rounds that you want to be pulling off. Imperium have essentially given a bit of a freebie over to Swamp with that. Now 1 for 1, obviously, in terms of the overall rounds. Still a long way to go for this map. But Imperium potentially dropping themselves another GR round here, and that's going to give them quite a lot of work to do in the second half if they want to end up with a win in today's game. Minute and a half left on the clock. Swamp certainly not rushing things at this stage.
They're taking their time, and now they're going to try to rush through the doorway, and perhaps he's going to be able to find that first. So now Swamp maybe hesitating just a little bit. Trying to make it a bit of a ruse, but perhaps able to lock things down. And good work from Laz, again, just to even reposition himself here too. Kind of takes the bait of his teammate, but again, I like that position. That allowed him to get a pretty easy duel and a good lineup, but now that bomb is still in control here for Swamp, but is a question if they're going to be able to find the placement to get this bomb down. You have double player from Imperium sitting in this B site. You have Damp that's just kind of, again, floating. So he's trying to cut things off in the middle, right down if he can. If he gets his kill against Awesome, I mean, this round's over. Like, yeah, I think it's already done. Yeah, I was going to say Awesome's not going to be able to clear this. They have the bomb control, and now it's just down to Kai's. I mean, again, not to disrespect the NA player, that just seems to be like your seal, or fate is already sealed because, again, just of how much work Damp is able to bring to it.
Wouldn't want to disrespect any NA players. Being from NA yourself.
Exactly. Got to respect them.
Well, there's Kai's earning a bit of respect. Opening pick onto Damp. It's the start that you want to a round like this one where you're already kind of down early on in the pick show. It's very swiftly brought back though as Jin gives up his life, and now we're back to a 4-on-4. So one of these rounds starting with opening picks going that they're never necessarily going to look super clean, but this one better from Imperium as Nexlon and Jaguar have struck.
Yes, really good fights. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I think it's good fights that we're seeing right now. It's kind of worrying that both these teams are going to be so conservative and not really go for these gunfights, but instead, no, they kind of take this a little bit of a different tempo and back and forth. But Imperium, in terms of back and forth, are winning these rounds. It's the duels that seem to be a little bit back and forth. But I agree. Like, I feel bad for Jin because I feel like he's 0-4 right now. I think he's literally died. I think 3 out of the 4 times in that exact same spot. Like, he goes in this box, he's playing in this position, Frapsy just finds him, so I'm not really sure. So Jin just hasn't really changed his game plan. I know they probably have a bit of a default setup just to making sure for aggression, but it has really not worked out for him. So that's where I was kind of expecting Jin to mix it up a little bit, but now Kai's, oh my goodness, the last ball of the chamber gets it into the head of Jag. And now Josh not going to disobey the smoke. He's actually going to allow it to be blooming. And now Laz has to be very careful on this because he's playing multiple different positions. We'll be able to slip away out of this. Change with this map like we talked about. That thing on the wall there. So there's more room here for the BL side to get around this. Done. Okay, gets a 2. And good response back from Swamp now, being able to find themselves that double. But they don't really have the right control of this because both defensive players just on the GR spawn here, they only have a piece of utility remaining each. And they have to make a decision if they want to go into the site, but they're actually still kind of hesitating. They're just going for the retake.
Yeah, Swamp always happy to slow the pace down in these mid rounds. This time it hasn't necessarily initially worked out for them, but Kais does get that trade back on through, and Nexon has got a pretty tough fight ahead of him. Close it out, it's not going to work out, so Swamp will grab themselves at their second, and we maintain a pretty close affair in the series thus far. 2-3. It has been, for the most part, tit for tat, and it will be, by the looks of things, the case again here on New Compound.
Yeah, no opening duels here for Imperium being able to find Jin or nobody being able to mix things up. So this one's taking a little bit more of a slower approach. Everybody's kind of coasting for the time being. Some different positioning as well. So we actually see that Jag's going to be the one that's anchoring the A site. Kai's actually takes quite a bit of damage actually with the nades. So good work from Imperium to be able to scope things out. Now Jin making a bit of a press through on this. Laz though on the other side. Does have that sniper still in his hand, so again, that's where they have to be careful. I think Swamp are well aware of this, but it actually does look like they're going to do the 4-1 split. Kai's is just, again, going to probably be some utility that creates a bit of an opening here, smoking off the B doorway. But now Kai's, can he be able to find any oh no, he's going to go right into there's Frapsy, only able to get himself down to the grave. Laz right there for the instant trade back. So now Swamp have to make a decision. Do you stay or do you go? And it does seem like they are going to backpedal. Now Jag find this. An opportunity for a multi-kill. And there's that double. That's perfectly done. Well executed. And that sword goes deep. And now it just leaves it here for Josh by his lonesome. And there's not a lot of options here for him. With 48 seconds remaining. Low HP. One piece of utility. Again, this is going to be an absolute throw from Imperium. But they get it done. And they make it look easy.
Yeah, you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't in that one, unfortunately. As Swamp, you go backwards, you run into Jaguar, you go forwards, you run into 3 players stacked and ready on the site. So there wasn't really any angle where they were liable to win that one from. A little bit more presence over the course they won. Already some good damage on Jaguar with that grenade in hand. He'll finish off his own damage onto Josh, and hoping for a bit of backup with the Damp, who needs to get a bit of a wriggle on because the fight is in for Jaguar, and well, Damp didn't quite get there in time to save him, but he does get there to trade him, and that's really all you need to know. As again, numbers advantage maintained again for Imperium. I might have spoken too soon though, as Frapsy will go down to Awesome, and what was starting to look like a solid half for Imperium may still get pulled back here by Swamp.
Imperium with their spreading of their defense a little bit here too. This is where it gets a little bit awkward, right? Because you got the 3 players alive. You kind of have to go singles or do we double up? But instead, it's actually being Noxlin that actually decides to be a little bit more of that pressure point in mid here. So allowing his teammates to be so late. There's Noxlin's just going to get the fights. He does go down. He gets a little bit too hungry for it. So now it's begging the question of, again, where does Swamp want to go with this? And Laz looks like he's probably ready here with the scope. Misses the first shot. Flash. Ooh, doesn't even have time to throw it. And somehow is able to escape with his life here for the time being. But Jin is close on by. He's chasing him. Now this is the difficult part. This is playing some duck duck goose. Doing his best. He's just trying to do the move. And now he finally recommits to the swing and gets it done. Imperium still continuing on winning ways here for the GR side, and Swamp are looking like they're out of options right now.
Yeah, 5 and 2 down. Everybody showing up for Imperium. Double sniper setup working out to perfection. As and Damp have both been good. And it does seem to be, at the moment, wishful thinking that Swamp might be able to recover this map, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. It's not done quite yet. And we're back into another round, and it's started quite slowly. Again, Swamp not overreacting to anything too much early on in the piece. Just trying to take that slow default map control.
Got some good nades gonna thrown a little bit back and forth here, so Awesome takes some big damage, and Jaguar as well too. So Smokes can get lined up here, ready to go. I'll be able to land in front of a doorway. But do they actually want to do the mid split onto this? But if they do, that's again where you have to worry about Frapsy, and you have to worry about Nexalon that are close on by, and also a Jag. So this is actually a very nice little bit of a pinch from the defensive side. The flash actually does work, but Jag does get one. Does get that second. Last bolt of the chamber. Bit of a spray on it too, but now Imperium down in the numbers. Swamp have themselves an advantage. We haven't been able to see this for quite some time now. Damn, there you go. Blink of an eye. Now he finds himself that one, but it's only the one. And now leaving it just down to Laz for the 1-on-2. 1.5 layers left here on the field, and now Laz might be just walking right into it. He does, so Kai's will go out. Put him in the body bag, and there we go. Last round of the first half we go, and we get to see finally something from Swamp.
Still, might leave a bit to be desired if this ends up being a 6-3 half. I think Imperium walk away pretty happy with that one. Swamp looking to see if they can grab themselves the 5th. Or rather the 6th, I should say. Swamp once again defaulting back toward middle. Is their option of choice. And Josh do find the openers over towards B. 3 players to try to retake the site with here. For Imperium, I don't imagine that's going to work out very well for them. It's one of the tougher sites to retake in the game, and we'll see if they can make it happen. But 3v5, and you've still got Damp, by the way, on the rotate. So you've really only got 15 seconds to work with. Laz has kicked off nicely. Opener, Jaguar and Damp as well. Making it interesting. If they had one more player there or a bit more time, maybe there would have been something in it. But in the end, not to be. And so it ends up actually being quite a close half in the end, which, you know, all things considered, probably not a bad result for Swamp. That was looking dire at one point.
Yeah, it definitely was. It felt like Swamp really didn't have any sort of results or any answers at all, and then all of a sudden they made a comeback in that later portion of the first half. So yeah, it seems like the mood is good, a lot of laughs, a lot of smiles. So yeah, clearly they're not, you know, frustrated or angry or anything, but I mean, you know, considering on the BL side, that's probably the weakest BL side we've seen from them so far in all these maps. But again, that doesn't mean it can't be good on the GR for a map like New Compound. But it does kind of beg me the question about when they lose a player and then they have to shift their positionings. That's when things really started to get to be, you know, the problem factor, right? I mean, it just seemed to be, you know, compounding over and over. So we'll see what they do a little bit differently on this. But I agree. Like, I think the fact that they were able to make this a way closer first half engagement, definitely not too shabby.
We'll see where this goes for the second half, but that second half might be in a hot minute because everyone's getting up and having a break. So I suppose we'll kick back off when we get underway in the second half.
Yeah, and I think they have to do a server switch too, so I think that's going to be, you know, just allows that extra, you know, minute or two here to kind of figure things out. But I'm actually just waiting to see what server they're going on, because I think, again, like, I mean, I think we talk about advantages, right? But like, if Swamp get to go on like more of an NA server for the 3 NA players on this team, that could really make things interesting. Like, I'm like thinking about,
yeah,
I think Imagine's NA as well, right? Because I think it's him, Kai's, and Josh, and so like I'm thinking the way that Imagine's been playing today, like if he gets to be on low ping, then that's huge.
Yep, you're right. It's just gonna be second half over on NA, so maybe that's something to speak to for Swamp here. Could be their first win of the season.
Penguin's confusing me. I thought I read the wrong thing. Yeah, so it is going to be the NA server, so that is the switch up right now. But yeah, that's huge. Like, this is, you know, not only the fact that they get to play on low ping, this is also the other aspect where now Imperium, they have to play with the ping difference. So I think a lot of these teams obviously get used to it, obviously as the season progresses, but I think just how close this game has been, I mean, again, it still begs the question for me where Kai's has been playing well, Imagine's been playing well. Like, you know, I don't think anybody's been a sole anchor on either of these teams, but I'm just thinking now things get to be a little bit more interesting for Swamp's perspective, because if there's a time to do it, it's now, especially when you have that server advantage.
Oh, you're not wrong. Jin not game to take a shot, but he does get the information and then swings for a little bit more of a consistent fight. Works out massive for him. Down the next one here, but there is every possibility he's going to fade back on through because Awesome is hanging around. C4 was spotted. You should be getting a bit of a rotate in from Swamp. Kais is back towards the B site. Just kind of chilling. Watching the window for Awesome, maybe.
Next shot.
Awesome doesn't need any help, apparently, because he's just hitting head after head. C4 is, like, I'm surprised that there isn't a mass rotate from pretty much everyone in this direction, because this fight, this position is the pivotal position on the map right now, but it's like a 1v1. Awesome's going to win it. Damn, too busy watching the window. Easy shot to the back. And Awesome's round, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's thinking about that too, and I was laughing and kind of joking a little bit there when you're like, yeah, it's like just 1v1s. I was like, yeah, it absolutely is. So it's a little bit awkward round for Imperium, considering they played like really well as a team for the most part and doing good exchanges and back and forth, but then all of a sudden they're just like, nah, we're just going to take these duels, kind of like a heroic effort and just try to see who can prevail, and it doesn't even make sense. But look, it's fine. I mean, Swamp now have been able to find themselves the opening. Now they got themselves back into this game with a 5-5. So that's what I was kind of saying is Imperium now, it kind of makes me wonder for them, that frustration of, it's just not going to be as comfortable playing on the server. And I don't want to just heavily rely on that, but it definitely plays a big factor. But now Jin being ready, this could be a nice little bit of a setup for him. He's kind of evaluating left or right, and now he's actually kind of posted up kind of in the wrong direction, so he could get overwhelmed here. This could be bad. I can't believe he even gets away with that. I thought he was a dead man for sure. I thought they were going to be able to swarm him, but no. He is able to find himself that two-piece, and that might be enough breathing room here. But now, hang on, Imperium. They're able to get themselves the double kill. They got themselves in the B site. The bomb has to make its way through, and Swamp Gaming all of a sudden now, they're kind of on the back boards.
That's not how it was supposed to go at all. 2v3 though for the retake. Kais and Imagine very healthy. Let's not count them out of this conversation just yet. 28 seconds time is ticking away from them. The smoke is up. Frapsy able to get the better of Imagine, who goes diving to the side to try to provide a bit of space for Kais, who now has to get it done alone.
Double kill.
It's going to be a tough ask for him. There's no doubt about that. But
Oh my
he's
God.
landing his shots. 12 seconds. He might just sit this defuse next line. He's got a peak in time. Yes, just scary
Oh, that
for
flash.
a second there, but it was very winnable for Kais.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because he missed the flash, right? Because he was trying to throw it through the doorway, but it actually went on the corner of the door, so it actually just completely got blocked, right? So if that flash would have landed, I think honestly that could have been it. I could have think the ninja diffuse would have happened. So really, really unfortunate for the flash not to go the way he wanted it to, because I think he was really close to hitting the corner of the wall or the doorway. But boy, oh boy, that could have been. But now I think he's going to be able to win this again. I think his fate is sealed on this one, and it is. So Imperium now, they're going to take full advantage of this, and they're just going to hightail it and leaving it all for Josh, who's sitting here by himself in the B side. This is starting to happen through. Kais gets gifted a kill of Jag. Josh is actually tucked in a funny corner. Are they actually going to clear this though? Oh, they do. They have a complete idea of it. Wow, Imperium, despite, I was talking about advantages for servers, doesn't even phase them. These guys are popping off.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this it should have been a lot harder in the second half for Imperium, but if anything, it kind of seems like it's gotten a little bit easier for them. Continue to put in the good work. That restart once again, and Kai's again in the 1v3, but what you really do, you can't keep expecting this guy to get it done over and over again on his own. So 7-5 is the score, and Imperium are closing in on a victory for map 3. It feels like it's been a long time coming for them.
It does. It absolutely does, and there's some good shots here from Imagine, but somehow win this fight. Like, again, like, it's so awkward because Swamp, like, they have the right position now. You have to bank on Eyes and kills, and they do. Like, now Imagine, I think that's going to be his triple kill for this round, so he's been able to do some big lifting on this one, and now it's just leaving down to Dam. But again, let's not count him out. He has been able to prove more times than we can count how many times he can clutch and be able to do something big. But no, Kai's is going to be able to bring another one to this. So despite Swamp's lackluster mid-hold, I mean, you got to rely on Kai's and Imagine, and they seem to be, you know, loading the backpacks, and they're feeling okay with it.
That's fine. Someone's going to get in the backpack at some point. Getting the better of Imagine. So just as it starts to swing back for Swamp, we have a response from Imperium. I was on that long line, but not game to take the fight. So just backing away, 4-on-5, mid-control definitely established for the Imperium fellas. But you've got Jaguar, who's pretty low, so they're not necessarily trying to move anywhere too quickly. Trying to unsettle their opponents. Minute and a half left on the clock. It's not as if Imperium necessarily have to do anything too outrageous at this stage. Just going to work their way through Pillar as Josh picks up Laz. I mean, an isolated duel when you're in the 5-on-4, it doesn't really seem that I'm concerned. But Imperium are doing pull it back slowly but surely. And Praxi are finding some success. Awesome finish off. It's now just Kai's left alone, so wasn't exactly a perfect round. There's a lot of HP lost and a lot of players that are close to death, but it's a lot of maybes and not a lot of guarantees, unfortunately, as far as Swamp are concerned. So it should be an 8 on the board. Just a second here for Imperium. That is locked in as Kai's goes down, 2 away from closing the series.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see the exposure of the weaknesses here for the GR side, right? And that's what I was kind of mentioning throughout this entire series, is that unfortunately for Swamp, I think the GR side is really the side they have to work on. Like, I think the BL it's been fine. Like, they've obviously been able to get rounds. They've been able to use that aggression to their advantage. But locking these positions down, and like I said, when they get a player down and getting these rotates through, that's really, really, really been their issues, right? And that's where now they're going to have to go back and watch the tape and see what they're going to have to do a little bit differently. But we see Jin locked and loaded here again with the TRG. He's going to be posted up. Does he actually take this well? He does. Easy load. See, getting aggressive with it, holding W, gets an easy trade back onto this. Now Awesome. It's a question how he's going to play this, because again, he's playing the off angle on it. Kai's is able to find himself a duel on the other side of the map a little bit, but now Imperium, two players alive with a quarter remaining on the third, so this is not going to be easy for them, to say the least. But Jag is actually going all the way around with a bomb. This is a little bit scary, but they are actually looking like they might even try to reconvene at this A site. But again, I'm kind of surprised because Kai's and also Imagine are still alive. They've been locking it down very well. So this is an interesting gamble.
2-2 split on that defense. Very much can work out. 2 players to hold off 3. It is not an unreasonable ask at all. Just relies on that first kill going the way. imagine tapping away at Frapsy, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. B players don't have a whole lot to do. They'll be across on the rotate, although Son's trying to watch for it. He doesn't get his timing right. Sets the back to Josh, and so Josh and Imagine will finish it off, and Swamp are not done just yet.
Yeah, the 2-star players, man, they're picking it up now, right? I mean, this is, again, you know, I talk about picking up some slack, but it's sitting at a 7-3. He's like close with his other teammates, but it just, again, when I talk about impact, they're doing a lot of good work together. It's a nice little bit of a duo that we're seeing from the two of them. And they're going to double up on long A here, so they're actually going to get some good control. So that means that Imperium would have to clear a very hard angle to be able to get this across, but I mean, so far we know Imperium's success has really been towards that B site, right? They get this B main control, they take down Jin if he can be able to find maybe 1 or 2. That seems to be, again, like the harder point. And when you get that B site control, like we said, it's so difficult to get those retakes through, but it's not looking like the case yet for Imperium. They're actually focused up and maybe a little bit on this, and Jag is trying to make sure that nobody's there, but Jin gets an easy kill, and this is where he should pull back. And now Swamp are loading the kill feed, and they're not the ones dropping any players yet. Jin's still kind of contesting, entertaining the idea of another swing potentially. Feels like a bit of a high risk to me, but Nuxlon is going to be gifted this one, so now it does bring back something at least for his team. Awesome, and this is going to be a bit of a careless swing if he goes for it and dies. But he has been able to reposition. I don't think Nuxlon knows actually, so this could actually be very effective if he just stays here. Awesome. This could be a good game changer of just taking down that B lurk.
Yeah, Awesome just tucking for the moment. I think the patience will reward him here. He's got a couple of players. It's not just the B lurk actually. It is going to be the C4 headed in this direction. Awesome good in the opening round of this half and looks to be good again.
Headshots!
Can't quite double down as Damp does finish him off, but he delays, gets information. 30 seconds here. As long as Josh survives at the site, this is very bad for Imperium, but of course, Josh is unable to do so, and that does not provide time then for the rotators to come across. So 2-on-2 is the retake now required, and Imagine is quite low on HP, so this actually suddenly starts to swing back a little bit in the favor of Imperium. They are looking for map and series point right now.
Flash is getting thrown here too, so Kai's has actually made his presence very well known. Now he actually goes for the swing, and look at that. Jab cross, and there it is. A tie game. We are back into this, and Swamp are not giving up without a fight. And 8-8 we go. And we're going to see the tactical called by Imperium, rightfully so, because again, like it feels like they're doing some good things, but these post plants have actually been kind of their resistance, right? I mean, it seems like they can't really seem to lock it down every single time, and it's actually a little bit more surprising where Swamp are doing okay on the retakes, because I felt like earlier in the series, like it was not the case. So, but look, that's maybe the exhaustion, right? We're talking about a three map series that's going the full distance here. So, a lot of conversation to be had here between Jag and the rest of the team members.
Yeah, Imperium, I really don't want to let this one slip. I think they've had a good season. And you wouldn't want to kind of give up the points that are available against Swamp. Not many teams are going to be dropping points against Swamp. So if you are that one that does, then kind of puts to bed the conversation around this team being, you know, a potential chance to maybe go into the Elite League. Like, the top teams are going to be putting the likes of Swamp away, no problems at all. If you can't do that, you don't deserve to be in that conversation. And right now, you know, Imperium, I think they sort of did a lot to convince us with some of the other matches that they played, but this one has certainly been a bit of a letdown in that regard. All right, 8-8 the scoreline, and chance again at another OT. Sort of mentioned that one we had earlier was potentially going to be the first one for the day, and I said something like it might not be the last. Well, I'm going to echo that sentiment as we head into the dying stages here of New Compound, and neither of these teams really look fit to close it out right here, I've got to be honest.
Yeah, I can't believe we're still here, right? I mean, I was actually starting to think that Imperium were going to be able to run away with this, but now the fact that Swamp are giving a strong pulse here, they're not done. Like we said, again, the whole conversation at the desk and for you and I has been that, like, look, like Swamp want to get themselves a W here for the league, and they've been, you know, taking maps a little bit there, you know, been doing some decent games in some regard, but it ain't the same. It ain't the same when you're trying to get on the leaderboard. You're trying to get yourself the wins and not to be, you know, auto-relegated out and stuff like that. So it's a lot riding for them too. And now Jin. Oh man, is Jin just gonna swing this? Oh, Jin does. I don't even know why. He just commits to it by himself, and that could be a little bit of a careless act now because you have to rely on Awesome to be the sole anchor, and you have 3 players with the bomb committing into this B site. And again, depending if they actually decide to commit to it, and imagine, I don't know how he's still surviving, Neo in the Matrix a little bit, but finally gets caught here. So now it's all down to Awesome. He has to lock this down. He's exposed, and he's just about to go down. And leading it a 4-on-2. This is a huge advantage right now for Imperium. And they're going to go for the other backwards rotate, and they actually catch Kai's off guard here with the timing. And I think we're about to see massive here on the docket, and indeed we will. And there it is, 9 is grabbed up, and it's a big question. One more done, or do we go to overtime for one more round, Jordan?
That is the big question here for Imperium. They could get themselves their second win of the season, and for Swamp, it would be their first. So either way, both teams have got quite a bit to play for, but Imperium wants to have the chance here. Otherwise, Swamp are going to have to get their second win of the series in OT. It would not be a clean series victory, but it would be a series victory, and that is something they will desperately be looking for at this stage. Unfortunately, it hasn't exactly started too well for them. The opening exchange, very favorable for Imperium. In fact, that B site is completely opened up. If they would have wanted to go through that smoke, they don't elect to. That is not going to be the Imperium style. Still going to find themselves some frags. Kai's goes down now as well, and it seems that the deal is almost sealed. Both Josh and Imagine, the only 2 players standing between this and an Imperium victory.
Yeah, it's going to have to be something big, right? I mean, we're talking about hitting a home run or a grand slam or whatever you want to call it. Whatever analogy will work for you. But this is where, again, you're talking about a 2-on-4. You have Josh and Imagine. Again, they've been good, but Imagine's been efficient. But again, this is a lot. A 1-on-4 is turned into 1-on-3. But no, it's already over. It's already done. So unfortunately for Swamp, they're not going to be able to find themselves the victors in this series, but at least they can hold their heads high as they've been able to do decently well against a team like Imperium, where we were talking a lot about them and saying how well they've been out throughout the season. And I think this is not a bad note for Swamp, considering it's a loss. It's still a very decent showing from these players.
Yeah, I mean, it has been okay, but I think it's going to be a tough pill to swallow to know that they were only a couple of rounds away from their first series victory of the season. And if you're not going to beat an Imperium that looks a bit off their game today, I got a question: who are you going to beat in the season? So, you know, on one hand, you can look at it from the positive side of things. On the other hand, you can look at it from the negative side of things, and we'll see which side the analyst desk wants to think about things from as we hand it back over to Penguin and Sekio to finish off the day.
Bye.
Thank you guys for this amazing cast as always. And for me, I'm not picking either side. I'm just gonna watch the fiesta that happened in the previous game and just enjoy it. Sometimes you don't have to just give your opinion. I will just like, alright guys, so you wanna play some ping pong, you wanna hit a home run, you wanna score a goal at 96th minute, it is what it is. Everything can happen, and they just got it done. They closed the game. It went for distant, but they finally found a way to end this series.
Yeah, finally Imperium just claimed their win as we expected, honestly. Everybody on the desk, on the casting desk, on the analyst desk, we all expected Imperium to come on top. In my opinion, I expected it to just sweeping maybe Swamp 2-0. And even the map video said it itself. You're starting on sub base,
Should have.
then you're going in Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye very good for Imperium, so you should have been 2-0. Swamp Gaming, however, then you called sub base. Kinda, we don't want to say we didn't play as we expected, especially on the global side. And now they went to the game that we shouldn't be going to, which is the decided new compound. But when it came to new compound, Imperium still showed a very good dominant performance. And by the way, Imperium was one of the teams that likes playing new compound. And if you remember when Imperium played versus Anubis, the first ban for Anubis was new compound. That's why Imperium picked instantly sub-base versus them and getting the win or the map win over Anubis. So it was Anubis. They know that themselves that Imperium, they know how to play a good, let's say a good new compound, especially their global side. Damp is just having a maybe that's a day that he's gonna remember for a while, because he's having a very good games, very good frags. Everybody on Imperium is fragging, even though Jaguar and Damp, they're having 1.0 KD, they are still having a positive KD. On the other hand, it's only Kai's a bit awesome, and Kai's maybe Imagine as well. And we know that new compound, it's been played on both servers, North American server and the European server. However, the way that Imperium played new compound is the same that we've seen them doing before. I haven't seen anything in particular. Their B pushes is just insane. Frabs is just a decent entry when it comes to B side, entering the side and doing the post plants. They won most of the rounds on that, and even though we've seen them taking the tactical timeout, they were planning to go and try to control for B, and they did get 2 kills and then on B side again. So B side was the key. Frabsy was the MVP, and I guess it is deserved for Imperium.
Yeah, Frabsy is the MVP for this map, I would say, but in overtime, like in overall, I would go with. I mean, for me, it's Damp. Yeah, for me, it's totally Damp.
Yeah,
it's between Damp and Laz, but I will go with Damp since he's been doing some really crucial kills, winning rounds, and he made sure that Swamp Gaming don't win 2-0, which is pretty important for his teammates. Yeah. That's why we give him the MVP.
Exactly, yeah, true. And also his clutch as well on sub-base, right? The 1v3 that he did, and just getting one of the most... of course, they didn't win this map, I know, but still, he did a very good job individually. Even though on Eagle Eye, he was one of the key factors for them winning Eagle Eye as well.
Of course, 100%. I will go with him. His sniper shot's been on point. He's been doing some really great work for the team itself, for controlling the pace, for having everything settle down. I will go with him, then we'll go with Laz. But for me, I believe to have another Laz on the stream, first we had our caster Laz, we need to have our player Laz on the broadcast. So Laz, please jump in anytime. Hello Laz, how are you doing?
Hello guys, hello. Sanur.
Of course, congrats on the win. It was a long one, but how did it really feel to close out the game versus Swamp Gaming?
I mean, it feels good to be honest, because we're playing these long matches a lot, and it feels like a relief to win this match. If it goes overtime, it would have been tiring also, because every single match right now it lasted too long for us. So I'm glad. I'm also proud of my teammates. All of us played good. We were able to adapt to them, so all of us played good, and I'm proud of my team.
Of course, another one, I have a question for you. After dropping sub-base, your hometown, the map that you practiced a lot, the map that you actually got to overtime golden round with, of course, Vitality, after you dropped it and lost it to Swamp Gaming, how did you recover from it mentally and as a team to collect yourselves and win the game?
I mean, it's not so much we don't think about it that way. When you lose the first map, for us, we just we forget that we've played a map even, and we just think it's 0-0 again. And we go into the second map and we're like, okay, start from 0, play our game, and that's it. So that's what happened in Eagle Eye, and then we got this huge lead and we managed to close it off immediately. And in the last map, we were also comfortable at all rounds, so it never felt hard in the last map either. So it's just a mental thing. We don't really didn't really feel in a bad way after losing the first map.
I love that. I love that. Like that reminds me of
That's
like
perfect,
back in my days. I used to tell my like I used to coach, but like in other genres and other games, I used to always tell my players, guys, each game is your first game. Just forget whatever happens on the previous ones, and just keep focusing. And I love that you have this faith as
Mentality.
this idea, and of course this mentality is pretty important. And Penguin, go with your
Well,
questions.
Well, you are facing a very tough opponent tomorrow, and probably your opponent. Yeah, it's on paper a tough opponent, but maybe they are having hard times. TEC, what is your message for TEC, and also how you guys are preparing for this game?
I mean, I have no message for TSC, but the way we prepare for that game is the same. We just prepare for all the games. We just focus on ourselves, and that's it. We will just go in and play our game, and that's it, to be honest.
I like it.
Of course,
I like.
I like it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I had one more question. Can I have one more question?
Sure.
You guys are going into phase 2. You're gonna be having TEC and unKnights on phase 2. I wanted to ask this question, but how you guys prepare? I don't want to say how you're gonna be preparing, but of course you guys didn't expect to have TEC and unKnights, 2 top 4 last season, on your contender group. So how are you planning to get out and just try to probably go for the playoffs? Because we know that you're having now 2 wins, so probably only one more win will get you to the playoff.
Yeah, well, answering this question now is a little weird because we have to still wait for tomorrow, because tomorrow's match is like really, really important in knowing who will go playoffs or like who will have a comfortable time in phase 2. So like for us and also TSA, we're both like we really need the win tomorrow. So
Yeah, exactly.
like so it mostly depends on tomorrow how comfortable we are in phase 2. But as for preparation for phase 2, like again we prepare the same. Like our team did improve enough to compete with this team, so it's okay. Like of course we did not expect them to be in the contender phase because like historically both these teams have been doing always good in the league. Like both of these teams like always were good, third place. Even like TSA just won like regional finals last year, so it is weird that they are in the contenders group, but it's okay to be honest. Like we just prepare the same and we play our game, and that's it. We focus on tomorrow's match for now.
And we hope all the best for you, man, and congrats for the win.
Thank you guys.
I love your confidence, of course. Laz, congrats for the win, as Penguin said, and also I always love to see teams that made with passion, that for your love of the game, and of course to have as like 5 players to stick together and go through tough and lane. Of course, good luck in your game tomorrow, and thank you for your time.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
A really good way to close the stream, a really good way to close our night. I really want to thank Laz, of course. I'm speaking about the player. He's been doing wonderful work here in the West League. He just appeared, I believe, in week 2, and he dominated the place. Of course, the entire squad been doing really good work here. So I would love to see them in the playoffs. Of course, it's still a rough road to be speaking about, but I believe they can get through those bumps.
Definitely.
But of course, that was for our 3rd game tonight. We had 3 best of 3s in our night. First of all, we had unKnights playing one of the, I would say, not the easiest game that they have faced in their career, but like they managed to go through a little bit of tough moments, but at the end they lost the game. That was for the first game. They lost versus Nemesis. We had a TEC versus I'm sorry, they
Anubis,
lost
unKnights
versus
yeah, Nemesis had
losing.
to play versus TEC, yeah, and Nemesis just reverse sweep them after just the substitute check that he did freakies, and he went in and Nemesis just reverse sweeped them.
Yeah, so TC versus Nemesis. Nemesis won 2-1 as a reverse sweep. We had unKnights versus Anubis. Anubis also won. And the last game was IMPERIUM versus Swamp Gaming, 2-1 in the scoreboard. 3 games were pretty important in the seeding, and speaking of them, they mattered the most. Anubis logged in their, of course, elite group. We have, of course, the rest of the teams. Nemesis also logged in their elite group.
Yep.
And now we have tomorrow Nemesis versus unKnights. We have IMPERIUM versus TEC, which is both are in the contenders group. I can't believe what I'm just saying here. And of
Yeah,
course,
same.
the last
Yeah.
game on the night will be 3BL versus Swamp Gaming. And of course, those are the standings, and those are some slight changes. I don't believe that we. Oh yeah, we have some changes. IMPERIUM just jumped to the 6th place.
Yeah, IMPERIUM after the win, I believe they were the same because it was unKnights on the 7th place always. Maybe TEC before this week were on 6th place, but now they are on the 5th place because of the set difference, and IMPERIUM just staying on the 6th place. Swamp Gaming definitely without zero wins, without any wins. Yes, exactly. It's the same without any wins. Swamp Gaming is remaining as the last. And by the way, on phase 2, anything can change and anything can happen.
Totally agree. Like in phase 2, I will still say that Swamp Gaming will be having a rough time to get into the playoffs, but still they have a very tight chance to make it. That's for their side, and of course those are the matches that we were just speaking about. It's not gonna be an easy games, of course. Nemesis need to secure more rounds, needs to secure another win to make sure that they will have better seedings based on the phase 2 results, of course. IMPERIUM versus TEC, a very tough one. 3BL versus Swamp Gaming, this should be a clean sweep at the end of the night. And of course, I'm so happy to being here with you guys. Penguin would love to say anything.
Well, you are so happy that you're here. I'm so happy that I was here, but I'm not that happy because I will not be here. I will be seeing you guys on the next week on phase 2, and this is the end for me on phase 1.
Yeah, this is the end for phase 1 for Penguin. Of course, we still got tomorrow another broadcast day to be watching. So guys, stay tuned, buckle up, and stay on your seats when we go live. So see you tomorrow.